Chapter 40. That the relish for good and evil depends in great measure upon the opinion we have of them. Men, says an ancient Greek sentence, 439 are tormented with the opinions they have of things and not by the things themselves. It were a great victory obtained for the relief of our miserable human condition, could this proposition be established for certain and true throughout. For if evils have no admission into us but by the judgment we ourselves make of them, it should seem that it is, then, in our own power to despise them or to turn them to good. If things surrender themselves to our mercy, why do we not convert and accommodate them to our advantage? If what we call evil and torment is neither evil nor torment of itself, but only that our fancy gives it that quality, it is in us to change it, and it being in our own choice, if there be no constraint upon us. We must certainly be very strange fools to take arms for that side which is most offensive to us, and to give sickness, want, and contempt a bitter and nauseous taste, if it be in our power to give them a pleasant relish, and if fortune simply providing the matter, 'tis for us to give it the form. Now, that what we call evil is not so of itself, or at least to that degree that we make it, and that it depends upon us to give it another taste and complexion, for all comes to one, let us examine how that can be maintained. If the original being of those things we fear had power to lodge itself in us by its own authority, it would then lodge itself alike, and in like manner, in all. For men are all of the same kind, and saving in greater and less proportions, are all provided with the same utensils and instruments to conceive and to judge. But the diversity of opinions we have of those things clearly evidences that they only enter us by composition. One person, peradventure, admits them in their true being, but 1,000 others give them a new and contrary being in them. We hold death, poverty, and pain for our principal enemies. Now, this death, which some repute the most dreadful of all dreadful things, who does not know that others call it the only secure harbor from the storms and tempests of life, the sovereign good of nature, the sole support of liberty, and the common and prompt remedy of all evils. And as the one expect it with fear and trembling, the others support it with greater ease than life. That one complains of its facility. Mors. Utinam pavidos vitae subducere nulls. Sed virtus to sola daret. O death! Wouldst that thou might spare the coward, but that valor alone should pay thee tribute. 440. Now, let us leave these boastful courages. Theodorus answered Lysimachus, who threatened to kill him, Thou wilt do a brave feat, said he, to attain the force of a Cantharides. The majority of philosophers are observed to have either purposely anticipated, or hastened and assisted their own death. How many ordinary people do we see led to execution, and that not to a simple death, but mixed with shame and sometimes with grievous torments, appear with such assurance, whether through firm courage or natural simplicity, that a man can discover no change from their ordinary condition. Settling their domestic affairs, commending themselves to their friends, singing, preaching, and addressing the people, nay, sometimes sallying into jests, and drinking to their companions, quite as well as Socrates. One that they were leading to the gallows told them they must not take him through such a street, lest a merchant who lived there should arrest him by the way for an old debt. Another told the hangman he must not touch his neck for fear of making him laugh, he was so ticklish. Another answered his confessor, who promised him he should that day sup with our Lord, Do you go then, said he, in my room 441. For I for my part keep fast today. Another having called for drink, and the hangman having drunk first, said he would not drink after him, for fear of catching some evil disease. Everybody has heard the tale of the Picard, to whom, being upon the ladder, they presented a common wench, telling him, as our law does sometimes permit, that if he would marry her they would save his life. He, having a while considered her and perceiving that she halted, Come, tie up, said he, she limps. And they tell another story of the same kind of a fellow in Denmark, who being condemned to lose his head, and the like condition being proposed to him upon the scaffold, refused it. By reason the girl they offered him had hollow cheeks and too sharp a nose. A servant at Toulouse being accused of heresy, for the sum of his belief referred himself to that of his master, a young student, prisoner with him, choosing rather to die than suffer himself to be persuaded that his master could err. We read that of the inhabitants of Arras, when Louis XI took that city, a great many let themselves be hanged rather than they would say, God save the king. And amongst that mean-souled race of men, the buffoons, there have been some who would not leave their fooling at the very moment of death. One that the hanged man was turning off the ladder cried, launch the galley, an ordinary saying of his. Another, whom at the point of death his friends had laid upon a bed of straw before the fire, the physician asking him where his pain lay, betwixt the bench and the fire, said he, and the priest, to give him extreme unction. Groping for his feet which his pain had made him pull up to him, you will find them, said he, at the end of my legs. To one who being present exhorted him to recommend himself to God, why, who goes thither, said he, and the other replying, it will presently be yourself, if it be his good pleasure. Shall I be sure to be there by tomorrow night, said he. Do, but recommend yourself to him, said the other, and you will soon be there. I were best then, said he, to carry my recommendations myself. In the kingdom of Narsinga to this day the wives of their priests are buried alive with the bodies of their husbands, all other wives are burnt at their husbands' funerals, which they not only firmly but cheerfully undergo. At the death of their king, his wives and concubines, his favorites, all his officers, and domestic servants, who make up a whole people, present themselves so gaily to the fire where his body is burnt, that they seem to take it for a singular honor to accompany their master in death. During our late wars of Milan, where there happened so many takings and retakings of towns, the people, impatient of so many changes of fortune, took such a resolution to die, that I have heard my father say he there saw a list taken of 25 masters of families who made themselves away in 1 week's time, an incident somewhat resembling that of the Xanthians, who being besieged by Brutus, fell, men, women, and children, into such a furious appetite of dying, that nothing can be done to evade death which they did not to avoid life. Insomuch that Brutus had much difficulty in saving a very small number. 442. Every opinion is of force enough to cause itself to be espoused at the expense of life. The first article of that valiant oath that Greece took and observed in the Median War, was that every one should sooner exchange life for death, than their own laws for those of Persia. What a world of people do we see in the wars betwixt the Turks and the Greeks, rather embrace a cruel death than uncircumcise themselves to admit of baptism. An example of which no sort of religion is incapable. The kings of Castile having banished the Jews out of their dominions, John, king of Portugal, in consideration of 8 crowns a head, sold them a retreat into his for a certain limited time, upon condition that the time fixed coming to expire they should be gone, and he to furnish them with shipping to transport them into Africa. The day comes, which once lapsed they were given to understand that such as were afterward found in the kingdom should remain slaves, vessels were very slenderly provided. And those who embarked in them were rudely and villainously used by the passengers, who, besides other indignities, kept them cruising upon the sea, one while forwards and another backwards, till they had spent all their provisions, and were constrained to buy of them at so dear a rate and so long withal, that they set them not on shore till they were all stripped to the very shirts. The news of this inhuman usage being brought to those who remained behind, the greater part of them resolved upon slavery and some made a show of changing religion. Emmanuel, the successor of John, being come to the crown, first set them at liberty, and afterwards altering his mind, ordered them to depart his country, assigning 3 ports for their passage. He hoped, says Bishop Osorius, no contemptible Latin historian of these later times, that the favor of the liberty he had given them having failed of converting them to Christianity. Yet the difficulty of committing themselves to the mercy of the mariners and of abandoning a country they were now habituated to and were grown very rich in, to go and expose themselves in strange and unknown regions, would certainly do it. But finding himself deceived in his expectation, and that they were all resolved upon the voyage, he cut off 2 of the 3 ports he had promised them, to the end that the length and incommodity of the passage might reduce some, or that he might have opportunity, by crowding them all into one place, the more conveniently to execute what he had designed, which was to force all the children under 14 years of age from the arms of their fathers and mothers, to transport them from their sight and conversation, into a place where they might be instructed and brought up in our religion. He says that this produced a most horrid spectacle, the natural affection betwixt the parents and their children, and moreover their zeal to their ancient belief, contending against this violent decree. Fathers and mothers were commonly seen making themselves away, and by a yet much more rigorous example, precipitating out of love and compassion their young children into wells and pits, to avoid the severity of this law. As to the remainder of them, the time that had been prefixed being expired, for want of means to transport them they again returned into slavery. Some also turned Christians, upon whose faith, as also that of their posterity, even to this day, which is 100 years since, few Portuguese can yet rely. Though custom and length of time are much more powerful counselors in such changes than all other constraints whatever. In the town of Castelnaudary, 50 heretic albigioes at one time suffered themselves to be burned alive in one fire rather than they would renounce their opinions. Quoties non modo ductors nostri, sed universi etiam exercitus, ad non dubiam mortem concurrent. How often have not only our leaders, but whole armies, run to a certain and manifest death. 443. I have seen an intimate friend of mine run headlong upon death with a real affection, and that was rooted in his heart by divers plausible arguments which he would never permit me to dispossess him of. And upon the first honorable occasion that offered itself to him, precipitate himself into it, without any manner of visible reason, with an obstinate and ardent desire of dying. We have several examples in our own times of persons, even young children, who for fear of some little inconvenience have dispatched themselves. And what shall we not fear, says one of the ancients 444 to this purpose, if we dread that which cowardice itself has chosen for its refuge? Should I here produce a long catalogue of those, of all sexes and conditions and sects, even in the most happy ages, who have either with great constancy looked death in the face, or voluntarily sought it. And sought it not only to avoid the evils of this life, but some purely to avoid the satiety of living, and others for the hope of a better condition elsewhere, I should never have done. Nay, the number is so infinite that in truth I should have a better bargain on to reckon up those who have feared it. This one therefore shall serve for all. Pyrrho the philosopher being one day in a boat in a very great tempest, shewed to those he saw the most affrighted about him, and encouraged them, by the example of a hog that was there. Nothing at all concerned at the storm. Shall we then dare to say that this advantage of reason, of which we so much boast, and upon the account of which we think ourselves masters and emperors over the rest of all creation, was given us for a torment? To what end serves the knowledge of things if it renders us more unmanly? If we thereby lose the tranquility and repose we should enjoy without it? And if it put us into a worse condition than Pyrrho's hog? Shall we employ the understanding that was conferred upon us for our greatest good to our own ruin? Setting ourselves against the design of nature and the universal order of things, which intend that every one should make use of the faculties, members, and means he has to his own best advantage. But it may, peradventure, be objected against me, your rule is true enough as to what concerns death, but what will you say of indigence? What will you, moreover, say of pain, which Aristippus, Hieronymus, and most of the sages have reputed the worst of evils, and those who have denied it by word of mouth have, however, confessed it in effect. Posidonius being extremely tormented with a sharp and painful disease, Pompeius came to visit him, excusing himself that he had taken so unseasonable a time to come to hear him discourse of philosophy. The gods forbid, said Posidonius to him, that pain should ever have the power to hinder me from talking, and thereupon fell immediately upon a discourse of the contempt of pain, but, in the meantime, his own infirmity was playing his part, and plagued him to purpose. To which he cried out, Thou mayest work thy will, pain, and torment me with all the power thou hast, but thou shalt never make me say that thou art an evil. This story that they make such a clutter withal, what has it to do, I fain would know, with the contempt of pain? He only fights it with words, and in the meantime, if the shootings and dolours he felt did not move him, why did he interrupt his discourse? Why did he fancy he did so great a thing in forbearing to confess it an evil? All does not here consist in the imagination, our fancies may work upon other things, but here is the certain science that is playing its part, of which our senses themselves are judges. Nisi sunt veri, ratio quoque falsa sit omnis. Which, if they be not true, all reasoning may also be false. 445. Shall we persuade our skins that the jerks of a whip agreeably tickle us, or our taste that a potion of aloes is vin de graves? Pyrrho's hog is here in the same predicament with us. He is not afraid of death, 'tis true, but if you beat him he will cry out to some purpose. Shall we force the general law of nature, which in every living creature under heaven is seen to tremble under pain? The very trees seem to groan under the blows they receive. Death is only felt by reason, forasmuch as it is the motion of an instant. Aut fiut, aut veniet, nihil est presentis in illa. Death has been, or will come, there is nothing of the present in it. 446. Morsc minus poeni, quam mora mortis, habet. The delay of death is more painful than death itself. 447. 1,000 beasts, 1,000 men, are sooner dead than threatened. That also which we principally pretend to fear in death is pain, its ordinary forerunner, yet, if we may believe a holy father. Malum mortem non facit, nisi quat sequitur mortem. That which follows death makes death bad. 448. And I should yet say, more probably, that neither that which goes before or that which follows after is at all of the appurtenances of death. We excuse ourselves falsely, and I find by experience that it is rather the impatience of the imagination of death that makes us impatient of pain, and that we find it doubly grievous as it threatens us with death. But reason accusing our cowardice for fearing a thing so sudden, so inevitable, and so insensible, we take the other as the more excusable pretense. All ills that carry no other danger along with them but simply the evils themselves, we treat as things of no danger, the toothache or the gout, painful as they are, yet being not reputed mortal, who reckons them in the catalogue of diseases. But let us presuppose that in death we principally regard the pain. As also there is nothing to be feared in poverty but the miseries it brings along with it of thirst, hunger, cold, heat, watching, and the other inconveniences it makes us suffer, still we have nothing to do with anything but pain. I will grant, and very willingly, that it is the worst incident of our being, for I am the man upon earth who the most hates and avoids it, considering that hitherto, I thank God, I have had so little traffic with it, but still it is in us. If not to annihilate, at least to lessen it by patience. And though the body and the reason should mutiny, to maintain the soul, nevertheless, in good condition. Were it not so, who had ever given reputation to virtue, valor, force, magnanimity, and resolution? Where were their parts to be played if there were no pain to be defied? Avida est periculi virtus. Courage is greedy of danger. 449. Were there no lying upon the hard ground, no enduring, armed at all points, the meridional heats, no feeding upon the flesh of horses and asses, no seeing a man's self hacked and hewed to pieces, no suffering a bullet to be pulled out from amongst the shattered bones, no sewing up, cauterizing and searching of wounds, by what means were the advantage we covet to have over the vulgar to be acquired? 'Tis far from flying evil and pain, what the sages say, that of actions equally good, a man should most covet to perform that wherein there is greater labor and pain. Non est enim hilaritate, nec lascivia, nec risu, aut joco comite levitatis, sed sep etiam tristes firmitate et constantia sunt bedi. For men are not only happy by mirth and wantonness, by laughter and jesting, the companion of levity, but ofttimes the serious sort reap felicity from their firmness and constancy. 450. And for this reason it has ever been impossible to persuade our forefathers but that the victories obtained by dint of force and the hazard of war were not more honorable than those performed in great security by stratagem or practice. Licius est. Quoties magno sibi constat honestum. A good deed is all the more a satisfaction by how much the more it has cost us. 451. Besides, this ought to be our comfort, that naturally, if the pain be violent, 'tis but short, and if long, nothing violent. Si gravis, brevis. Si longus, levis. Thou wilt not feel it long if thou feelest it too much, it will either put an end to itself or to thee, it comes to the same thing. If thou canst not support it, it will export thee. 452. That which makes us suffer pain with so much impatience is the not being accustomed to repose our chiefest contentment in the soul. That we do not enough rely upon her who is the sole and sovereign mistress of our condition. The body, saving in the greater or less proportion, has but one and the same bent and bias, whereas the soul is variable into all sorts of forms. And subject to herself and to her own empire, all things whatsoever, both the senses of the body and all other accidents, and therefore it is that we ought to study her, to inquire into her, and to rouse up all her powerful faculties. There is neither reason, force, nor prescription that can anything prevail against her inclination and choice. Of so many thousands of biases that she has at her disposal, let us give her one proper to our repose and conversation, and then we shall not only be sheltered and secured from all manner of injury and offence, but moreover gratified and obliged. If she will, with evils and offences. She makes her profit indifferently of all things, error, dreams, serve her to good use, as loyal matter to lodge us in safety and contentment. 'Tis plain enough to be seen that 'tis the sharpness of our mind that gives the edge to our pains and pleasures. Beasts that have no such thing, leave to their bodies their own free and natural sentiments. And consequently in every kind very near the same, as appears by the resembling application of their motions. If we would not disturb in our members the jurisdiction that appertains to them in this, 'tis to be believed it would be the better for us, and that nature has given them a just and moderate temper both to pleasure and pain. Neither can it fail of being just, being equal and common. But seeing we have enfranchised ourselves from her rules to give ourselves up to the rambling liberty of our own fancies, let us at least help to incline them to the most agreeable side. Plato fears our too vehemently engaging ourselves with pain and pleasure, forasmuch as these too much knit and ally the soul to the body, whereas I rather, quite contrary, by reason it too much separates and disunites them. As an enemy is made more fierce by our flight, so pain grows proud to see us truckle under her. She will surrender upon much better terms to them who make head against her. A man must oppose and stoutly set himself against her. In retiring and giving ground, we invite and pull upon ourselves the ruin that threatens us. As the body is more firm in an encounter, the more stiffly and obstinately it applies itself to it, so is it with the soul. But let us come to examples, which are the proper game of folks of such feeble force as myself. Where we shall find that it is with pain as with stones, that receive a brighter or a duller lustre according to the foil they are set in, and that it has no more room in us than we are pleased to allow it. Tantum dolurunt. Quantum doloribus esse inseruant. They suffered so much the more, by how much more they gave way to suffering. 453. We are more sensible of one little touch of a surgeon's lancet than of 20 wounds with a sword in the heat of fight. The pains of childbearing, said by the physicians and by God himself to be great, and which we pass through with so many ceremonies, there are whole nations that make nothing of them. I set aside the Lacedaemonian women, but what else do you find in the Swiss among our foot soldiers, if not that, as they trot after their husbands, you see them today carry the child at their necks that they carried yesterday in their bellies. The counterfeit Egyptians we have amongst us go themselves to wash theirs, so soon as they come into the world, and bathe in the first river they meet. Besides so many wenches as daily drop their children by stealth, as they conceived them, that fair and noble wife of Sabinus, a patrician of Rome, for another's interest, endured alone, without help, without crying out, or so much as a groan. The bearing of twins. 454. A poor simple boy of Lacedaemon having stolen a fox, for they more fear the shame of stupidity in stealing than we do the punishment of the knavery, and having got it under his coat, rather endured the tearing out of his bowels than he would discover his theft. And another offering incense at a sacrifice, suffered himself to be burned to the bone by a coal that fell into his sleeve, rather than disturb the ceremony. And there have been a great number, for a sole trial of virtue, following their institutions, who have at 7 years old endured to be whipped to death without changing their countenance. And Cicero has seen them fight in parties, with fists, feet, and teeth, till they have fainted and sunk down, rather than confess themselves overcome. 455. Every one knows the story of Scaevola. That having slipped into the enemy's camp to kill their general, and having missed his blow, to repair his fault, by a more strange invention and to deliver his country, he boldly confessed to Porsenna, who was the king he had a purpose to kill. Not only his design, but moreover added that there were then in the camp a great number of Romans, his accomplices in the enterprise, as good men as he. And to show what a one he himself was, having caused a pan of burning coals to be brought, he saw and endured his arm to broil and roast, till the king himself, conceiving horror at the sight, commanded the pan to be taken away. What would you say of him that would not vouchsafe to respite his reading in a book whilst he was under incision? And of the other that persisted to mock and laugh in contempt of the pains inflicted upon him? So that the provoked cruelty of the executioners that had him in handling, and all the inventions of tortures redoubled upon him, one after another, spent in vain, gave him the bucklers. But he was a philosopher. But what? A gladiator of Caesar's endured, laughing all the while, his wounds to be searched, lanced, and laid open. 456. Let us bring in the women too. Who has not heard at Paris of her that caused her face to be flayed only for the fresher complexion of a new skin? There are who have drawn good and sound teeth to make their voices more soft and sweet, or to place the other teeth in better order. How many examples of the contempt of pain have we in that sex? What can they not do, what do they fear to do, for never so little hope of an addition to their beauty? Valora quaes cura est albos a stirpi capillos, e facium, dempta pel, refer novum. Who carefully pluck out their grey hairs by the roots, and renew their faces by peeling off the old skin. 457. I have seen some of them swallow sand, ashes, and do their utmost to destroy their stomachs to get pale complexions. To make a fine Spanish body, what racks will they not endure of girding and bracing, till they have notches in their sides cut into the very quick, and sometimes to death. It is an ordinary thing with several nations at this day to wound themselves in good earnest to gain credit to what they profess, of which our king relates notable examples of what he has seen in Poland and done towards himself. 458. But besides this, which I know to have been imitated by some in France, when I came from that famous assembly of the estates at Blois, I had a little before seen a maid in Picardy, who to manifest the ardor of her promises, as also her constancy, give herself, with a bodkin she wore in her hair, for 5 good lusty stabs in the arm, till the blood gushed out to some purpose. The Turks give themselves great scars in honor of their mistresses, and to the end they may the longer remain, they presently clap fire to the wound, where they hold it an incredible time to stop the blood and form the cicatrice. People that have been eyewitnesses of it have both written and sworn it to me. But for 10 aspers 459 there are there everyday fellows to be found that will give themselves a good deep slash in the arms or thighs. I am willing, however, to have the testimonies nearest to us when we have most need of them, for Christendom furnishes us with enough. After the example of our blessed guide there have been many who have crucified themselves. We learn by testimony very worthy of belief, that King St. Louis wore a hair shirt till in his old age his confessor gave him a dispensation to leave it off. And that every Friday he caused his shoulders to be drubbed by his priest with 5 small chains of iron which were always carried about amongst his night accoutrements for that purpose. William, our last Duke of Guienne, the father of that Eleanor who transmitted that duchy to the houses of France and England, continually for the last 10 or 12 years of his life wore a suit of armor under a religious habit by way of penance. Fulk, Count of Anjou, went as far as Jerusalem, there to cause himself to be whipped by 2 of his servants, with a rope about his neck, before the sepulchre of our Lord. But do we not, moreover, every Good Friday, in various places, see great numbers of men and women beat and whip themselves till they lacerate and cut the flesh to the very bones? I have often seen it, and 'tis without any enchantment. And it was said there were some amongst them, for they go disguised, who for money undertook by this means to save harmless the religion of others, by a contempt of pain, so much the greater, as the incentives of devotion are more effectual than those of avarice. Q. Maximus buried his son when he was a consul, and M. Cato his when praetor elect, and L. Paulus both his, within a few days one after another, with such a countenance as expressed no manner of grief. I said once merrily of a certain person, that he had disappointed the divine justice. For the violent death of 3 grown-up children of his being one day sent him, for a severe scourge, as it is to be supposed, he was so far from being afflicted at the accident, that he rather took it for a particular grace and favour of heaven. I do not follow these monstrous humours, though I lost 2 or 3 at nurse, if not without grief, at least without repining, and yet there is hardly any accident that pierces nearer to the quick. I see a great many other occasions of sorrow, that should they happen to me I should hardly feel. And have despised some, when they have befallen me, to which the world has given so terrible a figure that I should blush to boast of my constancy. Ex quo intelligitor, non in natura, sed in opinion, esse egritudinem. By which one may understand that grief is not in nature, but in opinion. For 60. Opinion is a powerful party, bold, and without measure. Who ever so greedily hunted after security and repose as Alexander and Caesar did after disturbance and difficulties? Teres, the father of Sidalces, was wont to say that, when he had no wars, he fancied there was no difference betwixt him and his groom. Cato the consul, to secure some cities of Spain from revolt, only interdicting the inhabitants from wearing arms, a great many killed themselves. Ferox gens, nullum vitam rithi sine armis esse. A fierce people, who thought there was no life without war. For 61. How many do we know who have forsaken the calm and sweetness of a quiet life at home amongst their acquaintance, to seek out the horror of unhabitable deserts? And having precipitated themselves into so abject a condition as to become the scorn and contempt of the world, have hugged themselves with the conceit, even to affectation. Cardinal Borromeo, who died lately at Milan, amidst all the jollity that the air of Italy, his youth, birth, and great riches, invited him to, kept himself in so austere a way of living, that the same robe he wore in summer served him for winter too. He had only straw for his bed, and his hours of leisure from affairs he continually spent in study upon his knees, having a little bread and a glass of water set by his book, which was all the provision of his repast. And all the time he spent in eating. I know some who consentingly have acquired both profit and advancement from cuckoldom, of which the bare name only affrights so many people. If the sight be not the most necessary of all our senses, 'tis at least the most pleasant. But the most pleasant and most useful of all our members seem to be those of generation. And yet a great many have conceived a mortal hatred against them only for this, that they were too pleasant, and have deprived themselves of them only for their value, as much thought he of his eyes that put them out. The generality and more solid sort of men look upon abundance of children as a great blessing, and some others, think it as great a benefit to be without them. And when you ask Thales why he does not marry, he tells you, because he has no mind to leave any posterity behind him. That our opinion gives the value to things is very manifest in the great number of those which we do, not so much prizing them, as ourselves, and never considering either their virtues or their use, but only how dear they cost us. As though that were a part of their substance. And we only repute for value in them, not what they bring to us, but what we add to them. By which I understand that we are great economizers of our expense, as it weighs, it serves for so much as it weighs. Our opinion will never suffer it to want of its value, the price gives value to the diamond, difficulty to virtue, suffering to devotion, and griping to physic. A certain person, to be poor, threw his crowns into the same sea to which so many come, in all parts of the world, to fish for riches. Epicurus says that to be rich is no relief, but only an alteration, of affairs. In truth, it is not want, but rather abundance, that creates avarice. I will deliver my own experience concerning this affair. I have since my emergence from childhood lived in 3 sorts of conditions. The first, which continued for some 20 years, I passed over without any other means but what were casual and depending upon the allowance and assistance of others, without stint, but without certain revenue. I then spent my money so much the more cheerfully, and with so much the less care how it went, as it wholly depended upon my overconfidence of fortune. I never lived more at my ease. I never had the repulse of finding the purse of any of my friends shut against me, having enjoined myself this necessity above all other necessities whatever, by no means to fail of payment at the appointed time. Which also they have 1,000 times respite, seeing how careful I was to satisfy them. So that I practiced at once a thrifty, and withal a kind of alluring, honesty. I naturally feel a kind of pleasure in paying, as if I eased my shoulders of a troublesome weight and freed myself from an image of slavery. As also that I find a ravishing kind of satisfaction in pleasing another and doing a just action. I accept payments where the trouble of bargaining and reckoning is required, and in such cases, where I can meet with nobody to ease me of that charge, I delay them, how scandalously and injuriously soever, all I possibly can, for fear of the wranglings for which both my humour and way of speaking are so totally improper and unfit. There is nothing I hate so much as driving a bargain. 'Tis a mere traffic of cozenage and impudence, where, after an hour's cheapening and hesitating, both parties abandon their word and oath for 5 souls' abatement. Yet I always borrowed at great disadvantage. For, wanting the confidence to speak to the person myself, I committed my request to the persuasion of a letter, which usually is no very successful advocate, and is a very great advantage to him who has a mind to deny. I, in those days, more jocundly and freely referred the conduct of my affairs to the stars, than I have since done to my own providence and judgment. Most good managers look upon it as a horrible thing to live always thus in uncertainty, and do not consider, in the first place, that the greatest part of the world live so, how many worthy men have wholly abandoned their own certainties. And yet daily do it, to the winds, to trust to the inconstant favour of princes and of fortune. Caesar ran above 1,000,000 of gold, more than he was worth, in debt to become Caesar, and how many merchants have begun their traffic by the sale of their farms, which they sent into the Indies. Taught per impotentia frida. Through so many ungovernable seas, 462. In so great a sick-city of devotion as we see in these days, we have 1,000 and 1,000 colleges that pass it over commodiously enough, expecting every day their dinner from the liberality of heaven. Secondly, they do not take notice that this certitude upon which they so much rely is not much less uncertain and hazardous than hazard itself. I see misery as near beyond 2,000 crowns a year as if it stood close by me. For besides that it is in the power of chance to make 100 breaches to poverty through the greatest strength of our riches, there being very often no mean betwixt the highest and the lowest fortune. Fortuna vitrea est, turn, quum splendit. Frangitor. Fortune is glass, in its greatest brightness it breaks. 463. And to turn all our barricadoes and bulwarks topsy-turvy, I find that, by divers causes, indigence is as frequently seen to inhabit with those who have estates as with those that have none. And that, peradventure, it is then far less grievous when alone than when accompanied with riches. These flow more from good management than from revenue. Faber est sui quisque fortunae. Every one is the maker of his own fortune. 464. And an uneasy, necessitous, busy, rich man seems to me more miserable than he that is simply poor. In divitius mopes, quod genesi gestatis gravissimum est. Poor in the midst of riches, which is the sorest kind of poverty. 465. The greatest and most wealthy princes are by poverty and want driven to the most extreme necessity, for can there be any more extreme than to become tyrants and unjust usurpers of their subjects' goods and estates? My second condition of life was to have money of my own, wherein I so ordered the matter that I had soon laid up a very notable sum out of a mean fortune. Considering with myself that only was to be reputed having which a man reserves from his ordinary expense, and that a man cannot absolutely rely upon revenue he hopes to receive, how clear soever the hope may be. For what, said I, if I should be surprised by such or such an accident? And after such like vain and vicious imaginations, would very learnedly, by this hoarding of money, provide against all inconveniences. And could, moreover, answer such as objected to me that the number of these was too infinite, that if I could not lay up for all, I could, however, do it at least for some and for many. Yet was not this done without a great deal of solicitude and anxiety of mind. I kept it very close, and though I dare talk so boldly of myself, never spoke of my money, but falsely, as others do, who being rich, pretend to be poor, and being poor, pretend to be rich. Dispensing their consciences from ever telling sincerely what they have, a ridiculous and shameful prudence. Was I going a journey? Methought I was never enough provided, and the more I loaded myself with money, the more also was I loaded with fear, one while of the danger of the roads, another of the fidelity of him who had the charge of my baggage, of whom, as some others that I know, I was never sufficiently secure if I had him not always in my eye. If I chanced to leave my cash-box behind me, oh, what strange suspicions and anxiety of mind did I enter into, and, which was worse, without daring to acquaint anybody with it. My mind was eternally taken up with such things as these, so that, all things considered, there is more trouble in keeping money than in getting it. And if I did not altogether so much as I say, or was not really so scandalously solicitous of my money as I have made myself out to be, yet it cost me something at least to restrain myself from being so. I reaped little or no advantage by what I had, and my expenses seemed nothing less to me for having the more to spend, for, as Bion said, the hairy men are as angry as the ball to be pulled. And after you are once accustomed to it and have once set your heart upon your heap, it is no more at your service. You cannot find in your heart to break it, 'tis a building that you will fancy must of necessity all tumble down to ruin if you stir but the least pebble. Necessity must first take you by the throat before you can prevail upon yourself to touch it. And I would sooner have pawned anything I had, or sold a horse, and with much less constraint upon myself, than have made the least breach in that beloved purse I had so carefully laid by. But the danger was that a man cannot easily prescribe certain limits to this desire, they are hard to find in things that a man conceives to be good. And to stint this good husbandry so that it may not degenerate into avarice, men still are intent upon adding to the heap and increasing the stock from some to some, till at last they vilely deprive themselves of the enjoyment of their own proper goods, and throw all into reserve, without making any use of them at all. According to this rule, they are the richest people in the world who are set to guard the walls and gates of a wealthy city. All moneyed men I conclude to be covetous. Plato places corporal or human goods in this order: health, beauty, strength, riches, and riches, says he, are not blind, but very clear-sighted, when illuminated by prudence. Dionysius the Sun did a very handsome act upon this subject. He was informed that one of the Syracusans had hid a treasure in the earth, and thereupon sent to the man to bring it to him, which he accordingly did, privately reserving a small part of it only to himself, with which he went to another city, where being cured of his appetite of hoarding, he began to live at a more liberal rate. Which Dionysius hearing, caused the rest of his treasure to be restored to him, saying, that since he had learned to use it, he very willingly returned it back to him. I continued some years in this hoarding humor, when I know not what good demon fortunately put me out of it, as he did the Syracusan, and made me throw abroad all my reserve at random. The pleasure of a certain journey I took at very great expense, having made me spurn this fond love of money underfoot. By which means I am now fallen into a third way of living, I speak what I think of it, doubtless much more pleasant and regular, which is, that I live at the height of my revenue. Sometimes the one, sometimes the other may perhaps exceed, but 'tis very little and but rarely that they differ. I live from hand to mouth, and content myself in having sufficient for my present and ordinary expense. For as to extraordinary occasions, all the laying up in the world would never suffice. And 'tis the greatest folly imaginable to expect that fortune should ever sufficiently arm us against herself, 'tis with our own arms that we are to fight her. Accidental ones will betray us in the pinch of the business. If I lay up, 'tis for some near and contemplated purpose, not to purchase lands, of which I have no need, but to purchase pleasure. Non esse cupidum, pecunia est. Non esse emissum, vertigo est. Not to be covetous, is money, not to be acquisitive, is revenue, for 66. I neither am in any great apprehension of wanting, nor in desire of any more. Divinarum fructus est in copia, capiam declaret sadietas. The fruit of riches is in abundance, satiety declares abundance. 467. And I am very well pleased that this reformation in me has fallen out in an age naturally inclined to avarice, and that I see myself cleared of a folly so common to old men, and the most ridiculous of all human follies. Relish, a man that had run through both fortunes, and found that the increase of substance was no increase of appetite either to eating or drinking, sleeping or the enjoyment of his wife. And who on the other side felt the care of his economics lie heavy upon his shoulders, as it does on mine, was resolved to please a poor young man, his faithful friend, who panted after riches, and made him a gift of all his, which were excessively great, and, moreover, of all he was in the daily way of getting by the liberality of Cyrus, his good master, and by the war. Conditionally that he should take care handsomely to maintain and plentifully to entertain him as his guest and friend. Which being accordingly done, they afterwards lived very happily together, both of them equally content with the change of their condition. 'Tis an example that I could imitate with all my heart. And I very much approve the fortune of the aged prelate whom I see to have so absolutely stripped himself of his purse, his revenue, and care of his expense, committing them one while to one trusty servant, and another while to another. That he has spun out a long succession of years, as ignorant, by this means, of his domestic affairs as a mere stranger. The confidence in another man's virtue is no light evidence of a man's own, and God willingly favors such a confidence. As to what concerns him of whom I am speaking, I see nowhere a better governed house, more nobly and constantly maintained than his. Happy to have regulated his affairs to so just a proportion that his estate is sufficient to do it without his care or trouble, and without any hindrance, either in the spending or laying it up, to his other more quiet employments. And more suitable both to his place and liking. Plenty, then, and indigence depend upon the opinion every one has of them, and riches no more than glory or health have other beauty or pleasure than he lends them by whom they are possessed. Every one is well or ill at ease, according as he so finds himself, not he whom the world believes, but he who believes himself to be so, is content, and in this alone belief gives itself being and reality. Fortune does us neither good nor hurt. She only presents us the matter and the seed, which our soul, more powerful than she, turns and applies as she best pleases, the sole cause and sovereign mistress of her own happy or unhappy condition. All external accessions receive taste and color from the internal constitution, as clothes warm us, not with their heat, but our own, which they are fit to cover and nourish. He who would shield therewith a cold body, would do the same service for the cold, for so snow and ice are preserved. And, certes, after the same manner that study is a torment to an idle man, abstinence from wine to a drunkard, frugality to the spendthrift, and exercise to a lazy, tender-bred fellow, so it is of all the rest. The things are not so painful and difficult of themselves, but our weakness or cowardice makes them so. To judge of great and high matters requires a suitable soul, otherwise we attribute the vice to them which is really our own. A straight oar seems crooked in the water. It does not only import that we see the thing, but how and after what manner we see it. After all this, why, amongst so many discourses that by so many arguments persuade men to despise death and to endure pain, can we not find out one that helps us? And of so many sorts of imaginations as have so prevailed upon others as to persuade them to do so, why does not every one apply some one to himself, the most suitable to his own humor? If he cannot digest a strong working decoction to eradicate the evil, let him at least take a lenitive to ease it. 468. As to the rest, a man does not transgress philosophy by permitting the acrimony of pains and human frailty to prevail so much above measure. For they constrain her to go back to her unanswerable replies. If it be ill to live in necessity, at least there is no necessity upon a man to live in necessity. No man continues ill long but by his own fault. He who has neither the courage to die nor the heart to live, who will neither resist nor fly, what can we do with him? Chapter 41. Not to communicate a man's honor. Of all the follies of the world, that which is most universally received is the solicitude of reputation and glory. Which we are fond of to that degree as to abandon riches, peace, life, and health, which are effectual and substantial goods, to pursue this vain phantom and empty word, that has neither body nor hold to be taken of it. La fama. Ch invigis a un dolce suono, gli superbi mortali, e paris bella, e un eco, un sogno, enzi dun sogno un ombra, ch ad ogni vento assai dilegua a scombra. Fame, which with alluring sound charms proud mortals, and appears so fair, is but an echo, a dream, nay, the shadow of a dream, which at every breath vanishes and dissolves. 469. And of all the irrational humours of men. It should seem that the philosophers themselves are among the last and the most reluctant to disengage themselves from this, 'tis the most restive and obstinate of all. Quia etiam bene proficiens animos tentar non cessit. Because it ceases not to assail even well-directed minds. 470. There is not any one of which reason so clearly accuses the vanity. But it is so deeply rooted in us that I dare not determine whether any one ever clearly discharged himself from it or no. After you have said all and believed all has been said to its prejudice, it produces so intestine an inclination in opposition to your best arguments that you have little power to resist it. For, as Cicero says, even those who most controvert it, would yet that the books they write about it should visit the light under their own names, and seek to derive glory from seeming to despise it. All other things are communicable and fall into commerce. We lend our goods and stake our lives for the necessity and service of our friends, but to communicate a man's honor, and to robe another with a man's own glory, is very rarely seen. And yet we have some examples of that kind. Catulus Luctatius in the Cimbrian war, having done all that in him lay to make his flying soldiers face about upon the enemy, ran himself at last away with the rest, and counterfeited the coward. To the end his men might rather seem to follow their captain than to fly from the enemy. Which was to abandon his own reputation in order to cover the shame of others. When Charles V came into Provence in the year 1537, 'tis said that Antonio de Leva, seeing the emperor positively resolved upon this expedition, and believing it would redound very much to his honor, did, nevertheless, very stiffly oppose it in the council. To the end that the entire glory of that resolution should be attributed to his master, and that it might be said his own wisdom and foresight had been such as that, contrary to the opinion of all, he had brought about so great an enterprise. Which was to do him honor at his own expense. The Thracian ambassadors coming to comfort Archeleonida, the mother of Brasidas, upon the death of her son, and commending him to that height as to say he had not left his like behind him. She rejected this private and particular commendation to attribute it to the public. Tell me not that, said she. I know the city of Sparta has many citizens both greater and of greater worth than he. In the battle of Cressy, the Prince of Wales, being then very young, had the vanguard committed to him. The main stress of the battle happened to be in that place, which made the lords who were with him, finding themselves overmatched, send to King Edward to advance to their relief. He inquired of the condition his son was in, and being answered that he was alive and on horseback, I should, then, do him wrong, said the king. Now to go and deprive him of the honor of winning this battle he has so long and so bravely sustained. What hazard soever he runs, that shall be entirely his own. And, accordingly, would neither go nor send, knowing that if he went, it would be said all had been lost without his succor, and that the honor of the victory would be wholly attributed to him. Semper enim quat postremum adjectum est, id rem totum videtur traxis. For always that which is last added, seems to have accomplished the whole affair. 471. Many at Rome thought, and would usually say, that the greatest of Scipio's acts were in part due to Laelius, whose constant practice it was still to advance and support Scipio's grandeur and renown, without any care of his own. And Theopompus, king of Sparta, to him who told him the republic could not miscarry since he knew so well how to command, 'tis rather, answered he, because the people know so well how to obey. As women succeeding to peerages had, notwithstanding their sex, the privilege to attend and give their votes in the trials that appertain to the jurisdiction of peers. So the ecclesiastical peers, notwithstanding their profession, were obliged to attend our kings in their wars, not only with their friends and servants, but in their own persons. As the Bishop of Beauvais did, who being with Philip Augustus at the Battle of Bouvines, had a notable share in that action, but he did not think it fit for him to participate in the fruit and glory of that violent and bloody trade. He with his own hand reduced several of the enemy that day to his mercy, whom he delivered to the first gentleman he met either to kill or receive them to quarter, referring the whole execution to this other hand. And he did this with regard to William, Earl of Salisbury, whom he gave up to Messire Jehan de Nesle. With a like subtlety of conscience to that I have just named, he would kill but not wound, and for that reason ever fought with a mace. And a certain person of my time, being reproached by the king that he had laid hands on a priest, stiffly and positively denied he had done any such thing, the meaning of which was, he had cudgelled and kicked him. Chapter 42. Of the Inequality Amoungst Us. Plutarch says somewhere that he does not find so great a difference betwixt beast and beast as he does betwixt man and man. Which he says in reference to the internal qualities and perfections of the soul. And, in truth, I find so vast a distance betwixt Epaminondas, according to my judgment of him, and some that I know, who are yet men of good sense, that I could willingly enhance upon Plutarch. And say that there is more difference betwixt such and such a man than there is betwixt such a man and such a beast, for 72, and that there are as many and innumerable degrees of mind as there are cubits betwixt this and heaven. But as touching the estimate of men, 'tis strange that, ourselves excepted, no other creature is esteemed beyond its proper qualities. We commend a horse for his strength and sureness of foot. Volucrum, sic laudamus equum, facilis cui plurima palma, fervit, eti exultat rocco victoria circo. So we praise the swift horse, for whose easy mastery many a hand glows in applause. And victory exults in the horse circus. 473. And not for his rich caparison, a greyhound for his speed of heels, not for his fine collar, a hawk for her wing, not for her jesses and bells. Why, in like manner, do we not value a man for what is properly his own? He has a great train, a beautiful palace, so much credit, so many £1,000 a year, all these are about him, but not in him. You will not buy a pig in a poke. If you cheapen a horse, you will see him stripped of his housing cloths, you will see him naked and open to your eye. Or if he be clothed, as they anciently were wont to present them to princes to sell, 'tis only on the less important parts, that you may not so much consider the beauty of his colour or the breadth of his crupper, as principally to examine his legs, eyes, and feet, which are the members of greatest use. Regibus hic mos est, ubi equos mercanter, opertos, inspiciant. Ne, si facies, ut sep, decora, mali fulta pedi est, emptorum indicat hyentum. This is the custom of kings, when they buy horses, they have open inspection, lest, if a fair head, as often chances, is supported by a weak foot, it should tempt the gaping purchaser. 474. Why, in giving your estimate of a man, do you prize him wrapped and muffled up in clothes? He then discovers nothing to you but such parts as are not in the least his own, and conceals those by which alone one may rightly judge of his value. 'Tis the price of the blade that you inquire into, not of the scabbard. You would not peradventure bid a farthing for him, if you saw him stripped. You are to judge him by himself and not by what he wears. And, as one of the ancients very pleasantly said, do you know why you repute him tall? You reckon with all the height of his pattens, 475 the pedestal is no part of the statue. Measure him without his stilts. Let him lay aside his revenues and his titles, let him present himself in his shirt. Then examine if his body be sound and sprightly, active and disposed to perform its functions. What soul has he? Is she beautiful, capable, and happily provided of all her faculties? Is she rich of what is her own, or of what she has borrowed? Has fortune no hand in the affair? Can she, without winking, stand the lightning of swords? Is she indifferent whether her life expire by the mouth or through the throat? Is she settled, even and content? This is what is to be examined, and by that you are to judge of the vast differences betwixt man and man. Is he sapiens, sibique imperiosus, quern nec pauperes, nec mors, nec vincula turrent, responsere cupidinibus, contumnere honores, fortis, etiam saipso totus terris ac rotundus, externiani quid valit per leve morari. In quem manca rut semper fortuna? The wise man, self-governed, whom neither poverty, nor death, nor chains affright, who has the strength to resist his appetites and to contemn honors, who is wholly self-contained, whom no external objects affect, whom fortune assails in vain. 476. Such a man is 500 cubits above kingdoms and duchies, he is an absolute monarch in and to himself. Sapiens, Polyps fingit fortunam sibi. The wise man is the master of his own fortune. 477. What remains for him to covet or desire? Non vitimus, nil aliud sibi naturam lat rare, nisi ut, qua, corporis adjunctus dolor absit, ment fruator, jucundo sensu, cura simotu matuk. Do we not see that human nature asks no more for itself than that, free from bodily pain, it may exercise its mind agreeably, exempt from care and fear? 478. Compare with such a one the common rabble of mankind, stupid and mean-spirited, servile, unstable, and continually floating with the tempest of various passions, that tosses and tumbles them to and fro, and all depending upon others. And you will find a greater distance than betwixt heaven and earth. And yet the blindness of common usage is such that we make little or no account of it. Whereas if we consider a peasant and a king, a nobleman and a vassal, a magistrate and a private man, a rich man and a poor, there appears a vast disparity, though they differ no more, as a man may say, than in their breeches. In Thrace the king was distinguished from his people after a very pleasant and especial manner. He had a religion by himself, a god all his own, and which his subjects were not to presume to adore, which was Mercury, whilst, on the other hand, he disdained to have anything to do with theirs, Mars, Bacchus, and Diana. And yet they are no other than pictures that make no essential dissimilitude. For as you see actors in a play representing the person of a duke or an emperor upon the stage, and immediately after return to their true and original condition of valets and porters, so the emperor, whose pomp and luster so dazzle you in public. Silis et grandes viridicum lus smaragdi, auto includuntur, territurc thalasina vestis, acidu, e veneris suterem exercita potat. Because he wears great emeralds richly set in gold, darting green luster, and the sea-blue silken robe, worn with pressure, and moist with illicit love, and absorbs the sweat of Venus. 479. Do but peep behind the curtain, and you will see no thing more than an ordinary man, and peradventure more contemptible than the meanest of his subjects. Albietus introrsum est, istius bracteata felicitas est. The one is happy in himself, the happiness of the other is counterfeit. 480. Cowardice, irresolution, ambition, spite, and envy agitate him as much as another. Non enim gazi, nec consularis, submovet lictor miseros tumultus, mentis, e curas laquiata circum, tecta volantes. For not treasures, nor the consular lictor, can remove the miserable tumults of the mind, nor cares that fly about panelled ceilings. 481. Care and fear attack him even in the center of his battalions. Re verice metus hominum curic sequices, nec metuant sonitus armorum, ne ferratila, audac turc inter regis, rerunc potentis, versanter, nec fulgurem reverenter aboro. And in truth the fears and haunting cares of men fear not the clash of arms nor points of darts, and mingle boldly with great kings and men in authority, nor respect the glitter of gold. 482. Do fevers, gout, and apoplexies spare him any more than one of us? When old age hangs heavy upon his shoulders, can the yeoman of his guard ease him of the burden? When he is astounded with the apprehension of death, can the gentleman of his bedchamber comfort and assure him? When jealousy or any other caprice swims in his brain, can our compliments and ceremonies restore him to his good humor? The canopy embroidered with pearl and gold he lies under has no virtue against a violent fit of the colic. Ne calide sidius decedent corpori febra, textilibus si in picturis, ostroque rubenti, jactaris, quam si plebea invest cubandum est. Nor do burning fevers quit you sooner if you are stretched on a couch of rich tapestry and in a vest of purple dye, than if you be in a coarse blanket. 483. The flatterers of Alexander the Great possessed him that he was the son of Jupiter. But being one day wounded, and observing the blood stream from his wound, "What say you now, my masters," said he, "is not this blood of a crimson color and purely human? This is not of the complexion of that which Homer makes to issue from the wounded gods." The poet Hermodorus had written a poem in honor of Antigonus, wherein he called him the son of the sun. "He who has the emptying of my clothes stool," said Antigonus, "knows to the contrary. He is but a man at best, and if he be deformed or ill-qualified from his birth, the empire of the universe cannot set him to rights. Puelli, hunc rapient, quidquid calcavrat hic, rosa fiat. Let girls carry him off. Wherever he steps let there spring up a rose." 484. What of all that, if he be a fool? Even pleasure and good fortune are not relished without vigor and understanding. Haec perin sunt, ut aelius animus, ca ea possidet, ca uti sit, ei bona. Illi, ca non urita rect, mala. Things are, as is the mind of their possessor, who knows how to use them, to him they are good, to him who abuses them, ill. 485. Whatever the benefits of fortune are, they yet require a palate to relish them. 'Tis fruition, and not possession, that renders us happy. 486. He is a sot, his taste is palled and flat, he no more enjoys what he has than one that has a cold relishes the flavor of canary, or than a horse is sensible of his rich caparison. Plato is in the right when he tells us that health, beauty, vigor, and riches, and all the other things called goods, are equally evil to the unjust as good to the just, and the evil on the contrary the same. And therefore where the body and the mind are in disorder, to what use serve these external conveniences, considering that the least prick with a pin, or the least passion of the soul, is sufficient to deprive one of the pleasure of being sole monarch of the world. At the first twitch of the gout it signifies much to be called Sir and Your Majesty. Totus eti argento conflatus, totus eti oro. Wholly made up of silver and gold. 487. Does he not forget his palaces and gerangers? If he be angry, can his being a prince keep him from looking red and looking pale, and grinding his teeth like a madman? Now, if he be a man of parts and of right nature, royalty adds very little to his happiness. Si ventri bene, si lateri est, pedibusque tufts, nil dividix poterunt regales adire magus. If it is well with thy belly, thy side, and thy feet, regal wealth will be able to add nothing. 488. He discerns, 'tis nothing but counterfeit and gullery. Nay, perhaps he would be of King Seleucus' opinion, that he who knew the weight of a scepter would not stoop to pick it up, if he saw it lying before him, so great and painful are the duties incumbent upon a good king. 489. Assuredly it can be no easy task to rule others, when we find it so hard a matter to govern ourselves. And as to dominion, that seems so charming, the frailty of human judgment and the difficulty of choice in things that are new and doubtful considered, I am very much of opinion that it is far more easy and pleasant to follow than to lead. And that it is a great settlement and satisfaction of mind to have only one path to walk in, and to have none to answer for but a man's self. Ut satius multo jam sit perere quietum, quam regere imperio residential vel. 'Tis much better quietly to obey than wish to rule. 490. To which we may add that saying of Cyrus, that no man was fit to rule but he who in his own worth was of greater value than those he was to govern. But King Hiero in Xenophon says further, that in the fruition even of pleasure itself they are in a worse condition than private men. Forasmuch as the opportunities and facility they have of commanding those things that will takes off from the delight that ordinary folks enjoy. Pinguis amor, nimiunc patens, integia nobis, vertiter, et, stomacho dulcis utiesca, nocet. Love in excess and too palpable turns to weariness, and, like sweetmeats to the stomach, is injurious. 491. Can we think that the singing boys of the choir take any great delight in music? The satiety rather renders it troublesome and tedious to them. Feasts, balls, masquerades and tiltings delight such as but rarely see, and desire to see, them. But having been frequently at such entertainments, the relish of them grows flat and insipid. Nor do women so much delight those who make a common practice of the sport. He who will not give himself leisure to be thirsty can never find the true pleasure of drinking. Farces and tumbling tricks are pleasant to the spectators, but a wearisome toil to those by whom they are performed. And that this is so, we see that princes divert themselves sometimes in disguising their quality, a while to depose themselves, and to stoop to the poor and ordinary way of living of the meanest of their people. Plurunc grati dividibus vices, mundic parvos sub lar pauperum, coeni, sine aliis eti ostro, solicitum explicere frontum. The rich are often pleased with variety. And the plain supper in a poor cottage, without tapestry and purple, has relaxed the anxious brow, for 92. Nothing is so distasteful and clogging as abundance. What appetite would not be baffled to see 300 women at its mercy, as the Grand Seigneur has in his seraglio? And, of his ancestors what fruition or taste of sport did he reserve to himself, who never went hawking without 7,000 falconers? And besides all this, I fancy that this lustre of grandeur brings with it no little disturbance and uneasiness upon the enjoyment of the most tempting pleasures. The great are too conspicuous and lie too open to every one's view. Neither do I know to what end a man should more require of them to conceal their errors, since what is only reputed indiscretion in us, the people in them brand with the names of tyranny and contempt of the laws, and, besides their proclivity to vice, are apt to hold that it is a heightening of pleasure to them, to insult over and to trample upon public observances. Plato, indeed, in his Gorgias, defines a tyrant to be one who in a city has license to do whatever his own will leads him to do. And by reason of this impunity, the display and publication of their vices do ofttimes more mischief than the vice itself. Every one fears to be pried into and overlooked. But princes are so, even to their very gestures, looks and thoughts. The people conceiving they have right and title to be judges of them, besides that the blemishes of the great naturally appear greater by reason of the eminence and lustre of the place where they are seated. And that a mole or a wart appears greater in them than a wide gash in others. And this is the reason why the poets feign the amours of Jupiter to be performed in the disguises of so many borrowed shapes, and that amongst the many amorous practices they lay to his charge, there is only one, as I remember, where he appears in his own majesty and grandeur. But let us return to Hiero, who further complains of the inconveniences he found in his royalty, in that he could not look abroad and travel the world at liberty, being as it were a prisoner in the bounds and limits of his own dominion. And that in all his actions he was evermore surrounded with an importunate crowd. And in truth, to see our king sit all alone at table, environed with so many people prating about them, and so many strangers staring upon them, as they always are, I have often been moved rather to pity than to envy their condition. King Alfonso was wont to say, that in this asses were in a better condition than kings, their masters permitting them to feed at their own ease and pleasure, a favour that kings cannot obtain of their servants. And it has never come into my fancy that it could be of any great benefit to the life of a man of sense to have 20 people prating about him when he is at stool. Or that the services of a man of 10,000 livres a year, or that has taken Casale or defended Siena, should be either more commodious or more acceptable to him, than those of a good groom of the chamber who understands his place. The advantages of sovereignty are in a manner but imaginary. Every degree of fortune has in it some image of principality. Caesar calls all the lords of France, having free franchise within their own domains, roitelets or petty kings. And in truth, the name of sire excepted, they go pretty far towards kingship, for do but look into the provinces remote from court, as Brittany for example. Take notice of the train, the vassals, the officers, the employments, service, ceremony, and state of a lord who lives retired from court in his own house, amongst his own tenants and servants, and observe with all the flight of his imagination. There is nothing more royal, he hears talk of his master once a year, as of a king of Persia, without taking any further recognition of him, than by some remote kindred his secretary keeps in some register. And, to speak the truth, our laws are easy enough, so easy that a gentleman of France scarce feels the weight of sovereignty pinch his shoulders above twice in his life. Real and effectual subjection only concerns such amongst us as voluntarily thrust their necks under the yoke, and who design to get wealth and honors by such services, for a man that loves his own fireside, and can govern his house without falling by the ears with his neighbors or engaging in suits of law, is as free as a Duke of Venice. Paucos servitus, plures servitudem tenent. Servitude enchains few, but many enchain themselves to servitude. 493. But that which Hiero is most concerned at is, that he finds himself stripped of all friendship, deprived of all mutual society, wherein the true and most perfect fruition of human life consists. For what testimony of affection and goodwill can I extract from him that owes me, whether he will or no, all that he is able to do? Can I form any assurance of his real respect to me, from his humble way of speaking and submissive behavior, when these are ceremonies it is not in his choice to deny? The honor we receive from those that fear us is not honor. Those respects are due to royalty and not to me. Maximum hoc regni bonum est, quod facta domini cogiter populus sui, quam fere, tam laudar. 'Tis the greatest benefit of a kingdom that the people is forced to commend, as well as to bear the acts of the ruler. 494. Do I not see that the wicked and the good king, he that is hated and he that is beloved, have the one as much reverence paid him as the other? My predecessor was, and my successor shall be, served with the same ceremony and state. If my subjects do me no harm, 'tis no evidence of any good affection. Why should I look upon it as such, seeing it is not in their power to do it if they would? No one follows me or obeys my commands upon the account of any friendship, betwixt him and me. There can be no contracting of friendship where there is so little relation and correspondence. My own height has put me out of the familiarity of an intelligence with men, there is too great disparity and disproportion betwixt us. They follow me either upon the account of decency and custom, or rather my fortune, than me, to increase their own. All they say to me or do for me is but outward paint, appearance, their liberty being on all parts restrained by the great power and authority I have over them. I see nothing about me but what is dissembled and disguised. The Emperor Julian being one day applauded by his courtiers for his exact justice, I should be proud of these praises, said he, did they come from persons that durst condemn or disapprove the contrary, in case I should do it. All the real advantages of princes are common to them with men of meaner condition. 'Tis for the gods to mount winged horses and feed upon ambrosia, they have no other sleep, nor other appetite than we. The steel they arm themselves withal is of no better temper than that we also use, their crowns neither defend them from the rain nor the sun. Diocletian, who wore a crown so fortunate and revered, resigned it to retire to the felicity of a private life. And some time after the necessity of public affairs requiring that he should reassume his charge, he made answer to those who came to court him to it, "You would not offer," said he, "to persuade me to this. Had you seen the fine order of the trees I have planted in my orchard, and the fair melons I have sown in my garden?" In Anacharsis' opinion, the happiest state of government would be where, all other things being equal, precedence should be measured out by the virtues, and repulses by the vices of men. When King Pyrrhus prepared for his expedition into Italy, his wise counselor Cineas, to make him sensible of the vanity of his ambition, "Well, sir," said he, "to what end do you make all this mighty preparation?" "To make myself master of Italy," replied the king. "And what after that is done?" said Cineas. "I will pass over into Gaul and Spain," said the other. "And what then?" "I will then go to subdue Africa. And lastly, when I have brought the whole world to my subjection, I will sit down and rest content at my own ease." "For God's sake, sir," replied Cineas, "tell me what hinders that you may not, if you please, be now in the condition you speak of? Why do you not now at this instant settle yourself in the state you seem to aim at, and spare all the labor and hazard you interpose? Nimirum, quia non cognovit, cux esset habendi, finis, iti omnino quod crescat vera voluptas. Forsooth, because he does not know what should be the limit of acquisition, and altogether how far real pleasure should increase. 495. I will conclude with an old versicle, that I think very apt to the purpose. Mores quic sui fingent fortunam. Every man frames his own fortune. 496. Chapter 43. Of Sumptuary Laws. The way by which our laws attempt to regulate idle and vain expenses in meat and clothes, seems to be quite contrary to the end designed. The true way would be to beget in men a contempt of silks and gold, as vain, frivolous, and useless, whereas we augment to them the honors, and enhance the value of such things, which, sure, is a very improper way to create a disgust. For to enact that none but princes shall eat turbot, shall wear velvet or gold lace, and interdict these things to the people, what is it but to bring them into a greater esteem, and to set every one more agog to eat and wear them? Let kings leave off these ensigns of grandeur, they have others enough besides, those excesses are more excusable in any other than a prince. We may learn by the example of several nations better ways of exterior distinction of quality, which, truly, I conceive to be very requisite in a state, enough, without fostering to this purpose such corruption and manifest inconvenience. 'Tis strange how suddenly and with how much ease custom in these indifferent things establishes itself and becomes authority. We had scarce worn cloth a year, in compliance with the court, for the mourning of Henry II. But that silks were already grown into such contempt with every one, that a man so clad was presently concluded a citizen. Silks were divided betwixt the physicians and surgeons, and though all other people almost went in the same habit, there was, notwithstanding, in one thing or other, sufficient distinction of the several conditions of men. How suddenly do greasy chamois linen doublets become the fashion in our armies, whilst all neatness and richness of habit fall into contempt. Let kings but lead the dance and begin to leave off this expense, and in a month the business will be done throughout the kingdom, without edict or ordinance, we shall all follow. It should be rather proclaimed, on the contrary, that no one should wear scarlet or goldsmith's work but courtesans and tumblers. Zaleucus by the like invention reclaimed the corrupted manners of the Locrians. His laws were, that no free woman should be allowed any more than one maid to follow her, unless she was drunk, nor was to stir out of the city by night, wear jewels of gold about her, or go in an embroidered robe, unless she was a professed and public prostitute. That, bravos excepted, no man was to wear a gold ring, nor be seen in one of those effeminate robes woven in the city of Miletus. By which infamous exceptions he discreetly diverted his citizens from superfluities and pernicious pleasures, and it was a project of great utility to attract them by honor and ambition to their duty and obedience. Our kings can do what they please in such external reformations, their own inclination stands in this case for a law. Quicquid principes facient, praecipere videnter. What princes themselves do, they seem to prescribe. 497. Whatever is done at court passes for a rule through the rest of France. Let the courtiers fall out with these abominable breeches, that discover so much of those parts should be concealed. These great-bellied doublets, that make us look like I know not what, and are so unfit to admit of arms, these long effeminate locks of hair. This foolish custom of kissing what we present to our equals, and our hands in saluting them, a ceremony in former times only due to princes. Let them not permit that a gentleman shall appear in place of respect without his sword, unbuttoned and untrussed, as though he came from the house of office. And that, contrary to the custom of our forefathers and the particular privilege of the nobles of this kingdom, we stand a long time bare to them in what place soever, and the same to 100 others. So many tiercelets and quartlets of kings we have got nowadays and other like vicious innovations, they will see them all presently vanish and cried down. These are, 'tis true, but superficial errors, but they are of ill augury, and enough to inform us that the whole fabric is crazy and tottering, when we see the rough cast of our walls to cleave and split. Plato in his laws esteems nothing of more pestiferous consequence to his city than to give young men the liberty of introducing any change in their habits, gestures, dances, songs, and exercises, from one form to another. Shifting from this to that, hunting after novelties, and applauding the inventors, by which means manners are corrupted and the old institutions come to be nauseated and despised. In all things, saving only in those that are evil, a change is to be feared, even the change of seasons, winds, viands, and humours. And no laws are in their true credit, but such to which God has given so long a continuance that no one knows their beginning, or that there ever was any other. Chapter 44. Of Sleep. Reason directs that we should always go the same way, but not always at the same pace. And, consequently, though a wise man ought not so much to give the reins to human passions as to let him deviate from the right path, he may, notwithstanding, without prejudice to his duty, leave it to them to hasten or to slacken his speed. And not fix himself like a motionless and insensible colossus. Could virtue itself put on flesh and blood, I believe the pulse would beat faster going on to assault than in going to dinner, that is to say, there is a necessity she should heat and be moved upon this account. I have taken notice, as of an extraordinary thing, of some great men, who in the highest enterprises and most important affairs have kept themselves in so settled and serene a calm, as not at all to break their sleep. Alexander the Great, on the day assigned for that furious battle betwixt him and Darius, slept so profoundly and so long in the morning, that Parmenio was forced to enter his chamber, and coming to his bedside, to call him several times by his name. The time to go to fight compelling him so to do. The Emperor Otho, having put on a resolution to kill himself that night, after having settled his domestic affairs, divided his money amongst his servants, and set a good edge upon a sword he had made choice of for the purpose. And now staying only to be satisfied whether all his friends had retired in safety, he fell into so sound a sleep that the gentlemen of his chamber heard him snore. The death of this emperor has in it circumstances paralleling that of the great Cato, and particularly this just related for Cato being ready to dispatch himself. Whilst he only stayed his hand in expectation of the return of a messenger he had sent to bring him news whether the senators he had sent away were put out from the port of Utica, he fell into so sound a sleep that they heard him snore in the next room. And the man, whom he had sent to the port, having awakened him to let him know that the tempestuous weather had hindered the senators from putting to sea, he dispatched away another messenger, and composing again himself in the bed, settled to sleep, and slept till by the return of the last messenger he had certain intelligence they were gone. We may here further compare him with Alexander in the great and dangerous storm that threatened him by the sedition of the tribune Metellus, who, attempting to publish a decree for the calling in of Pompey with his army into the city at the time of Catilin's conspiracy, was only and that stoutly opposed by Cato. So that very sharp language and bitter menaces passed betwixt them in the Senate about that affair. But it was the next day, in the forenoon, that the controversy was to be decided, where Metellus, besides the favour of the people and of Caesar, at that time of Pompey's faction, was to appear accompanied with a rabble of slaves and gladiators. And Cato only fortified with his own courage and constancy, so that his relations, domestics, and many virtuous people of his friends were in great apprehensions for him. And to that degree, that some there were who passed over the whole night without sleep, eating, or drinking, for the danger they saw him running into. His wife and sisters did nothing but weep and torment themselves in his house. Whereas, he, on the contrary, comforted every one, and after having supped after his usual manner, went to bed, and slept profoundly till morning, when one of his fellow tribunes roused him to go to the encounter. The knowledge we have of the greatness of this man's courage by the rest of his life, may warrant us certainly to judge that his indifference proceeded from a soul so much elevated above such accidents, that he disdained to let it take any more hold of his fancy than any ordinary incident. In the naval engagement that Augustus won of Sextus Pompeius in Sicily, just as they were to begin the fight, he was so fast asleep that his friends were compelled to wake him to give the signal of battle, and this was it that gave Mark Antony afterwards occasion to reproach him that he had not the courage so much as with open eyes to behold the order of his own squadrons, and not to have dared to present himself before the soldiers, till first Agrippa had brought him news of the victory obtained. But as to the young Marius, who did much worse, for the day of his last battle against Sylla, after he had marshalled his army and given the word and signal of battle, he laid him down under the shade of a tree to repose himself, and fell so fast asleep that the rout and flight of his men could hardly waken him. He having seen nothing of the fight, he is said to have been at that time so extremely spent and worn out with labour and want of sleep, That nature could hold out no longer. Now, upon what has been said, the physicians may determine whether sleep be so necessary that our lives depend upon it, for we read that King Perseus of Macedon, being prisoner at Rome, was killed by being kept from sleep. But Pliny instances such as have lived long without sleep. Herodotus speaks of nations where the men sleep and wake by half years, and they who write the life of the sage Epimenides affirm that he slept 57 years together. Chapter 45. Of the Battle of Dreux. December 19, 1562, in which the Catholics, under the command of the Duc de Guise and the Constable de Montmorency, defeated the Protestants, commanded by the Prince de Condé. See Sismondi, Hist. de France, Volume 18, page 354. Our Battle of Dreux is remarkable for several extraordinary incidents, but such as have no great kindness for M. De Guise, nor much favor his reputation, are willing to have him thought to blame, and that is making a halt and delaying time with the forces he commanded, whilst the Constable, who was general of the army, was racked through and through with the enemy's artillery, his battalion routed, and himself taken prisoner, is not to be excused. And that he had much better have run the hazard of charging the enemy in flank, than staying for the advantage of falling in upon the rear, to suffer so great and so important a loss. But, besides what the event demonstrated, he who will consider it without passion or prejudice will easily be induced to confess that the aim and design, not of a captain only, but of every private soldier, ought to regard the victory in general. And that no particular occurrences, how nearly soever they may concern his own interest, should divert him from that pursuit. Philopoemen, in an encounter with Mechanidas, having sent before a good strong party of his archers and slingers to begin the skirmish, and these being routed and hotly pursued by the enemy, who, pushing on the fortune of their arms, and in that pursuit passing by the battalion where Philopoemen was, though his soldiers were impatient to fall on, he did not think fit to stir from his post nor to present himself to the enemy to relieve his men. But having suffered these to be chased and cut in pieces before his face, charged in upon the enemy's foot when he saw them left unprotected by the horse, and notwithstanding that they were Lacedaemonians, yet taking them in the nick. When thinking themselves secure of the victory, they began to disorder their ranks. He did this business with great facility, and then put himself in pursuit of Mechanidas. Which case is very like that of Monsieur de Guise. In that bloody battle betwixt Agesilaus and the Boeotians, which Xenophon, who was present at it, reports to be the sharpest that he had ever seen, Agesilaus waived the advantage that fortune presented him, to let the Boeotian battalions pass by and then to charge them in the rear, how certain soever he might make himself of the victory, judging it would rather be an effect of conduct than valor, to proceed that way. And therefore, to show his prowess, rather chose with a marvellous ardor of courage to charge them in the front. But he was well beaten and well wounded for his pains, and constrained at last to disengage himself, and to take the course he had at first neglected, opening his battalion to give way to this torrent of Boeotians, and they being passed by, taking notice that they marched in disorder, like men who thought themselves out of danger, he pursued and charged them in flank. Yet could not so prevail as to bring it to so general a rout but that they leisurely retreated, still facing about upon him till they had retired to safety. Chapter 46. Of Names. What variety of herbs soever are shew-fed together in the dish, yet the whole mass is swallowed up under one name of a sowlet. In like manner, under the consideration of names, I will make a hodgepodge of divers articles. Every nation has certain names, that, I know not why, are taken in no good sense, as with us, John, William, Benedict. In the genealogy of princes, also, there seem to be certain names fatally affected, as the Ptolemies of Egypt, the Henrys in England, the Charleses in France, the Baldwins in Flanders, and the Williams of our ancient Aquitaine, from whence 'tis said, the name of Guyenne has its derivation. Which would seem far-fetched were there not as crude derivations in Plato himself. Item, 'tis a frivolous thing in itself, but nevertheless worthy to be recorded for the strangeness of it, that is written by an eye-witness, that Henry, Duke of Normandy, son of Henry II, King of England, making a great feast in France, the concourse of nobility and gentry was so great, that being, for sport's sake, divided into troops, according to their names, in the first troop, which consisted of Williams, there were found 110 knights sitting at the table of that name, without reckoning the ordinary gentlemen and servants. It is as pleasant to distinguish the tables by the names of the guests as it was in the Emperor Geta to distinguish the several courses of his meat by the first letters of the meats themselves. So that those that began with B were served up together, as brawn, beef, bream, bustards, beccaficos, and so of the others. Item, there is a saying that it is a good thing to have a good name, that is to say, credit and a good repute. But besides this, it is really convenient to have a well-sounding name, such as is easy of pronunciation and easy to be remembered, by reason that kings and other great persons do by that means the more easily know and the more hardly forget us. And indeed of our own servants we more frequently call and employ those whose names are most ready upon the tongue. I myself have seen Henry II. When he could not for his heart hit of a gentleman's name of our country of Gascony, and moreover was fain to call one of the Queen's maids of honour by the general name of her race, her own family name being so difficult to pronounce or remember. And Socrates thinks it worthy a father's care to give fine names to his children. Item, 'tis said that the foundation of Notre Dame la Grande at Poitiers took its original from hence that a debauched young fellow formerly living in that place, having got to him a wench, and, at her first coming in, asking her name, and being answered that it was Mary, he felt himself so suddenly pierced through with the awe of religion and the reverence to that sacred name of the Blessed Virgin, that he not only immediately sent the girl away, but became a reformed man and so continued the remainder of his life. And that, in consideration of this miracle, there was erected upon the place where this young man's house stood, first a chapel dedicated to Our Lady and afterwards the church that we now see standing there. This vocal and auricular reproof wrought upon the conscience, and that right into the soul, this that follows, insinuated itself merely by the senses. Pythagoras being in company with some wild young fellows, and perceiving that, heated with the feast, they complotted to go violate an honest house, commanded the singing wench to alter her wanton airs, and by a solemn, grave, and spondaic music, gently enchanted and laid asleep their ardour. Item, will not posterity say that our modern Reformation has been wonderfully delicate and exact, in having not only combated errors and vices, and filled the world with devotion, humility, obedience, peace, and all sorts of virtue, but in having proceeded so far as to quarrel with our ancient baptismal names of Charles, Louis, Francis, to fill the world with Methuselahs, Ezekiels, and Malachis, names of a more spiritual sound. A gentleman, a neighbour of mine, a great admirer of antiquity, and who was always extolling the excellences of former times in comparison with this present age of ours, did not, amongst the rest, forget to dwell upon the lofty and magnificent sound of the gentlemen's names of those days, Don Grumden, Quedragan, Agezelon, which, but to hear named he conceived to denote other kind of men than Pierre, Guillot, and Michel. Item, I am mightily pleased with Jacques Amiot for leaving, throughout a whole French oration, the Latin names entire, without varying and garbling them to give them a French cadence. It seemed a little harsh and rough at first, but already custom, by the authority of his Plutarch, has overcome that novelty. I have often wished that such as write histories in Latin would leave our names as they find them and as they are. For in making Vaudemont into Vallemontanus, and metamorphosing names to make them suit better with the Greek or Latin, we know not where we are, and with the persons of the men lose the benefit of the story. To conclude, 'tis a scurvy custom and of very ill consequence that we have in our kingdom of France to call every one by the name of his manor or seigneury. 'Tis the thing in the world that the most prejudices and confounds families and descents. A younger brother of a good family, having a manor left him by his father, by the name of which he has been known and honoured, cannot handsomely leave it. 10 years after his decease it falls into the hand of a stranger, who does the same. Do but judge whereabouts we shall be concerning the knowledge of these men. We need look no further for examples than our own royal family, where every partition creates a new surname, whilst, in the meantime, the original of the family is totally lost. There is so great liberty taken in these mutations, that I have not in my time seen any one advanced by fortune to any extraordinary condition who has not presently had genealogical titles added to him, new and unknown to his father. And who has not been inoculated into some illustrious stem by good luck. And the obscurest families are the most apt for falsification. How many gentlemen have we in France who by their own account are of royal extraction? More, I think, than who will confess they are not. Was it not a pleasant passage of a friend of mine? There were several gentlemen assembled together about the dispute of one seigneur with another, which other had, in truth, some preeminence of titles and alliances above the ordinary gentry. Upon the debate of this prerogative, every one, to make himself equal to him, alleged, this one extraction, that another, this, the near resemblance of name, that, of arms, another, an old worm-eaten patent. The very least of them was great-grandchild to some foreign king. When they came to sit down, to dinner, my friend, instead of taking his place amongst them, retiring with most profound congés, entreated the company to excuse him for having hitherto lived with them at the saucy rate of a companion. But being now better informed of their quality, he would begin to pay them the respect due to their birth and grandeur, and that it would ill become him to sit down among so many princes, ending this farce with 1,000 reproaches. Let us, in God's name, satisfy ourselves with what our fathers were contented with what we are. We are great enough, if we rightly understand how to maintain it. Let us not disown the fortune and condition of our ancestors, and let us lay aside these ridiculous pretenses, that can never be wanting to any one that has the impudence to allege them. Arms have no more security than surnames. I bear azure powdered with trefoils or, with a lion's paw of the same armed gules in fess. What privilege has this to continue particularly in my house? A son-in-law will transport it into another family, or some paltry purchaser will make them his first arms. There is nothing wherein there is more change and confusion. But this consideration leads me, perforce, into another subject. Let us pry a little narrowly into, and, in God's name, examine upon what foundation we erect this glory and reputation for which the world is turned topsy-turvy, wherein do we place this renown that we hunt after with so much pains? It is, in the end, Peter or William that carries it, takes it into his possession, and whom it only concerns. Oh, what a valiant faculty is hope, that in a mortal subject, and in a moment, makes nothing of usurping infinity, immensity, eternity, and of supplying its master's indigence, at its pleasure, with all things he can imagine or desire. Nature has given us this passion for a pretty toy to play withal. And this Peter or William, what is it but a sound, when all is done? Or 3 or 4 dashes with a pen, so easy to be varied that I would fain know to whom is to be attributed the glory of so many victories, to Geskin, to Gleskin, or to Guican. And yet there would be something of greater moment in the case than in Lucian, that sigma should serve tau with a process, for non levia aut ludicra petunter premia. They aim at no slight or jocular rewards. 498. The chase is there in very good earnest. The question is, which of these letters is to be rewarded for so many sieges, battles, wounds, imprisonments, and services done to the crown of France by this famous constable? Nicolas Denis at 499 never concerned himself further than the letters of his name, of which he has altered the whole contexture to build up by anagram the Count d'Alsinois, whom he has handsomely endowed with the glory of his poetry and painting. The historian Suetonius was satisfied with only the meaning of his name, which made him cashier his father's surname, Linus, to leave Tranquilla's successor to the reputation of his writings. Who would believe that Captain Bayard should have no honor but what he derives from the deeds of Peter Tourelle? And that Antonio Iscolin should suffer himself to his face to be robbed of the honor of so many navigations and commands at sea and land by Captain Paulin and the Baron de la Garde? Secondly, these are dashes of the pen common to 1,000 people. How many are there, in every family, of the same name and surname? And how many more in several families, ages, and countries? History tells us of 3 of the name of Socrates, of 5 Platos, of 8 Aristotles, of 7 Xenophons, of 20 Demetrii, and of 20 Theodores, and how many more she was not acquainted with we may imagine. Who hinders my groom from calling himself Pompey the Great? But after all, what virtue, what authority, or what secret springs are there that fix upon my deceased groom, or the other Pompey, who had his head cut off in Egypt, this glorious renown, and these so much honored flourishes of the pen? So as to be of any advantage to them? Id cinerum et manis credis curari sepultos? Do you believe the dead regard such things? 500. What sense have the two companions in greatest esteem amongst me, Epaminondas, of this fine verse that has been so many ages current in his praise? Concilius nostris laus est atrida laconum. The glory of the Spartans is extinguished by my plans. 501. Or Africanus, of this other. A sol exorient supra meotis polludes nemo est ca factus me equiparere quit. From where the sun rises over the polus meotis, to where it sets, there is no one whose acts can compare with mine. 502. Survivors indeed tickle themselves with these fine phrases, and by them incited to jealousy and desire. Inconsiderately and according to their own fancy, attribute to the dead this their own feeling, vainly flattering themselves that they shall one day in turn be capable of the same character. However, ad haec esse Romanus Graiusque, e barbarus induperator erexit, caucus discriminus ac laboris, inhabuit, tanto major fami cities est, quam virtutis. For these the Roman, the Greek, and the barbarian commander hath aroused himself. He has incurred thence causes of danger and toil, so much greater is the thirst for fame than for virtue. 503. Chapter 47. Of the uncertainty of our judgment. Well says this verse. There is everywhere much liberty of speech. Iliad, XX. 249. For example, Hannibal conquered, but knew not how to make the best use of his victorious venture. Petrarch, Son, 83. Such as would improve this argument, and condemn the oversight of our leaders in not pushing home the victory at Moncontour, or accuse the King of Spain of not knowing how to make the best use of the advantage he had against us at Asti. Quinton may conclude these oversights to proceed from a soul already drunk with success, or from a spirit which, being full and overgorged with this beginning of good fortune, had lost the appetite of adding to it. Already having enough to do to digest what it had taken in, he has his arms full, and can embrace no more, unworthy of the benefit fortune has conferred upon him and the advantage she had put into his hands, for what utility does he reap from it? If, notwithstanding, he give his enemy respite to rally and make head against him? What hope is there that he will dare at another time to attack an enemy reunited and recomposed, and armed anew with anger and revenge, who did not dare to pursue them when routed and unmanned by fear? Dum fortuna calit, dum confiscit omnia terror. Whilst fortune is fresh, and terror finishes all. 504. But withal, what better opportunity can he expect than that he has lost? 'Tis not here, as in fencing, where the most hits gain the prize. For so long as the enemy is on foot, the game is new to begin, and that is not to be called a victory that puts not an end to the war. In the encounter where Caesar had the worst, near the city of Oricum, he reproached Pompey's soldiers that he had been lost had their general known how to overcome, and afterwards clawed him in a very different fashion when it came to his turn. But why may not a man also argue, on the contrary, that it is the effect of a precipitous and insatiate spirit not to know how to bound and restrain its coveting? That it is to abuse the favors of God to exceed the measure he has prescribed them, and that again to throw a man's self into danger after a victory obtained is again to expose himself to the mercy of fortune, that it is one of the greatest discretions in the rule of war not to drive an enemy to despair. Sylla and Marius in the social war, having defeated the Marsians, seeing yet a body of reserve that, prompted by despair, was coming on like enraged brutes to dash in upon them, thought it not convenient to stand their charge. Had not Monsieur de Foy's ardor transported him so furiously to pursue the remains of the victory of Ravenna, he had not obscured it by his own death. And yet the recent memory of his example served to preserve Monsieur d'Enghien from the same misfortune at the battle of Cerisoles. 'Tis dangerous to attack a man you have deprived of all means to escape but by his arms, for necessity teaches violent resolutions. Gravissimi sunt morsus irritati necessitatis. Irritated necessity bites deepest. 505. Vinciter haud gratis, jugulo que provocat hostem. He is not readily beaten who provokes the enemy by shewing his throat. Or, he who presents himself to his foe, sells his life dear. 506. This was it that made Pharax withhold the king of Lacedaemon, who had won a battle against the Mantineans, from going to charge 1,000 Argians, who had escaped in an entire body from the defeat. But rather let them steal off at liberty that he might not encounter valor whetted and enraged by mischance. Clodomir, king of Aquitaine, after his victory pursuing Gondomar, king of Burgundy, beaten and making off as fast as he could for safety, compelled him to face about and make head, wherein his obstinacy deprived him of the fruit of his conquest. For he there lost his life. In like manner, if a man were to choose whether he would have his soldiers richly and sumptuously accoutred or armed only for the necessity of the matter in hand, this argument would step in to favor the first, of which opinion was Sertorius. Philip Seaman, Brutus, Caesar, and others, that it is to a soldier an inflaming of courage and a spur himself in brave attire. And withal a motive to be more obstinate in fight, having his arms, which are in a manner his estate and whole inheritance to defend. Which is the reason, says Xenophon, why those of Asia carried their wives and concubines, with their choicest jewels and greatest wealth, along with them to the wars. But then these arguments would be as ready to stand up for the other side. That a general ought rather to lessen in his men their solicitude of preserving themselves than to increase it. That by such means they will be in a double fear of hazarding their persons, as it will be a double temptation to the enemy to fight with greater resolution where so great booty and so rich spoils are to be obtained. And this very thing has been observed in former times, notably to encourage the Romans against the Samnites. Antiochus, shewing Hannibal the army he had raised, wonderfully splendid and rich in all sorts of equipage, asked him if the Romans would be satisfied with that army. Satisfied, replied the other, yes, doubtless, were their avarice never so great. Lycurgus not only forbade his soldiers all manner of bravery in their equipage, but, moreover, to strip their conquered enemies, because he would, as he said, that poverty and frugality should shine with the rest of the battle. At sieges and elsewhere, where occasion draws us near to the enemy, we willingly suffer our men to brave, rate, and affront him with all sorts of injurious language. And not without some colour of reason, for it is of no little consequence to take from them all hopes of mercy and composition, by representing to them that there is no fair quarter to be expected from an enemy they have incensed to that degree. Nor other remedy remaining but in victory. And yet Vitellius found himself deceived in this way of proceeding. For having to do with Otho, weaker in the valour of his soldiers, long unaccustomed to war and effeminate with the delights of the city, he so nettled them at last with injurious language. Reproaching them with cowardice and regret for the mistresses and entertainments they had left behind at Rome, that by this means he inspired them with such resolution as no exhortation had had the power to have done. And himself made them fall upon him, with whom their own captains before could by no means prevail. And, indeed, when they are injuries that touch to the quick, it may very well fall out that he who went but unwillingly to work in the behalf of his prince will fall to it with another sort of metal when the quarrel is his own. Considering of how great importance is the preservation of the general of an army, and that the universal aim of an enemy is levelled directly at the head, upon which all the others depend, the course seems to admit of no dispute. Which we know has been taken by so many great captains, of changing their habit and disguising their persons upon the point of going to engage. Nevertheless, the inconvenience a man by so doing runs into is not less than that he thinks to avoid. For the captain, by this means being concealed from the knowledge of his own men, the courage they should derive from his presence and example happens by degrees to cool and to decay. And not seeing the wonted marks and ensigns of their leader, they presently conclude him either dead, or that, despairing of the business, he is gone to shift for himself. And experience shows us that both these ways have been successful and otherwise. What befell Pyrrhus in the battle he fought against the consul Lavinus in Italy will serve us to both purposes. For though by shrouding his person under the armor of Megacles and making him wear his own, he undoubtedly preserved his own life, yet, by that very means, he was withal very near running into the other mischief of losing the battle. Alexander, Caesar, and Lucullus loved to make themselves known in a battle by rich accoutrements and armor of a particular luster and color. Agus, Agesilaus, and that great Gylippus, on the contrary, used to fight obscurely armed, and without any imperial attendance or distinction. Amongst other oversights Pompey is charged withal at the battle of Pharsalia. He is condemned for making his army stand still to receive the enemy's charge. By reason that, I shall here steal Plutarch's own words, which are better than mine, he by so doing deprived himself of the violent impression the motion of running adds to the first shock of arms, and hindered that clashing of the combatants against one another which is wont to give them greater impetuosity and fury. Especially when they come to rush in with their utmost vigor, their courages increasing by the shouts and the career, 'tis to render the soldier's ardor, as a man may say, more reserved and cold. This is what he says. But if Caesar had come by the worse, why might it not as well have been urged by another, that, on the contrary, the strongest and most steady posture of fighting is that wherein a man stands planted firm without motion. And that they who are steady upon the march, closing up, and reserving their force within themselves for the push of the business, have a great advantage against those who are disordered, and who have already spent half their breath in running on precipitately to the charge. Besides that an army is a body made up of so many individual members, it is impossible for it to move in this fury with so exact a motion as not to break the order of battle. And that the best of them are not engaged before their fellows can come on to help them. In that unnatural battle betwixt the two Persian brothers, the Lacedaemonian Clearchus, who commanded the Greeks of Cyrus' party, led them on softly and without precipitation to the charge. But, coming within 50 paces, hurried them on full speed, hoping in so short a career both to keep their order and to husband their breath, and at the same time to give the advantage of impetuosity and impression both to their persons and their missile arms. Others have regulated this question as to their armies thus: if your enemy come full drive upon you, stand firm to receive him; if he stand to receive you, run full drive upon him. In the expedition of the Emperor Charles V into Provence, King Francis was put to choose either to go meet him in Italy or to await him in his own dominions. Wherein, though he very well considered of how great advantage it was to preserve his own territory entire and clear from the troubles of war, to the end that, being unexhausted of its stores, it might continually supply men and money at need. That the necessity of war requires at every turn to spoil and lay waste the country before us, which cannot very well be done upon one's own. To which may be added, that the country people do not so easily digest such a havoc by those of their own party as from an enemy, so that seditions and commotions might by such means be kindled amongst us. That the license of pillage and plunder, which are not to be tolerated at home, is a great ease and refreshment against the fatigues and sufferings of war. And that he who has no other prospect of gain than his bare pay will hardly be kept from running home, being but 2 steps from his wife and his own house, that he who lays the cloth is ever at the charge of the feast. That there is more alacrity in assaulting than defending. And that the shock of a battle's loss in our own bowels is so violent as to endanger the disjointing of the whole body, there being no passion so contagious as that of fear, that is so easily believed, or that so suddenly diffuses itself. And that the cities that should hear the rattle of this tempest at their gates, that should take in their captains and soldiers yet trembling and out of breath, would be in danger in this heat and hurry to precipitate themselves upon some untoward resolution. Notwithstanding all this, so it was that he chose to recall the forces he had beyond the mountains and to suffer the enemy to come to him. For he might, on the other hand, imagine that, being at home and amongst his friends, he could not fail of plenty of all manner of conveniences. The rivers and passes he had at his devotion would bring him in both provisions and money in all security, and without the trouble of convoy. That he should find his subjects by so much the more affectionate to him, by how much their danger was more near and pressing. That having so many cities and barriers to secure him, it would be in his power to give the law of battle at his own opportunity and advantage. And that, if it pleased him to delay the time, under cover and at his ease he might see his enemy founder and defeat himself with the difficulties he was certain to encounter, being engaged in a hostile country, where before, behind, and on every side war would be made upon him. No means to refresh himself or to enlarge his quarters, should diseases infest them, or to lodge his wounded men in safety, no money, no victuals, but at the point of the lance, no leisure to repose and take breath. No knowledge of the ways or country to secure him from ambushes and surprises, and in case of losing a battle, no possible means of saving the remains. Neither is there want of example in both these cases. Scipio thought it much better to go and attack his enemy's territories in Africa than to stay at home to defend his own and to fight him in Italy, and it succeeded well with him. But, on the contrary, Hannibal in the same war ruined himself by abandoning the conquest of a foreign country to go and defend his own. The Athenians, having left the enemy in their own dominions to go over into Sicily, were not favored by fortune in their design, but Agathocles, king of Syracuse, found her favorable to him when he went over into Africa and left the war at home. By which examples we are wont to conclude, and with some reason, that events, especially in war, for the most part depend upon fortune, who will not be governed by nor submit unto human reasons and prudence. According to the poet, Iti male consultis precium est, prudentia fallit, nec fortune probat causas, sequitur merentes, sed vaga per cunctos nullo discrimen furter. Silicet est aliad, quat nos cogat regat, magis, etian proprius ducat mortalia legis. And there is value in ill counsel, prudence deceives, nor does fortune inquire into causes, nor aid the most deserving, but turns hither and thither without discrimination. Indeed there is a greater power which directs and rules us, and brings mortal affairs under its own laws. 507. But, to take the thing right, it should seem that our counsels and deliberations depend as much upon fortune as anything else we do, and that she engages also our arguments in her uncertainty and confusion. We argue rashly and adventurously, says Timaeus in Plato, by reason that, as well as ourselves, our discourses have great participation in the temerity of chance. Chapter 48. Of War Horses, or Destriers. I here have become a grammarian, I who never learned any language but by rote, and who do not yet know adjective, conjunction, or ablative. I think I have read that the Romans had a sort of horses by them called funalesh or dextrarios, which were either led horses, or horses laid on at several stages to be taken fresh upon occasion. And thence it is that we call our horses of service destriers. And our romances commonly use the phrase of a destrer for accompagner, to accompany. They also called those that were trained in such sort, that running full speed, side by side, without bridle or saddle, the Roman gentlemen, armed at all pieces, would shift and throw themselves from one to the other, desultorios equos. The Numidian men-at-arms had always a led horse in one hand, besides that they rode upon, to change in the heat of battle. Cabus, desultorum in modum, binos trahentibus equos, inter acerrimum sipe pugnam, in recentum equum, ex fesso. Armatis transulter mos erat, tanta velocitas ipsis, tamque docile liquorum genus. To whom it was a custom, leading along two horses, often in the hottest fight, to leap armed from a tired horse to a fresh one, so active were the men, and the horses so docile. 508. There are many horses trained to help their riders so as to run upon any one, that appears with a drawn sword. To fall both with mouth and heels upon any that front or oppose them, but it often happens that they do more harm to their friends than to their enemies. And, moreover, you cannot loose them from their hold, to reduce them again into order, when they are once engaged and grappled, by which means you remain at the mercy of their quarrel. It happened very ill to Artibius, general of the Persian army, fighting, man to man, with Onesimus, king of Salamis, to be mounted upon a horse trained after this manner, it being the occasion of his death. The squire of Onesimus cleaving the horse down with a scythe betwixt the shoulders as it was reared up upon his master. And what the Italians report, that in the battle of Fornova, the horse of Charles VIII. With kicks and plunges, disengaged his master from the enemy that pressed upon him, without which he had been slain, sounds like a very great chance, if it be true. 509. The Mamelukes make their boast that they have the most ready horses of any cavalry in the world. That by nature and custom they were taught to know and distinguish the enemy, and to fall foul upon them with mouth and heels, according to a word or sign given. As also to gather up with their teeth darts and lances scattered upon the field, and present them to their riders, on the word of command. 'Tis said, both of Caesar and Pompey, that amongst their other excellent qualities they were both very good horsemen, and particularly of Caesar, that in his youth, being mounted on the bare back, without saddle or bridle, he could make the horse run, stop, and turn, and perform all its airs, with his hands behind him. As nature designed to make of this person, and of Alexander, two miracles of military art, so one would say she had done her utmost to arm them after an extraordinary manner, for every one knows that Alexander's horse, Bucephalus, had a head inclining to the shape of a bull. That he would suffer himself to be mounted and governed by none but his master, and that he was so honored after his death as to have a city erected to his name. Caesar had also one which had 4 feet like those of a man, his hoofs being divided in the form of fingers, which likewise was not to be ridden, by any but Caesar himself, who, after his death, dedicated his statue to the goddess Venus. I do not willingly alight when I am once on horseback, for it is the place where, whether well or sick, I find myself most at ease. Plato recommends it for health, as also Pliny says it is good for the stomach and the joints. Let us go further into this matter since here we are. We read in Xenophon a law forbidding any one who was master of a horse to travel on foot. Trogus Pompeius and Justin say that the Parthians were wont to perform all offices and ceremonies, not only in war but also all affairs whether public or private, make bargains, confer, entertain, take the air, and all on horseback. And that the greatest distinction betwixt freemen and slaves amongst them was that the one rode on horseback and the other went on foot, an institution of which King Cyrus was the founder. There are several examples in the Roman history, and Suetonius more particularly observes it of Caesar, of captains who, on pressing occasions, commanded their cavalry to alight, both by that means to take from them all hopes of flight, as also for the advantage they hoped in this sort of fight. Quo baud dubi superat Romanus. Wherein the Roman does questionless excel, 510. Says Livy. And so the first thing they did to prevent the mutinies and insurrections of nations of late conquest was to take from them their arms and horses, and therefore it is that we so often meet in Caesar. Arma proferi, jumenta produci. Upsides dari jubit. He commanded the arms to be produced, the horses brought out, hostages to be given, 511. The Grand Signior to this day suffers not a Christian or a Jew to keep a horse of his own throughout his empire. Our ancestors, and especially at the time they had war with the English, in all their greatest engagements and pitched battles fought for the most part on foot, that they might have nothing but their own force, courage, and constancy to trust to in a quarrel of so great concern as life and honor. You stake, whatever Chrysanthes in Xenophon says to the contrary, your valor and your fortune upon that of your horse, his wounds or death bring your person into the same danger, his fear or fury shall make you reputed rash or cowardly. If he have an ill mouth or will not answer to the spur, your honor must answer for it. And, therefore, I do not think it strange that those battles were more firm and furious than those that are fought on horseback. Cadebant peritur, periturque rubunt, victors victique, nec his fuga nota, nec illis. They fought and fell pell-mell, victors and vanquished, nor was flight thought of by either, 512. Their battles were much better disputed. Nowadays there are nothing but routs. Primus clamor ac impetus rem discernit. The first shout and charge decides the business. 513. And the means we choose to make use of in so great a hazard should be as much as possible at our own command, wherefore I should advise to choose weapons of the shortest sort, and such of which we are able to give the best account. A man may repose more confidence in a sword he holds in his hand than in a bullet he discharges out of a pistol, wherein there must be a concurrence of several circumstances to make it perform its office, the powder, the stone, and the wheel, if any of which fail it endangers your fortune. A man himself strikes much surer than the air can direct his blow. Iti, quo fere velant, permittera vulnera ventis, ensis habet vires, e gens quicumque verorum est, bella gerit gladius. And so where they choose to carry, the arrows, the winds allow the wounds, the sword has strength of arm, and whatever nation of men there is, they wage war with swords. 514. But of that weapon I shall speak more fully when I come to compare the arms of the ancients with those of modern use. Only, by the way, the astonishment of the ear abated, which every one grows familiar with in a short time, I look upon it as a weapon of very little execution, and hope we shall one day lay it aside. That missile weapon which the Italians formerly made use of both with fire and by sling was much more terrible, they called a certain kind of javelin, armed at the point with an iron 3 feet long. That it might pierce through and through an armed man, philarica, which they sometimes in the field darted by hand, sometimes from several sorts of engines for the defense of beleaguered places. The shaft being rolled round with flax, wax, rosin, oil, and other combustible matter, took fire in its flight, and lighting upon the body of a man or his target, took away all the use of arms and limbs. And yet, coming to close fight, I should think they would also damage the assailant, and that the camp being as it were planted with these flaming truncheons, would produce a common inconvenience to the whole crowd. Magnum stridens contorta philarica venit, fulminis acta modo. The philarica, launched like lightning, flies through the air with a loud rushing sound. 515. They had, moreover, other devices which custom made them perfect in, which seem incredible to us who have not seen them, by which they supplied the effects of our powder and shot. They darted their spears with so great force, as ofttimes to transfix 2 targets and 2 armed men at once, and pin them together. Neither was the effect of their slings less certain of execution or of shorter carriage. 516. Their pieces of battery had not only the execution but the thunder of our cannon also. Ad ictus menium cum terribili sonitu editos, paver et trepidatio sepit. At the battery of the walls, performed with a terrible noise, the defenders began to fear and tremble. 517. The Gauls, our kinsmen in Asia, abominated these treacherous missile arms, it being their use to fight, with greater bravery, hand to hand. 518. A pretty description of something very like an arquebus shot. The 10,000 Greeks in their long and famous retreat met with a nation who very much galled them with great and strong bows, carrying arrows so long that, taking them up, one might return them back like a dart. And with them pierce a buckler and an armed man through and through. The engines, that Dionysius invented at Syracuse to shoot vast massy darts and stones of a prodigious greatness with so great impetuosity and at so great a distance, came very near to our modern inventions. But in this discourse of horses and horsemanship, we are not to forget the pleasant posture of one Maester Pierre Paul, a doctor of divinity, upon his mule, whom Monstrelet reports always to have ridden sideways through the streets of Paris like a woman. He says also, elsewhere, that the Gascons had terrible horses, that would wheel in their full speed, which the French, Picards, Flemings, and Brabanters looked upon as a miracle, having never seen the like before, which are his very words. Caesar, speaking of the Swabians, in the charges they make on horseback, says he, they often throw themselves off to fight on foot, having taught their horses not to stir in the meantime from the place, to which they presently run again upon occasion. And according to their custom, nothing is so unmanly and so base as to use saddles or pads, and they despise such as make use of those conveniences, insomuch that, being but a very few in number, they fear not to attack a great many. That which I have formerly wondered at, to see a horse made to perform all his airs with a switch only and the reins upon his neck, was common with the Massilians, who rid their horses without saddle or bridle. Et gens. Quae nudo residens Massilia dorso, ora levi flectit, frenorum nescia, virga. The Massilians, mounted on the bare backs of their horses, bridleless, guide them by a mere switch. 519. id Numidian freni singent. The Numidians guiding their horses without bridles. 520. Equi sine frainis, deformis ipsi cursus, rigida servis et extento capite currentium. The career of a horse without a bridle is ungraceful, the neck extended stiff, and the nose thrust out. 521. King Alfonso 522 he who first instituted the order of the band or scarf in Spain, amongst other rules of the order, gave them this, that they should never ride mule or mulet, upon penalty of a mark of silver. This I had lately out of Guevara's letters. Whoever gave these the title of golden epistles had another kind of opinion of them than I have. The courtier says, that till his time it was a disgrace to a gentleman to ride on one of these creatures, but the Abyssinians, on the contrary, the nearer they are to the person of Prester John, love to be mounted upon large mules. For the greatest dignity and grandeur. Xenophon tells us, that the Assyrians were fain to keep their horses fettered in the stable, they were so fierce and vicious. And that it required so much time to loose and harness them, that to avoid any disorder this tedious preparation might bring upon them in case of surprise, they never sat down in their camp till it was first well fortified with ditches and ramparts. His Cyrus, who was so great a master in all manner of horse service, kept his horses to their due work, and never suffered them to have anything to eat till first they had earned it by the sweat of some kind of exercise. The Scythians when in the field and in scarcity of provisions used to let their horses blood, which they drank, and sustained themselves by that diet. Venit eti epito sarmata pastis equo. The Scythian comes, who feeds on horse flesh, 523. Those of Crete, being besieged by Metellus, were in so great necessity for drink that they were fain to quench their thirst with their horses' urine. To shew how much cheaper the Turkish armies support themselves than our European forces. 'Tis said that besides the soldiers drink nothing but water and eat nothing but rice and salt flesh pulverized, of which every one may easily carry about with him a month's provision. They know how to feed upon the blood of their horses as well as the Muscovite and Tartar, and salt it for their use. These new-discovered people of the Indies, when the Spaniards first landed amongst them, had so great an opinion both of the men and horses, that they looked upon the first as gods and the other as animals ennobled above their nature. Insomuch that after they were subdued, coming to the men to sue for peace and pardon, and to bring them gold and provisions, they failed not to offer of the same to the horses. With the same kind of harangue to them they had made to the others, interpreting their neighing for a language of truce and friendship. In the other Indies, to ride upon an elephant was the first and royal place of honor, the second to ride in a coach with 4 horses, the third to ride upon a camel, and the last and least honor to be carried or drawn by 1 horse only. Some one of our late writers tells us that he has been in countries in those parts where they ride upon oxen with pads, stirrups, and bridles, and very much at their ease. Quintus Fabius Maximus Rullianus, in a battle with the Samnites, seeing his horse, after 3 or 4 charges, had failed of breaking into the enemy's battalion, took this course, to make them unbridle all their horses and spur their hardest. So that having nothing to check their career, they might through weapons and men open the way to his foot, who by that means gave them a bloody defeat. The same command was given by Quintus Fulvius Flaccus against the Celtiberians. 524. The Duke of Muscovy was anciently obliged to pay this reverence to the Tartars, that when they sent an embassy to him he went out to meet them on foot, and presented them with a goblet of Mara's milk, a beverage of greatest esteem amongst them. And if, in drinking, a drop fell by chance upon their horse's mane, he was bound to lick it off with his tongue. The army that Bajazet had sent into Russia was overwhelmed with so dreadful a tempest of snow, that to shelter and preserve themselves from the cold, many killed and emboweled their horses. To creep into their bellies and enjoy the benefit of that vital heat. Bajazet, after that furious battle wherein he was overthrown by Tamerlane, was in a hopeful way of securing his own person by the fleetness of an Arabian mare he had under him. Had he not been constrained to let her drink her fill at the ford of a river in his way, which rendered her so heavy and indisposed, that he was afterwards easily overtaken by those that pursued him. They say, indeed, that to let a horse stale takes him off his mettle, but as to drinking, I should rather have thought it would refresh him. Croesus, marching his army through certain waste lands near Sardis, met with an infinite number of serpents, which the horses devoured with great appetite, and which Herodotus says was a prodigy of ominous portent to his affairs. We call a horse entire, that has his mane and ears so, and no other will pass muster. The Lacedaemonians, having defeated the Athenians in Sicily, returning triumphant from the victory into the city of Syracuse, amongst other insolences, caused all the horses they had taken to be shorn and led in triumph. Alexander fought with a nation called Dahas, whose discipline it was to march 2 and 2 together armed on one horse, to the war, and being in fight, one of them alighted, and so they fought on horseback and on foot, one after another by turns. I do not think that for graceful riding any nation in the world excels the French. A good horseman, according to our way of speaking, seems rather to have respect to the courage of the man than address in riding. Of all that ever I saw, the most knowing in that art, who had the best seat and the best method in breaking horses, was Monsieur de Carnavalet, who served our King Henry II. I have seen a man ride with both his feet upon the saddle, take off his saddle, and at his return take it up again and replace it, riding all the while full speed, having galloped over a cap, make at it very good shots backwards with his bow. Take up anything from the ground, setting one foot on the ground and the other in the stirrup, with 20 other apes' tricks, which he got his living by. There has been seen in my time at Constantinople 2 men upon one horse, who, in the height of its speed, would throw themselves off and into the saddle again by turn, and one who bridled and saddled his horse with nothing but his teeth. An other who betwixt 2 horses, one foot upon one saddle and the other upon another, carrying the other man upon his shoulders, would ride full career, the other standing bolt upright upon and making very good shots with his bow. Several who would ride full speed with their heels upward, and their heads upon the saddle betwixt several scimitars, with the points upwards, fixed in the harness. When I was a boy, the Prince of Sulmona, riding an unbroken horse at Naples, prone to all sorts of action, held rails 525 under his knees and toes, as if they had been nailed there, to shew the firmness of his seat. Chapter 49. Of Ancient Customs. I should willingly pardon our people for admitting no other pattern or rule of perfection than their own peculiar manners and customs. For 'tis a common vice, not of the vulgar only, but almost of all men, to walk in the beaten road their ancestors have trod before them. I am content, when they see Fabricius or Laelius, that they look upon their countenance and behavior as barbarous, seeing they are neither clothed nor fashioned according to our mode. But I find fault with their singular indiscretion in suffering themselves to be so blinded and imposed upon by the authority of the present usage as every month to alter their opinion, if customs so require. And that they should so vary their judgment in their own particular concern. When they wore the busk of their doublets up as high as their breasts, they stiffly maintained that they were in their proper place. Some years after it was slipped down betwixt their thighs, and then they could laugh at the former fashion as uneasy and intolerable. The fashion now in use makes them absolutely condemn the other 2 with so great resolution and so universal consent, that a man would think there was a certain kind of madness crept in amongst them. That infatuates their understandings to this strange degree. Now, seeing that our change of fashions is so prompt and sudden, that the inventions of all the tailors in the world cannot furnish out new wigwams enow to feed our vanity withal, there will often be a necessity that the despised forms must again come in vogue, these immediately after fall into the same contempt. And that the same judgment must, in the space of 15 or 20 years, take up half a dozen not only diverse but contrary opinions, with an incredible lightness and inconstancy. There is not any of us so discreet, who suffers not himself to be gulled with this contradiction, and both in external and internal sight to be insensibly blinded. I wish to muster up here some old customs that I have in memory, some of them the same with ours, the others different, to the end that, bearing in mind this continual variation of human things, we may have our judgment more clearly and firmly settled. The thing in use amongst us of fighting with rapier and cloak was in practice amongst the Romans also. Sinistra segis involvent, gladiasque distringent. They wrapped their cloaks upon the left arm, and drew their swords, 526. says Caesar. And he observes a vicious custom of our nation, that continues yet amongst us, which is to stop passengers we meet upon the road, to compel them to give an account who they are. And to take it for an affront and just cause of quarrel if they refuse to do it. At the baths, which the ancients made use of every day before they went to dinner, and as frequently as we wash our hands, they at first only bathed their arms and legs. But afterwards, and by a custom that has continued for many ages in most nations of the world, they bathed stark naked in mixed and perfumed water, looking upon it as a great simplicity to bathe in mere water. The most delicate and affected perfumed themselves all over 3 or 4 times a day. They often caused their hair to be pinched off, as the women of France have some time since taken up a custom to do their foreheads. Quot pectus, quot crura tibi, quot brachia velis. You pluck the hairs out of your breast, your arms, and thighs. 527. Though they had ointments proper for that purpose. Silatro nitet, aut acids letet oblita creta. She shines with unguents, or with chalk dissolved in vinegar. 528. They delighted to lie soft, and alleged it as a great testimony of hardiness to lie upon a mattress. They ate lying upon beds, much after the manner of the Turks in this age. In thura pater Aeneas sic orsus abalto. Thus Father Aeneas, from his high bed of state, spoke. 529. And 'tis said of the younger Cato, that after the battle of Pharsalia, being entered into a melancholy disposition at the ill posture of the public affairs, he took his repasts always sitting, assuming a strict and austere course of life. It was also their custom to kiss the hands of great persons, the more to honor and caress them. And meeting with friends, they always kissed in salutation, as do the Venetians. Gratitusque darum cum dulcibus oscula verbis. And kindest words I would mingle with kisses. 530. In petitioning or saluting any great man, they used to lay their hands upon his knees. Pasicles the philosopher, brother of Crates, instead of laying his hand upon the knee laid it upon the private parts, and being roughly repulsed by him to whom he made that indecent compliment, "What," said he, "is not that part your own as well as the other?" 531. They used to eat fruit, as we do, after dinner. They wiped their fundaments, let the ladies, if they please, mince it smaller, with a sponge, which is the reason that spongia is a smutty word in Latin. Which sponge was fastened to the end of a stick, as appears by the story of him who, as he was led along to be thrown to the wild beasts in the sight of the people, asking leave to do his business, and having no other way to dispatch himself, forced the sponge and stick down his throat and choked himself. 532. They used to wipe, after coition, with perfumed wool. At tibi nil facium, said Iota Mencellalana. They had in the streets of Rome vessels and little tubs for passengers to urine in. Pusi sep lacum propterisi ac dolia curta. Somno devincti, credent extelir vestum. The little boys in their sleep often think they are near the public urinal, and raise their coats to make use of it. 533. They had collation betwixt meals, and had in summer cellars of snow to cool their wine, and some there were who made use of snow in winter, not thinking their wine cool enough, even at that cold season of the year. The men of quality had their cupbearers and carvers, and their buffoons to make them sport. They had their meat served up in winter upon chafing dishes, which were set upon the table, and had portable kitchens, of which I myself have seen some, wherein all their service was carried about with them. Has vobis epulas habet, laudi. Nos offendimer ambulant cina. Do you, if you please, esteem these feasts? We do not like the ambulatory suppers. 534. In summer they had a contrivance to bring fresh and clear rills through their lower rooms, wherein were great store of living fish, which the guests took out with their own hands to be dressed every man according to his own liking. Fish has ever had this preeminence, and keeps it still, that the grandees, as to them, all pretend to be cooks, and indeed the taste is more delicate than that of flesh, at least to my fancy. But in all sorts of magnificence, debauchery, and voluptuous inventions of effeminacy and expense, we do, in truth, all we can to parallel them, for our wills are as corrupt as theirs, but we want ability to equal them. Our force is no more able to reach them in their vicious, than in their virtuous, qualities, for both the one and the other proceeded from a vigor of soul which was without comparison greater in them than in us. And souls, by how much the weaker they are, by so much have they less power to do either very well or very ill. The highest place of honor amongst them was the middle. The name going before, or following after, either in writing or speaking, had no signification of grandeur, as is evident by their writings. They will as soon say Oppius and Caesar, as Caesar and Oppius, and me and thee, as thee and me. This is the reason that made me formerly take notice in the life of Flaminius, in our French Plutarch, of one passage, where it seems as if the author, speaking of the jealousy of honor betwixt the Aetolians and Romans, about the winning of a battle they had with their joined forces obtained, made it of some importance, that in the Greek songs they had put the Aetolians before the Romans, if there be no amphibology in the words of the French translation. The ladies, in their baths, made no scruple of admitting men amongst them, and moreover made use of their serving men to rub and anoint them. Inguina succinctus nigri tibi servis eluda, stat, quoties calidis nuda foveris aquis. A slave, his middle girded with a black apron, stands before you, when, naked, you take a hot bath. 535. They all powdered themselves with a certain powder, to moderate their sweats. The ancient Gauls, says Sidonius Apollinaris, wore their hair long before and the hinder part of the head shaved, a fashion that begins to revive in this vicious and effeminate age. The Romans used to pay the watermen their fare at their first stepping into the boat, which we never do till after landing. Dum aes exigitur, dum mula ligatur, tota abit ora. Whilst the fare's paying, and the mule is being harnessed, a whole hour's time is past. 536. The women used to lie on the side of the bed next the wall, and for that reason they called Caesar Spondum Regis Nicomedes, the bed of King Nicomedes. 537. They took breath in their drinking, and watered their wine. Cos puer osius, restinguit ardentis Falerni, pocula preterant lympha. What boy will quickly come and cool the heat of the Falernian wine with clear water? 538. And the roguish looks and gestures of our lackeys were also in use amongst them. O Jane, a tergo quern nul Syconia pin sit, nec manus, auriculas imitari est mobilis albas, nec lingua, quantum sitiat canis apula, tantum. O Janus, whom no crooked fingers, simulating a stork, peck at behind your back, whom no quick hands deride behind you, by imitating the motion of the white ears of the ass, against whom no mocking tongue is thrust out, as the tongue of the thirsty Apulian dog. 539. The Argian and Roman ladies mourned in white, as ours did formerly and should do still, were I to govern in this point. But there are whole books on this subject. Chapter 50. Of Democritus and Heraclitus. The judgment is an utensil proper for all subjects, and will have an or in everything, which is the reason, that in these essays I take hold of all occasions where, though it happen to be a subject I do not very well understand, I try, however, sounding it at a distance, and finding it too deep for my stature, I keep me on the shore. And this knowledge that a man can proceed no further, is one effect of its virtue, yes, one of those of which it is most proud. One while in an idle and frivolous subject, I try to find out matter whereof to compose a body, and then to prop and support it. Another while, I employ it in a noble subject, one that has been tossed and tumbled by 1,000 hands, wherein a man can scarce possibly introduce anything of his own. The way being so beaten on every side that he must of necessity walk in the steps of another, in such a case, 'tis the work of the judgment to take the way that seems best, and of 1,000 paths, to determine that this or that is the best. I leave the choice of my arguments to fortune, and take that she first presents to me. They are all alike to me, I never design to go through any of them, for I never see all of anything, neither do they who so largely promise to show it others. Of 100 members and faces that everything has, I take one while to look it over only, another while to ripple up the skin, and sometimes to pinch it to the bones. I give a stab, not so wide but as deep as I can. And am for the most part tempted to take it in hand by some new light I discover in it. Did I know myself less, I might perhaps venture to handle something or other to the bottom, and to be deceived in my own inability. But sprinkling here one word and there another, patterns cut from several pieces and scattered without design and without engaging myself too far, I am not responsible for them, or obliged to keep close to my subject. Without varying at my own liberty and pleasure, and giving up myself to doubt and uncertainty, and to my own governing method, ignorance. All motion discovers us, the very same soul of Caesar, that made itself so conspicuous in marshalling and commanding the battle of Pharsalia, was also seen as solicitous and busy in the softer affairs of love and leisure. A man makes a judgment of a horse, not only by seeing him when he is showing off his paces, but by his very walk, nay, and by seeing him stand in the stable. Amongst the functions of the soul, there are some of a lower and meaner form. He who does not see her in those inferior offices as well as in those of nobler note, never fully discovers her, and, peradventure, she is best shown where she moves her simpler pace. The winds of passions take most hold of her in her highest flights. And the rather by reason that she wholly applies herself to, and exercises her whole virtue upon, every particular subject, and never handles more than one thing at a time, and that not according to it, but according to herself. Things in respect to themselves have, peradventure, their weight, measures, and conditions, but when we once take them into us, the soul forms them as she pleases. Death is terrible to Cicero, coveted by Cato, indifferent to Socrates. Health, conscience, authority, knowledge, riches, beauty, and their contraries, all strip themselves at their entering into us, and receive a new robe, and of another fashion, from the soul. And of what color, brown, bright, green, dark, and of what quality, sharp, sweet, deep, or superficial, as best pleases each of them, for they are not agreed upon any common standard of forms, rules, or proceedings. Every one is a queen in her own dominions. Let us, therefore, no more excuse ourselves upon the external qualities of things, it belongs to us to give ourselves an account of them. Our good or ill has no other dependence but on ourselves. 'Tis there that our offerings and our vows are due, and not to fortune. She has no power over our manners, on the contrary, they draw and make her follow in their train, and cast her in their own mold. Why should not I judge of Alexander at table, ranting and drinking at the prodigious rate he sometimes used to do? Or, if he played at chess, what string of his soul was not touched by this idle and childish game? I hate and avoid it, because it is not play enough, that it is too grave and serious a diversion, and I am ashamed to lay out as much thought and study upon it as would serve to much better uses. He did not more pump his brains about his glorious expedition into the Indies, nor than another in unraveling a passage upon which depends the safety of mankind. To what a degree does this ridiculous diversion molest the soul, when all her faculties are summoned together upon this trivial account? And how fair an opportunity she herein gives every one to know and to make a right judgment of himself. I do not more thoroughly sift myself in any other posture than this. What passion are we exempted from in it? Anger, spite, malice, impatience, and a vehement desire of getting the better in a concern wherein it were more excusable to be ambitious of being overcome. For to be eminent, to excel above the common rate in frivolous things, nowise befits a man of honor. What I say in this example may be said in all others. Every particle, every employment of man manifests him equally with any other. Democritus and Heraclitus were two philosophers, of whom the first, finding human condition ridiculous and vain, never appeared abroad but with a jeering and laughing countenance. Whereas Heraclitus, commiserating that same condition of ours, appeared always with a sorrowful look, and tears in his eyes. Alter ridebat, quoties elimine moverat unum procularat pedum, flebit contrarius alter. The one always, as often as he had stepped one pace from his threshold, laughed, the other always wept. 540. I am clearly for the first humor. Not because it is more pleasant to laugh than to weep, but because it expresses more contempt and condemnation than the other, and I think we can never be despised according to our full desert. Compassion and bewailing seem to imply some esteem of and value for the thing bemoaned, whereas the things we laugh at are by that expressed to be of no moment. I do not think that we are so unhappy as we are vain, or have in us so much malice as folly, we are not so full of mischief as inanity, nor so miserable as we are vile and mean. And therefore Diogenes, who passed away his time in rolling himself in his tub, and made nothing of the great Alexander, esteeming us no better than flies or bladders puffed up with wind, was a sharper and more penetrating, and consequently in my opinion, a juster judge than Timon, surnamed the man-hater. For what a man hates he lays to heart. This last was an enemy to all mankind, who passionately desired our ruin, and avoided our conversation as dangerous. Proceeding from wicked and depraved natures, the other valued us so little that we could neither trouble nor infect him by our example. And left us to herd one with another, not out of fear, but from contempt of our society, concluding us as incapable of doing good as evil. Of the same strain was Statilius' answer, when Brutus courted him into the conspiracy against Caesar. He was satisfied that the enterprise was just, but he did not think mankind worthy of a wise man's concern. According to the doctrine of Hegesias, who said, that a wise man ought to do nothing but for himself, forasmuch as he only was worthy of it, and to the saying of Theodorus, that it was not reasonable a wise man should hazard himself for his country, and endanger wisdom for a company of fools. Our condition is as ridiculous as risible. Chapter 51. Of the vanity of words. A rhetorician of times past said, that to make little things appear great was his profession. This was a shoemaker, who can make a great shoe for a little foot. 541 They would in Sparta have sent such a fellow to be whipped for making profession of a tricky and deceitful act. And I fancy that Archidamus, who was king of that country, was a little surprised at the answer of Thucydides, when inquiring of him, which was the better wrestler, Pericles, or he replied, that it was hard to affirm. For when I have thrown him, said he always persuades the spectators that he had no fall and carries away the prize. 542 The women who paint, pounce, and plaster up their ruins, filling up their wrinkles and deformities, are less to blame, because it is no great matter whether we see them in their natural complexions. Whereas these make it their business to deceive not our sight only but our judgments, and to adulterate and corrupt the very essence of things. The republics that have maintained themselves in a regular and well-modeled government, such as those of Lacedaemon and Crete, had orators in no very great esteem. Aristo wisely defined rhetoric to be a science to persuade the people. Socrates and Plato, an art to flatter and deceive. And those who deny it in the general description, verify it throughout in their precepts. The Mohammedans will not suffer their children to be instructed in it, as being useless, and the Athenians, perceiving of how pernicious consequence the practice of it was, it being in their city of universal esteem, ordered the principal part, which is to move the affections, with their exordiums and perorations, to be taken away. 'Tis an engine invented to manage and govern a disorderly and tumultuous rabble, and that never is made use of, but like physic to the sick, in a discomposed state. In those where the vulgar or the ignorant, or both together, have been all-powerful and able to give the law, as in those of Athens, Rhodes, and Rome, and where the public affairs have been in a continual tempest of commotion. To such places have the orators always repaired. And in truth, we shall find few persons in those republics who have pushed their fortunes to any great degree of eminence without the assistance of eloquence. Pompey, Caesar, Crassus, Lucullus, Lentulus, Metellus, thence took their chiefest spring, to mount to that degree of authority at which they at last arrived, making it of greater use to them than arms, contrary to the opinion of better times. For, L. Volumnius speaking publicly in favor of the election of Q. Fabius and Pub Decius, to the consular dignity, these are men, said he, born for war and great in execution, in the combat of the tongue altogether wanting spirits truly consular. The subtle, eloquent, and learned are only good for the city, to make praetors of, to administer justice. 543. Eloquence most flourished at Rome when the public affairs were in the worst condition and most disquieted with intestine commotions, as a free and untilled soil bears the worst weeds. By which it should seem that a monarchical government has less need of it than any other, for the stupidity and facility natural to the common people, and that render them subject to be turned and twined and led by the ears by this charming harmony of words, without weighing or considering the truth and reality of things by the force of reason. This facility, I say, is not easily found in a single person. And it is also more easy by good education and advice to secure him from the impression of this poison. There was never any famous orator known to come out of Persia or Macedon. I have entered into this discourse upon the occasion of an Italian I lately received into my service, and who was clerk of the kitchen to the late Cardinal Caraffa till his death. I put this fellow upon an account of his office, when he fell to discourse of this palate science, with such a settled countenance and magisterial gravity, as if he had been handling some profound point of divinity. He made a learned distinction of the several sorts of appetites, of that a man has before he begins to eat, and of those after the second and third service, the means simply to satisfy the first, and then to raise and actuate the other two. The ordering of the sauces, first in general, and then proceeded to the qualities of the ingredients and their effects, the differences of salads according to their seasons, those which ought to be served up hot, and which cold. The manner of their garnishment and decoration to render them acceptable to the eye. After which he entered upon the order of the whole service, full of weighty and important considerations. Nec minimo sane discrimin refert, quo gesta lepores, e quo galena si ceder. Nor with less discrimination observes how we should carve a hare, and how a hen or, nor with the least discrimination relates how we should carve hares, and how cut up a hen. 544. And all this set out with lofty and magnificent words, the very same we make use of when we discourse of the government of an empire. Which learned lecture of my man brought this of Terence into my memory. Hoc salsum est, hoc adustum est, hoc laudum est, parum, illud rect, iterum sic memento, sedulo monio, cux possum, pro mea sapientia. Post remo, tanquam in speculum, in patines, de me, in spicera jubeo, edimonio, quid facto usus sit. This is too salt, that's burnt, that's not washed enough, that's well, remember to do so another time. Thus do I ever advise them to have things done properly, according to my capacity, and lastly, de me, I command my cooks to look into every dish as if it were a mirror, and tell them what they should do. 545. And yet even the Greeks themselves very much admired and highly applauded the order and disposition that Paulus Aemilius observed in the feast he gave them at his return from Macedon. But I do not here speak of effects, I speak of words only. I do not know whether it may have the same operation upon other men that it has upon me, but when I hear our architects thunder out their bombast words of pilasters, architraves, and cornices, of the Corinthian and Doric orders, and such like jargon, my imagination is presently possessed with the palace of Apollodon. When, after all, I find them but the paltry pieces of my own kitchen door. To hear men talk of metonymies, metaphors, and allegories, and other grammar words, would not one think they signified some rare and exotic form of speaking? And yet they are phrases that come near to the babble of my chambermaid. And this other is a gullery of the same stamp, to call the offices of our kingdom by the lofty titles of the Romans, though they have no similitude of function, and still less of authority and power. And this also, which I doubt will one day turn to the reproach of this age of ours, unworthily and indifferently to confer upon any we think fit the most glorious surnames with which antiquity honored but one or two persons in several ages. Plato carried away the surname of divine, by so universal a consent that never any one repined at it, or attempted to take it from him. And yet the Italians, who pretend, and with good reason, to more sprightly wits and sounder sense than the other nations of their time, have lately bestowed the same title upon Attain, in whose writings, save tumid phrases set out with smart periods, ingenious indeed but far-fetched and fantastic, and the eloquence, be it what it may, I see nothing in him above the ordinary writers of his time, so far is he from approaching the ancient divinity. And we make nothing of giving the surname of great to princes who have nothing more than ordinary in them. Chapter 52. Of the Parsimony of the Ancients. Attilius Regulus, general of the Roman army in Africa, in the height of all his glory in victories over the Carthaginians, wrote to the Republic to acquaint them that a certain hind he had left in trust with his estate, which was in all but 7 acres of land, had run away with all his instruments of husbandry, and entreating therefore that they would please to call him home that he might take order in his own affairs, lest his wife and children should suffer by this disaster. Whereupon the Senate appointed another to manage his business, caused his losses to be made good, and ordered his family to be maintained at the public expense. The elder Cato, returning consul from Spain, sold his warhorse to save the money it would have cost in bringing it back by sea into Italy. And being governor of Sardinia, he made all his visits on foot, without other train than one officer of the Republic who carried his robe and a censer for sacrifices, and for the most part carried his trunk himself. He bragged that he had never worn a gown that cost above 10 crowns, nor had ever sent above 10 pence to the market for one day's provision, and that as to his country houses, he had not one that was rough cast on the outside. Scipio Aemilianus, after 2 triumphs and 2 consulships, went an embassy with no more than 7 servants in his train. 'Tis said that Homer had never more than 1, Plato 3, and Zeno, founder of the sect of Stoics, none at all. Tiberius Gracchus was allowed but 5 pence halfpenny a day when employed as public minister about the public affairs, and being at that time the greatest man of Rome. Chapter 53. Of a saying of Caesar. If we would sometimes bestow a little consideration upon ourselves, and employ the time we spend in prying into other men's actions, and discovering things without us, in examining our own abilities, we should soon perceive of how infirm and decaying material this fabric of ours is composed. Is it not a singular testimony of imperfection that we cannot establish our satisfaction in any one thing, and that even our own fancy and desire should deprive us of the power to choose what is most proper and useful for us? A very good proof of this is the great dispute that has ever been amongst the philosophers, of finding out man's sovereign good, that continues yet, and will eternally continue, without solution or accord. Dum abest quod avimus. Id ex superare videtur citera. Post aliud, quum contingit illud, avimus, id cities equa tenet. While that which we desire is wanting, it seems to surpass all the rest, then, when we have got it, we want something else. 'Tis ever the same thirst. 546. Whatever it is that falls into our knowledge and possession, we find that it satisfies not, and we still pant after things to come and unknown, inasmuch as those present do not suffice for us. Not that, in my judgment, they have not in them wherewith to do it, but because we seize them with an unruly and immoderate haste. Nam quum vidit hic, ad victim cux flagitat usus, perque possunt vitam consistra tutum. Omnia jam firm mortalibus esse parata. De vicious homines, edi honore, laudi potentis afflura, ac bona nato rum excelir fama, nec minus esse domi quicum tamen ansia corda, ac animi ingratus vitam vexer querellis causam, quae infestus cogit savire querellis, intelligit ibi. Vidium vas efficere ipsum, omniac, ilius vicio, corrumpier intus, cux collata foris eti commoda quanque venerant. For when he saw that almost all things necessarily required for subsistence, and which may render life comfortable, are already prepared to their hand, that men may abundantly attain wealth, honor, praise, may rejoice in the reputation of their children, yet that, notwithstanding, every one has none the less in his heart and home anxieties and a mind enslaved by wearing complaints, he saw that the vessel itself was in fault, and that all good things which were brought into it from without were spoilt by its own imperfections. 547. Our appetite is irresolute and fickle. It can neither keep nor enjoy anything with a good grace, and man, concluding it to be the fault of the things he is possessed of, fills himself with and feeds upon the idea of things he neither knows nor understands, to which he devotes his hopes and his desires, paying them all reverence and honor, according to the saying of Caesar. Communi fit vicio naturae, ut in vices, latitantibus ec incognitus rebus magis confidamus, vehementiusque exterimer. 'Tis the common vice of nature, that we at once repose most confidence, and receive the greatest apprehensions, from things unseen, concealed, and unknown. 548. Chapter 54. Of Vain Subtleties. There are a sort of little knacks and frivolous subtleties from which men sometimes expect to derive reputation and applause, as poets, who compose whole poems with every line beginning with the same letter. We see the shapes of eggs, globes, wings, and hatchets cut out by the ancient Greeks by the measure of their verses, making them longer or shorter, to represent such or such a figure. Of this nature was his employment who made it his business to compute into how many several orders the letters of the alphabet might be transposed, and found out that incredible number mentioned in Plutarch. I am mightily pleased with the humor of him. 549 who having a man brought before him that had learned to throw a grain of millet with such dexterity and assurance as never to miss the eye of a needle. And being afterwards entreated to give something for the reward of so rare a performance, he pleasantly, and in my opinion justly, ordered a certain number of bushels of the same grain to be delivered to him, that he might not want wherewith to exercise so famous an art. 'Tis a strong evidence of a weak judgment when men approve of things for their being rare and new, or for their difficulty, where worth and usefulness are not conjoined to recommend them. I come just now from playing with my own family at who could find out the most things that hold by their two extremities. As sire, which is a title given to the greatest person in the nation, the king, and also to the vulgar, as merchants, but never to any degree of men between. The women of great quality are called dames, inferior gentlewomen, demoiselles, and the meanest sort of women, dames, as the first. The cloth of state over our tables is not permitted but in the palaces of princes and in taverns. Democritus said, that gods and beasts had sharper sense than men, who are of a middle form. The Romans wore the same habit at funerals and feasts. It is most certain that an extreme fear and an extreme ardor of courage equally trouble and relax the belly. The nickname of trembling with which they surnamed Sancho XII, King of Navarre, tells us that valor will cause a trembling in the limbs as well as fear. Those who were arming that king, or some other person, who upon the like occasion was wont to be in the same disorder, tried to compose him by representing the danger less he was going to engage himself in. You understand me ill, said he. For could my flesh know the danger my courage will presently carry it into, it would sink down to the ground. The faintness that surprises us from frigidity or dislike in the exercises of Venus are also occasioned by a too violent desire and an immoderate heat. Extreme coldness and extreme heat boil and roast. Aristotle says, that sows of lead will melt and run with cold and the rigor of winter just as with a vehement heat. Desire and satiety fill all the gradations above and below pleasure with pain. Stupidity and wisdom meet in the same center of sentiment and resolution, in the suffering of human accidents. The wise control and triumph over ill, the others know it not, these last are, as a man may say, on this side of accidents, the others are beyond them, who after having well weighed and considered their qualities, measured and judged them what they are, by virtue of a vigorous soul leap out of their reach. They disdain and trample them under foot, having a solid and well-fortified soul, against which the darts of fortune, coming to strike, must of necessity rebound and blunt themselves, meeting with a body upon which they can fix no impression. The ordinary and middle condition of men are lodged betwixt these two extremities, consisting of such as perceive evils, feel them, and are not able to support them. Infancy and decrepitude meet in the imbecility of the brain. Avarice and profusion in the same thirst and desire of getting. A man may say with some color of truth that there is an abecedarian ignorance that precedes knowledge, and a doctoral ignorance that comes after it, an ignorance that knowledge creates and begets, at the same time that it dispatches and destroys the first. Of mean understandings, little inquisitive, and little instructed, are made good Christians, who by reverence and obedience simply believe and are constant in their belief. In the average understandings and the middle sort of capacities, the error of opinion is begotten. They follow the appearance of the first impression, and have some colour of reason on their side to impute our walking on in the old beaten path to simplicity and stupidity, meaning us who have not informed ourselves by study. The higher and nobler souls, more solid and clear-sighted, make up another sort of true believers, who by a long and religious investigation of truth, have obtained a clearer and more penetrating light into the Scriptures, and have discovered the mysterious and divine secret of our ecclesiastical polity. And yet we see some, who by the middle step, have arrived at that supreme degree with marvelous fruit and confirmation, as to the utmost limit of Christian intelligence, and enjoy their victory with great spiritual consolation. Humble acknowledgement of the divine favor, reformation of manners, and singular modesty. I do not intend with these to rank those others, who to clear themselves from all suspicion of their former errors and to satisfy us that they are sound and firm, render themselves extremely indiscreet and unjust, in the carrying on our cause, and blemish it with infinite reproaches of violence and oppression. The simple peasants are good people, and so are the philosophers, or whatever the present age calls them, men of strong and clear reason, and whose souls are enriched with an ample instruction of profitable sciences. The mongrels who have disdained the first form of the ignorance of letters, and have not been able to attain to the other, sitting betwixt two stools, as I and a great many more of us do, are dangerous, foolish and importunate. These are they that trouble the world. And therefore it is that I, for my own part, retreat as much as I can towards the first and natural station, whence I so vainly attempted to advance. Popular and purely natural poesy 550 has in it certain artless graces, by which she may come into comparison with the greatest beauty of poetry perfected by art, as we see in our Gascon villanels and the songs that are brought us from nations that have no knowledge of any manner of science, nor so much as the use of writing. The middle sort of poesy betwixt these two is despised, of no value, honor, or esteem. But seeing that the path once laid open to the fancy, I have found, as it commonly falls out, that what we have taken for a difficult exercise and a rare subject, prove to be nothing so, and that after the invention is once warm, it finds out an infinite number of parallel examples. I shall only add this one, that, were these essays of mine considerable enough to deserve a critical judgment, it might then, I think, fall out that they would not much take with common and vulgar capacities, nor be very acceptable to the singular and excellent sort of men. The first would not understand them enough, and the last too much, and so they may hover in the middle region. Chapter 55. Of Smells. It has been reported of some, as of Alexander the Great, that their sweat exhaled an odoriferous smell, occasioned by some rare and extraordinary constitution, of which Plutarch and others have been inquisitive into the cause. But the ordinary constitution of human bodies is quite otherwise, and their best and chiefest excellency is to be exempt from smell. Nay, the sweetness even of the purest breath has nothing in it of greater perfection than to be without any offensive smell, like those of healthful children, which made Plautus say of a woman, Mulier tum bene olet, ubi nihil olet. She smells sweetest, who smells not at all. 551. And such as make use of fine exotic perfumes are with good reason to be suspected of some natural imperfection which they endeavor by these odors to conceal. To smell, though well, is to stink. Rides nos, coracine, nil olentes malo, quam bene olera, nil olera. You laugh at us, Coracinus, because we are not scented. I would, rather than smell well, not smell at all. 552. And elsewhere. Posthume, non bene olet, ca bene semper olet. Posthumous, he who ever smells well does not smell well. 553. I am nevertheless a great lover of good smells, and as much abominate the ill ones, which also I scent at a greater distance, I think, than other men. Namque sagacious unis odoror, Polypus. And gravis hirsutus cubit hercus in aliis quam canis acer, ubi latest sus. My nose is quicker to scent a fetid sore or a rank armpit, than a dog to smell out the hidden sow. 554. Of smells, the simple and natural seem to me the most pleasing. Let the ladies look to that, for 'tis chiefly their concern, amid the most profound barbarism, the Scythian women, after bathing, were wont to powder and crust their faces and all their bodies with a certain odoriferous drug growing in their country, which being cleansed off, when they came to have familiarity with men they were found perfumed and sleek. 'Tis not to be believed how strangely all sorts of odors cleave to me, and how apt my skin is to imbibe them. He that complains of nature that she has not furnished mankind with a vehicle to convey smells to the nose had no reason. For they will do it themselves, especially to me, my very mustachios, which are full, perform that office, for if I stroke them but with my gloves or handkerchief, the smell will not out a whole day. They manifest where I have been, and the close, luscious, devouring, viscid melting kisses of youthful ardor in my wanton age left a sweetness upon my lips for several hours after. And yet I have ever found myself little subject to epidemic diseases, that are caught either by conversing with the sick or bred by the contagion of the air, and have escaped from those of my time. Of which there have been several sorts in our cities and armies. We read of Socrates, that though he never departed from Athens during the frequent plagues that infested the city, he only was never infected. Physicians might, I believe, extract greater utility from odors than they do, for I have often observed that they cause an alteration in me and work upon my spirits according to their several virtues. Which makes me approve of what is said, that the use of incense and perfumes in churches, so ancient and so universally received in all nations and religions, was intended to cheer us, and to rouse and purify the senses, the better to fit us for contemplation. I could have been glad, the better to judge of it, to have tasted the culinary art of those cooks who had so rare a way of seasoning exotic odors with the relish of meats. As it was particularly observed in the service of the King of Tunis, who in our days 555 landed at Naples to have an interview with Charles the Emperor. His dishes were larded with odoriferous drugs, to that degree of expense that the cookery of 1 peacock and 2 pheasants amounted to 100 ducats to dress them after their fashion. And when the carver came to cut them up, not only the dining room, but all the apartments of his palace and the adjoining streets were filled with an aromatic vapor which did not presently vanish. My chiefest care in choosing my lodgings is always to avoid a thick and stinking air. And those beautiful cities, Venice and Paris, very much lessen the kindness I have for them, the one by the offensive smell of her marshes, and the other of her dirt. Chapter 56. Of Prayers. I propose formless and undetermined fancies, like those who publish doubtful questions, to be after it disputed upon in the schools, not to establish truth but to seek it. And I submit them to the judgments of those whose office it is to regulate, not my writings and actions only, but moreover my very thoughts. Let what I here set down meet with correction or applause, it shall be of equal welcome and utility to me, myself beforehand condemning as absurd and impious, if anything shall be found, through ignorance or inadvertency, couched in this rhapsody, contrary to the holy resolutions and prescriptions of the Catholic Apostolic and Roman Church, into which I was born and in which I will die. And yet, always submitting to the authority of their censure, which has an absolute power over me, I thus rashly venture at everything, as in treating upon this present subject. I know not if or no I am wrong, but since, by a particular favor of the divine bounty, a certain form of prayer has been prescribed and dictated to us, word by word, from the mouth of God himself. I have ever been of opinion that we ought to have it in more frequent use than we yet have. And if I were worthy to advise, at the sitting down to and rising from our tables, at our rising from and going to bed, and in every particular action wherein prayer is used, I would that Christians always make use of the Lord's Prayer. If not alone, yet at least always. The Church may lengthen and diversify prayers, according to the necessity of our instruction, for I know very well that it is always the same in substance and the same thing, but yet such a privilege ought to be given to that prayer, that the people should have it continually in their mouths. For it is most certain that all necessary petitions are comprehended in it, and that it is infinitely proper for all occasions. 'Tis the only prayer I use in all places and conditions, and which I still repeat instead of changing. Whence it also happens that I have no other so entirely by heart as that. It just now came into my mind, whence it is we should derive that error of having recourse to God in all our designs and enterprises, to call him to our assistance in all sorts of affairs. And in all places where our weakness stands in need of support, without considering whether the occasion be just or otherwise. And to invoke his name and power, in what state soever we are, or action we are engaged in, howsoever vicious. He is indeed, our sole and unique protector, and can do all things for us, but though he is pleased to honor us with this sweet paternal alliance, he is, notwithstanding, as just as he is good and mighty. And more often exercises his justice than his power, and favors us according to that, and not according to our petitions. Plato in his Laws, makes 3 sorts of belief injurious to the gods, that there are none. That they concern not themselves about our affairs, that they never refuse anything to our vows, offerings, and sacrifices. The first of these errors, according to his opinion, never continued rooted in any man from his infancy to his old age. The other 2, he confesses, men might be obstinate in. God's justice and his power are inseparable, 'tis in vain we invoke his power in an unjust cause. We are to have our souls pure and clean, at that moment at least wherein we pray to him, and purified from all vicious passions, otherwise we ourselves present him the rods wherewith to chastise us. Instead of repairing anything we have done amiss, we double the wickedness and the offense when we offer to him, to whom we are to sue for pardon, an affection full of irreverence and hatred. Which makes me not very apt to applaud those whom I observe to be so frequent on their knees, if the actions nearest to the prayer do not give me some evidence of amendment and reformation. See, Nocturnus Adulter. Tempora Santonico velis adiperta cucullo. If a night adulterer, thou coverest thy head with a santonic cowl. 556. And the practice of a man who mixes devotion with an execrable life seems in some sort more to be condemned than that of a man conformable to his own propension and dissolute throughout. And for that reason it is that our Church denies admittance to and communion with men obstinate and incorrigible in any notorious wickedness. We pray only by custom and for fashion's sake. Or rather, we read or pronounce our prayers aloud, which is no better than an hypocritical show of devotion. And I am scandalized to see a man cross himself thrice at the benedicite, and as often at grace, and the more, because it is a sign I have in great veneration and continual use, even when I yawn. And to dedicate all the other hours of the day to acts of malice, avarice, and injustice. 1 hour to God, the rest to the devil, as if by composition and compensation. 'Tis a wonder to see actions so various in themselves succeed one another with such an uniformity of method as not to interfere nor suffer any alteration, even upon the very confines and passes from the one to the other. What a prodigious conscience must that be that can be at quiet within itself whilst it harbours under the same roof, with so agreeing and so calm a society, both the crime and the judge. A man whose whole meditation is continually working upon nothing but impurity which he knows to be so odious to Almighty God, what can he say when he comes to speak to him? He draws back, but immediately falls into a relapse. If the object of divine justice and the presence of his Maker did, as he pretends, strike and chastise his soul, how short soever the repentance might be. The very fear of offending the infinite majesty would so often present itself to his imagination that he would soon see himself master of those vices that are most natural and vehement in him. But what shall we say of those who settle their whole course of life upon the profit and emolument of sins, which they know to be mortal? How many trades and vocations have we admitted and countenanced amongst us, whose very essence is vicious? And he that, confessing himself to me, voluntarily told me that he had all his lifetime professed and practiced a religion, in his opinion damnable and contrary to that he had in his heart. Only to preserve his credit and the honor of his employments, how could his courage suffer so infamous a confession? What can men say to the divine justice upon this subject? Their repentance consisting in a visible and manifest reparation, they lose the color of alleging it both to God and man. Are they so impudent as to sue for remission without satisfaction and without penitence? I look upon these as in the same condition with the first, but the obstinacy is not there so easy to be overcome. This contrariety and volubility of opinion so sudden, so violent, that they feign, are a kind of miracle to me, they present us with the state of an indigestible agony of mind. It seemed to me a fantastic imagination in those who, these late years past, were wont to reproach every man they knew to be of any extraordinary parts, and made profession of the Catholic religion, that it was but outwardly. Maintaining, moreover, to do him honor forsooth, that whatever he might pretend to the contrary he could not but in his heart be of their reformed opinion. An untoward disease, that a man should be so riveted to his own belief as to fancy that others cannot believe otherwise than as he does. And yet worse, that they should entertain so vicious an opinion of such great parts as to think any man so qualified, should prefer any present advantage of fortune to the promises of eternal life and the menaces of eternal damnation. They may believe me, could anything have tempted my youth, the ambition of the danger and difficulties in the late commotions had not been the least motives. It is not without very good reason, in my opinion, that the Church interdicts the promiscuous, indiscreet, and irreverent use of the holy and divine psalms, with which the Holy Ghost inspired King David. We ought not to mix God in our actions, but with the highest reverence and caution, that poesy is too holy to be put to no other use than to exercise the lungs and to delight our ears. It ought to come from the conscience, and not from the tongue. It is not fit that a prentice in his shop, amongst his vain and frivolous thoughts, should be permitted to pass away his time and divert himself with such sacred things. Neither is it decent to see the holy book of the holy mysteries of our belief tumbled up and down a hall or a kitchen. They were formerly mysteries, but are now become sports and recreations. 'Tis a book too serious and too venerable to be cursorily or slightly turned over. The reading of the Scripture ought to be a temperate and premeditated act, and to which men should always add this devout preface, Sessum corda. Preparing even the body to so humble and composed a gesture and countenance as shall evidence a particular veneration and attention. Neither is it a book for everyone to fist, but the study of select men set apart for that purpose, and whom Almighty God has been pleased to call to that office and sacred function. The wicked and ignorant grow worse by it. 'Tis not a story to tell, but a history to revere, fear, and adore. Are not they then pleasant men who think they have rendered this fit for the people's handling by translating it into the vulgar tongue? Does the understanding of all therein contained only stick at words? Shall I venture to say further, that by coming so near to understand a little, they are much wider of the whole scope than before? A pure and simple ignorance and wholly depending upon the exposition of qualified persons, was far more learned and salutary than this vain and verbal knowledge, which has only temerity and presumption. And I do further believe that the liberty every one has taken to disperse the sacred writ into so many idioms carries with it a great deal more of danger than utility. The Jews, Mohammedans, and almost all other peoples, have reverentially espoused the language wherein their mysteries were first conceived, and have expressly, and not without colour of reason, forbidden the alteration of them into any other. Are we assured that in Biscay and in Brittany there are enough competent judges of this affair to establish this translation into their own language? The universal Church has not a more difficult and solemn judgment to make. In preaching and speaking the interpretation is vague, free, mutable, and of a piece by itself, so 'tis not the same thing. One of our Greek historians aged justly censures the he lived in, because the secrets of the Christian religion were dispersed into the hands of every mechanic, to expound and argue upon, according to his own fancy. And that we ought to be much ashamed, we who by God's especial favour enjoy the pure mysteries of piety, to suffer them to be profaned by the ignorant rabble. Considering that the Gentiles expressly forbade Socrates, Plato, and the other sages to inquire into or so much as mention the things committed to the priests of Delphi. And he says, moreover, that the factions of princes upon theological subjects are armed not with zeal but fury. That zeal springs from the divine wisdom and justice, and governs itself with prudence and moderation, but degenerates into hatred and envy, producing tares and nettles instead of corn and wine when conducted by human passions. And it was truly said by another, who, advising the Emperor Theodosius, told him that disputes did not so much rock the schisms of the Church asleep, as it roused and animated heresies. That, therefore, all contentions and dialectic disputations were to be avoided, and men absolutely to acquiesce in the prescriptions and formulas of faith established by the ancients. And the Emperor Andronicus, having overheard some great men at high words in his palace with Lapodius about a point of ours of great importance, gave them so severe a check as to threaten to cause them to be thrown into the river if they did not desist. The very women and children nowadays take upon them to lecture the oldest and most experienced men about the ecclesiastical laws, whereas the first of those of Plato forbids them to inquire so much as into the civil laws, which were to stand instead of divine ordinances. And, allowing the old men to confer amongst themselves or with the magistrate about those things, he adds, provided it be not in the presence of young or profane persons. A bishop has left in writing that at the other end of the world there is an isle, by the ancients called Dioscorides, abundantly fertile in all sorts of trees and fruits, and of an exceedingly healthful air. The inhabitants of which are Christians, having churches and altars, only adorned with crosses without any other images, great observers of fasts and feasts, exact payers of their tithes to the priests, and so chaste, that none of them is permitted to have to do with more than one woman in his life. 557. As to the rest, so content with their condition, that environed with the sea they know nothing of navigation, and so simple that they understand not one syllable of the religion they profess, and wherein they are so devout, a thing incredible to such as do not know that the pagans, who are so zealous idolaters, know nothing more of their gods than their bare names and their statues. The ancient beginning of Menalippus, a tragedy of Euripides, ran thus. O Jupiter, for that name alone, of what thou art to me is known. I have also known in my time some men's writings found fault with for being purely human and philosophical, without any mixture of theology. And yet, with some show of reason, it might, on the contrary, be said that the divine doctrine, as queen and regent of the rest, better keeps her state apart, that she ought to be sovereign throughout, not subsidiary and suffragan, and that peradventure, grammatical, rhetorical, logical examples may elsewhere be more suitably chosen, as also the material for the stage, games, and public entertainments, than from so sacred a matter. That divine reasons are considered with greater veneration and attention by themselves, and in their own proper style, than when mixed with and adapted to human discourse. That it is a fault much more often observed that the divines write too humanly, than that the humanists write not theologically enough. Philosophy, says St. Chrysostom, has long been banished the holy schools, as an handmaid altogether useless and thought unworthy to look, so much as in passing by the door, into the sanctuary of the holy treasures of the celestial doctrine. That the human way of speaking is of a much lower form and ought not to adopt for herself the dignity and majesty of divine eloquence. Let who will verbis indisciplinatus talk of fortune, destiny, accident, good and evil hap, and other such like phrases, according to his own humor. I for my part propose fancies merely human, merely my own, and that simply as human fancies, and separately considered, not as determined by any decree from heaven, incapable of doubt or dispute, matter of opinion, not matter of faith. Things which I discourse of according to my own notions, not as I believe, according to God, after a like how, not clerical, and yet always after a very religious manner, as children prepare their exercises, not to instruct but to be instructed. And might it not be said, that an edict enjoining all people but such as are public professors of divinity, to be very reserved in writing of religion, would carry with it a very good colour of utility and justice, and to me, amongst the rest peradventure, to hold my prating? I have been told that even those who are not of our church nevertheless amongst themselves expressly forbid the name of God to be used in common discourse, nor so much even by way of interjection, exclamation, assertion of a truth, or comparison. And I think them in the right. Upon what occasion soever we call upon God to accompany and assist us, it ought always to be done with the greatest reverence and devotion. There is, as I remember, a passage in Xenophon where he tells us that we ought so much the more seldom to call upon God, by how much it is hard to compose our souls to such a degree of calmness, patience, and devotion as it ought to be in at such a time. Otherwise our prayers are not only vain and fruitless, but vicious. Forgive us, we say, our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. What do we mean by this petition but that we present to God a soul free from all rancor and revenge? And yet we make nothing of invoking God's assistance in our vices, and inviting him into our unjust designs. Quae, nisi seductis, nequias committer divis. Which you can only impart to the gods, when you have gained them over. 558. The covetous man prays for the conservation of his vain and superfluous riches, the ambitious for victory and the good conduct of his fortune. The thief calls him to his assistance, to deliver him from the dangers and difficulties that obstruct his wicked designs, or returns him thanks for the facility he has met with in cutting a man's throat. At the door of the house men are going to storm or break into by force of a petard, they fall to prayers for success, their intentions and hopes of cruelty, avarice, and lust. Hoc igiter, quo to Jovis orum impellere tentas, dic agitum steo, pro Jupiter, o bone, clamit, Jupiter. At Sisi non clamit Jupiter ipsi. This therefore, with which you seek to draw the ear of Jupiter, say to Staeus, O Jupiter. O good Jupiter, let him cry. Think you Jupiter himself would not cry out upon it? 559. Marguerite, Queen of Navarre, 560 tells of a young prince, who, though she does not name him, is easily enough by his great qualities to be known, who going upon an amorous assignation to lie with an advocate's wife of Paris. His way thither being through a church, he never passed that holy place going to or returning from his pious exercise, but he always kneeled down to pray. Wherein he would employ the divine favor, his soul being full of such virtuous meditations, I leave others to judge, which, nevertheless, she instances for a testimony of singular devotion. But this is not the only proof we have that women are not very fit to treat of theological affairs. A true prayer and religious reconciling of ourselves to Almighty God cannot enter into an impure soul, subject at the very time to the dominion of Satan. He who calls God to his assistance whilst in a course of vice, does as if a cutpurse should call a magistrate to help him, or like those who introduce the name of God to the attestation of a lie. Tacito mala vota sussurro concipimus. We whisper our guilty prayers. 561. There are few men who durst publish to the world the prayers they make to Almighty God. Haud cuivis promptum est, murmurque, humilesque susurrus tolera de templis. Idia perdo vivere voto. 'Tis not convenient for every one to bring the prayers he mutters out of the temple, and to give his wishes to the public ear. 562. And this is the reason why the Pythagoreans would have them always public and heard by every one, to the end they might not prefer indecent or unjust petitions as this man. Clare quum dixit, Apollo. Labra movit, metuans audiri, pulchra laverna, de mihi fallere, de justum sanctum que videri, noctem peccatis, e fraudibus obgus nubum. When he has clearly said Apollo, he moves his lips, fearful to be heard. He murmurs, O fair Laverna, grant me the talent to deceive. Grant me to appear holy and just, shroud my sins with night, and cast a cloud over my frauds. 563. The gods severely punished the wicked prayers of Oedipus in granting them. He had prayed that his children might amongst themselves determine the succession to his throne by arms, and was so miserable as to see himself taken at his word. We are not to pray that all things may go as we would have them, but as most concurrent with prudence. We seem, in truth, to make use of our prayers as of a kind of jargon, and as those do who employ holy words about sorceries and magical operations. And as if we reckoned the benefit we are to reap from them as depending upon the contexture, sound, and jingle of words, or upon the grave composing of the countenance. For having the soul contaminated with concupiscence, not touched with repentance, or comforted by any late reconciliation with God, we go to present him such words as the memory suggests to the tongue. And hope from thence to obtain the remission of our sins. There is nothing so easy, so sweet, and so favorable, as the divine law. It calls and invites us to her, guilty and abominable as we are. Extends her arms and receives us into her bosom, foul and polluted as we at present are, and are for the future to be. But then, in return, we are to look upon her with a respectful eye. We are to receive this pardon with all gratitude and submission, and for that instant at least, wherein we address ourselves to her, to have the soul sensible of the ills we have committed. And at enmity with those passions that seduced us to offend her. Neither the gods nor good men, says Plato, will accept the present of a wicked man. Immunes eram esse terragit manus, non sumptuosa blandia hostia, malavit aversos penades, fare pio et salienti mica. If a pure hand has touched the altar, the pious offering of a small cake and a few grains of salt will appease the offended gods more effectually than costly sacrifices. 564. Chapter 57. Of Age. I cannot allow of the way in which we settle for ourselves the duration of our life. I see that the sages contract it very much in comparison of the common opinion. What, said the younger Cato to those who would stay his hand from killing himself, am I now of an age to be reproached that I go out of the world too soon? And yet he was but 48 years old. He thought that to be a mature and advanced age, considering how few arrive unto it. And such as, soothing their thoughts with I know not what course of nature, promise to themselves some years beyond it, could they be privileged from the infinite number of accidents to which we are by a natural subjection exposed. They might have some reason so to do. What an idle conceit is it to expect to die of a decay of strength, which is the effect of extremest age, and to propose to ourselves no shorter lease of life than that. Considering it is a kind of death of all others the most rare and very seldom seen. We call that only a natural death. As if it were contrary to nature to see a man break his neck with a fall, be drowned in shipwreck, be snatched away with a pleurisy or the plague, and as if our ordinary condition did not expose us to these inconveniences. Let us no longer flatter ourselves with these fine words, we ought rather, peradventure, to call that natural which is general, common, and universal. To die of old age is a death rare, extraordinary, and singular, and, therefore, so much less natural than the others. 'Tis the last and extremest sort of dying, and the more remote, the less to be hoped for. It is, indeed, the bourne beyond which we are not to pass, and which the law of nature has set as a limit, not to be exceeded, but it is, withal, a privilege she is rarely seen to give us to last till then. 'Tis a lease she only signs by particular favor, and it may be to one only in the space of 2 or 3 ages, and then with a pass to boot, to carry him through all the traverses and difficulties she has strewed in the way of this long career. And therefore my opinion is, that when once 40 years we should consider it as an age to which very few arrive. For seeing that men do not usually proceed so far, it is a sign that we are pretty well advanced. And since we have exceeded the ordinary bounds, which is the just measure of life, we ought not to expect to go much further. Having escaped so many precipices of death, whereinto we have seen so many other men fall, we should acknowledge that so extraordinary a fortune as that which has hitherto rescued us from those eminent perils, and kept us alive beyond the ordinary term of living, is not like to continue long. 'Tis a fault in our very laws to maintain this error. These say that a man is not capable of managing his own estate till he be 25 years old, whereas he will have much ado to manage his life so long. Augustus cut off 5 years from the ancient Roman standard, and declared that 30 years old was sufficient for a judge. Servius Tullius superseded the knights of above 47 years of age from the fatigues of war. Augustus dismissed them at 45, though methinks it seems a little unreasonable that men should be sent to the fireside till 55 or 60 years of age. I should be of opinion that our vocation and employment should be as far as possible extended for the public good. I find the fault on the other side, that they do not employ us early enough. This emperor was arbiter of the whole world at 19, and yet would have a man to be 30 before he could be fit to determine a dispute about a gutter. For my part, I believe our souls are adult at 20 as much as they are ever like to be, and as capable then as ever. A soul that has not by that time given evident earnest of its force and virtue will never after come to proof. The natural qualities and virtues produce what they have of vigorous and fine, within that term or never. See Elaspine Ryan Pick Quan Nai, a Peen K Pick Jamai. If the thorn does not prick at its birth, 'twill hardly ever prick at all. As they say in Dauphin. Of all the great human actions I ever heard or read of what sort soever, I have observed, both in former ages and our own, more were performed before the age of 30 than after. And this ofttimes in the very lives of the same men. May I not confidently instance in those of Hannibal and his great rival Scipio? The better half of their lives they lived upon the glory they had acquired in their youth. Great men after, 'tis true, in comparison of others, but by no means in comparison of themselves. As to my own particular, I do certainly believe that since that age, both my understanding and my constitution have rather decayed than improved, and retired rather than advanced. 'Tis possible, that with those who make the best use of their time, knowledge and experience may increase with their years. But vivacity, promptitude, steadiness, and other pieces of us, of much greater importance, and much more essentially our own, languish and decay. Ubi jam validus quasadum est viribus evi corpus, egi obtusus sissiderant viribus artis. Claudicat ingenium, delirat linguac, mensk. When once the body is shaken by the violence of time, blood and vigor ebbing away, the judgment halts, the tongue and the mind dote. 565. Sometimes the body first submits to age, sometimes the mind. And I have seen enough who have got a weakness in their brains before either in their legs or stomach, and by how much the more it is a disease of no great pain to the sufferer, and of obscure symptoms, so much greater is the danger. For this reason it is that I complain of our laws, not that they keep us too long to our work, but that they set us to work too late. For the frailty of life considered, and to how many ordinary and natural rocks it is exposed, one ought not to give up so large a portion of it to childhood, idleness, and apprenticeship. 566. Essays, Book 2. Chapter 1. Of the inconstancy of our actions. Such as make it their business to oversee human actions, do not find themselves in anything so much perplexed as to reconcile them and bring them into the world's eye with the same luster and reputation. For they commonly so strangely contradict one another that it seems impossible they should proceed from one and the same person. We find the younger Marius one while a son of Mars and another a son of Venus. Pope Boniface VIII entered, it is said, into his papacy like a fox, behaved himself in it like a lion, and died like a dog. And who could believe it to be the same Nero, the perfect image of all cruelty, who, having the sentence of a condemned man brought to him to sign, as was the custom, cried out, "Oh that I had never been taught to write!" So much it went to his heart to condemn a man to death. All story is full of such examples, and every man is able to produce so many to himself, or out of his own practice or observation, that I sometimes wonder to see men of understanding give themselves the trouble of sorting these pieces. Considering that irresolution appears to me to be the most common and manifest vice of our nature, witness the famous verse of the player Publius. Malum consilium est, quod mutari non potest. 'Tis evil counsel that will admit no change. 567. There seems some reason in forming a judgment of a man from the most usual methods of his life. But, considering the natural instability of our manners and opinions, I have often thought even the best authors a little out in so obstinately endeavoring to make of us any constant and solid contexture. They choose a general air of a man, and according to that interpret all his actions, of which, if they cannot bend some to a uniformity with the rest, they are presently imputed to dissimulation. Augustus has escaped them, for there was in him so apparent, sudden, and continual variety of actions all the whole course of his life, that he has slipped away clear and undecided from the most daring critics. I can more hardly believe a man's constancy than any other virtue, and believe nothing sooner than the contrary. He that would judge of a man in detail and distinctly, bit by bit, would oftener be able to speak the truth. It is a hard matter, from all antiquity, to pick out a dozen men who have formed their lives to one certain and constant course, which is the principal design of wisdom. For to comprise it all in one word, says one of the ancients, and to contract all the rules of human life into one, it is to will, and not to will, always one and the same thing. I will not vouchsafe, says he, to add, provided the will be just. For if it be not just, it is impossible it should be always one. I have indeed formerly learned that vice is nothing but irregularity, and want of measure, and therefore 'tis impossible to fix constancy to it. 'Tis a saying of Demosthenes, that the beginning of all virtue is consultation and deliberation. The end and perfection, constancy. If we would resolve on any certain course by reason, we should pitch upon the best, but nobody has thought on't. Quod petit, spurnit, repetit, quod nupero misit, aestuit, e vitae disconvenit ordine toto. That which he sought he despises, what he lately lost, he seeks again. He fluctuates, and is inconsistent in the whole order of life. 568. Our ordinary practice is to follow the inclinations of our appetite, be it to the left or right, upwards or downwards, according as we are wafted by the breath of occasion. We never meditate what we would have till the instant we have a mind to have it, and change like that little creature which receives its color from what it is laid upon. What we but just now propose to ourselves we immediately alter, and presently return again to it. 'Tis nothing but shifting and inconsistency. Dulcimer, ut nervis alienis mobile lignum. We are turned about like the top with the thong of others. 569. We do not go, we are driven. Like things that float, now leisurely, then with violence, according to the gentleness or rapidity of the current. Non vitimus, quid sibi quisque velit, nescire, equirere semper, commutare locum, quasi onus deponere possit? Do we not see them, uncertain what they want, and always asking for something new, as if they could get rid of the burthen? 570. Every day a new whimsy, and our humors keep motion with the time. Tales sunt homina mentes, quali pater ipsi, Jupiter octificas lustravit lumen terras. Such are the minds of men, that they change as the light with which Father Jupiter himself has illumined the increasing earth. 571. We fluctuate betwixt various inclinations, we will nothing freely, nothing absolutely, nothing constantly. In any one who had prescribed and established determinate laws and rules in his head for his own conduct, we should perceive an equality of manners, an order and an infallible relation of one thing or action to another, shine through his whole life. Empedocles observed this discrepancy in the Agrigentines, that they gave themselves up to delights, as if every day was their last, and built as if they had been to live forever. The judgment would not be hard to make, as is very evident in the younger Cato. He who therein has found one step, it will lead him to all the rest. 'Tis a harmony of very according sounds, that cannot jar. But with us, is quite contrary. Every particular action requires a particular judgment. The surest way to steer, in my opinion, would be to take our measures from the nearest allied circumstances, without engaging in a longer inquisition, or without concluding any other consequence. I was told, during the civil disorders of our poor kingdom, that a maid, hard by the place where I then was, had thrown herself out of a window to avoid being forced by a common soldier who was quartered in the house. She was not killed by the fall, and therefore, repeating her attempt would have cut her own throat, had she not been prevented. But having, nevertheless, wounded herself to some show of danger, she voluntarily confessed that the soldier had not as yet importuned her otherwise, than by courtship, earnest solicitation, and presents. But that she was afraid that in the end he would have proceeded to violence, all which she delivered with such a countenance and accent, and withal embrued in her own blood, the highest testimony of her virtue, that she appeared another Lucretia. And yet I have since been very well assured that both before and after she was not so difficult a piece. And, according to my host's tale in Ariosto, be as handsome a man and as worthy a gentleman as you will, do not conclude too much upon your mistress's inviolable chastity for having been repulsed. You do not know but she may have a better stomach to your muleteer. Antigonus, having taken one of his soldiers into a great degree of favor and esteem for his valor, gave his physician strict charge to cure him of a long and inward disease under which he had a great while languished, and observing that, after his cure, he went much more coldly to work than before, he asked him what had so altered and cowed him. Yourself, sir, replied the other, by having eased me of the pains that made me weary of my life. Lucullus's soldier having been rifled by the enemy, performed upon them in revenge a brave exploit, by which having made himself a gainer, Lucullus, who had conceived a good opinion of him from that action, went about to engage him in some enterprise of very great danger, with all the plausible persuasions and promises he could think of. Verbis, quae timido quoque possunt adire mentem. Words which might add courage to any timid man. 572. Pray employ, answered he, some miserable plundered soldier in that affair. Quantum vis rusticus, ibit eo, quo vis, casonum perdidit, inquit. Some poor fellow, who has lost his purse, will go whither you wish, said he. 573. And flatly refused to go. When we read that Mahomet having furiously raided Chassan, Bassa of the Janissaries, because he had seen the Hungarians break into his squadrons, and himself behave very ill in the business, and that Chassan, instead of any other answer, rushed furiously alone, scimitar in hand, into the first body of the enemy, where he was presently cut to pieces, we are not to look upon that action, peradventure, so much as vindication as a turn of mind. Not so much natural valor as a sudden despite. The man you saw yesterday so adventurous and brave, you must not think it strange to see him as great a poltroon the next. Anger, necessity, company, wine, or the sound of the trumpet had roused his spirits. This is no valor formed and established by reason, but accidentally created by such circumstances, and therefore it is no wonder if by contrary circumstances it appear quite another thing. These supple variations and contradictions so manifest in us, have given occasion to some to believe that man has two souls. Other two distinct powers that always accompany and incline us, the one towards good and the other towards ill, according to their own nature and propension, so abrupt a variety not being imaginable to flow from one and the same source. For my part, the puff of every accident not only carries me along with it according to its own proclivity, but moreover I discompose and trouble myself by the instability of my own posture. And whoever will look narrowly into his own bosom, will hardly find himself twice in the same condition. I give to my soul sometimes one face and sometimes another, according to the side I turn her to. If I speak variously of myself, it is because I consider myself variously. All the contrarieties are there to be found in one corner or another, after one fashion or another, bashful, insolent, chaste, lustful, prating, silent, laborious, delicate, ingenious, heavy, melancholic, pleasant, lying, true, knowing, ignorant, liberal, covetous, and prodigal. I find all this in myself, more or less, according as I turn myself about. And whoever will sift himself to the bottom, will find in himself, and even in his own judgment, this volubility and discordance. I have nothing to say of myself entirely, simply, and solidly without mixture and confusion. Distinguo is the most universal member of my logic. Though I always intend to speak well of good things, and rather to interpret such things as fall out in the best sense than otherwise, yet such is the strangeness of our condition, that we are often pushed on to do well even by vice itself. If well-doing were not judged by the intention only, one gallant action, therefore, ought not to conclude a man valiant. If a man were brave indeed, he would be always so, and upon all occasions. If it were a habit of valor and not a sally, it would render a man equally resolute in all accidents. The same alone as in company, the same in lists as in a battle, for, let them say what they will, there is not one valor for the pavement and another for the field. He would bear a sickness in his bed as bravely as a wound in the field, and no more fear death in his own house than at an assault. We should not then see the same man charge into a breach with a brave assurance, and afterwards torment himself like a woman for the loss of a trial at law or the death of a child. When, being an infamous coward, he is firm in the necessities of poverty, when he shrinks at the sight of a barber's razor, and rushes fearless upon the swords of the enemy, the action is commendable, not the man. Many of the Greeks, says Cicero, 574, cannot endure the sight of an enemy, and yet are courageous in sickness, the Cimbrians and Celtiberians quite contrary. Nihil enim potest esse equabile, quod non acerta ration proficiscitur. Nothing can be regular that does not proceed from a fixed ground of reason. 575. No valor can be more extreme in its kind than that of Alexander, but it is of but one kind, nor full enough throughout, nor universal. Incomparable as it is, it has yet some blemishes. Of which his being so often at his wit's end upon every light suspicion of his captains conspiring against his life, and the carrying himself in that inquisition with so much vehemence and indiscreet injustice. And with a fear that subverted his natural reason, is one pregnant instance. The superstition, also, with which he was so much tainted, carries along with it some image of pusillanimity, and the excess of his penitence for the murder of Clitus is also a testimony of the unevenness of his courage. All we perform is no other than a cento, as a man may say, of several pieces, and we would acquire honor by a false title. Virtue cannot be followed but for herself, and if one sometimes borrows her mask to some other purpose, she presently pulls it away again. 'Tis a vivid and strong tincture which, when the soul has once thoroughly imbibed it, will not out but with the peace. And, therefore, to make a right judgment of a man, we are long and very observingly to follow his trace, if constancy does not there stand firm upon her own proper base. Quae vivendi vea considerata at provisa est. If the way of his life is thoroughly considered and traced out. 576. If the variety of occurrences makes him alter his pace, his path, I mean, for the pace may be faster or slower, let him go, such an one runs before the wind, avau ludent, as the motto of our Talbot has it. 'Tis no wonder, says one of the ancients, that chance has so great a dominion over us, since it is by chance we live. It is not possible for any one who has not designed his life for some certain end, it is impossible for any one to arrange the pieces, who has not the whole form already contrived in his imagination. Of what use are colors to him that knows not what he is to paint? No one lays down a certain design for his life, and we only deliberate thereof by pieces. The archer ought first to know at what he is to aim, and then accommodate his arm, bow, string, shaft, and motion to it. Our counsels deviate and wander, because not level to any determinate end. No wind serves him who addresses his voyage to no certain port. I cannot acquiesce in the judgment given by one in the behalf of Sophocles, who concluded him capable of the management of domestic affairs, against the accusation of his son, from having read one of his tragedies. Neither do I allow of the conjecture of the Parians, sent to regulate the Milesians sufficient for such a consequence as they from thence derived coming to visit the island, they took notice of such grounds as were best husbanded. And such country houses as were best governed. And having taken the names of the owners, when they had assembled the citizens, they appointed these farmers for new governors and magistrates. Concluding that they, who had been so provident in their own private concerns, would be so of the public too. We are all lumps, and of so various and inform a contexture, that every piece plays, every moment, its own game, and there is as much difference betwixt us and ourselves as betwixt us and others. Magnam rem puta, unum hominum agira. Esteem it a great thing always to act as one and the same man. 577. Since ambition can teach man valor, temperance, and liberality, and even justice too. Seeing that avarice can inspire the courage of a shop-boy, bred and nursed up in obscurity and ease, with the assurance to expose himself so far from the fireside to the mercy of the waves and angry Neptune in a frail boat. That she further teaches discretion and prudence. And that even Venus can inflate boys under the discipline of the rod with boldness and resolution, and infuse masculine courage into the heart of tender virgins in their mother's arms. Hac duce, custodes furtim transgressa jacentes. Ad juvenum tenebris sola puella venit. She leading, the maiden, furtively passing by the recumbent guards, goes alone in the darkness to the youth. 578. 'Tis not all the understanding has to do, simply to judge us by our outward actions, it must penetrate the very soul, and there discover by what springs the motion is guided. But that being a high and hazardous undertaking, I could wish that fewer would attempt it. Chapter 2. Of Drunkenness. The world is nothing but variety and dissemblance, vices are all alike, as they are vices, and peradventure the Stoics understand them so, but although they are equally vices, yet they are not all equal vices. And he who has transgressed the ordinary bounds 100 paces Quos ultra citrac nequit consistere rectum. Beyond or within which the right cannot exist. 579. Should not be in a worse condition than he that has advanced but 10, is not to be believed. Or that sacrilege is not worse than stealing a cabbage. Nec vincit ratio hoc, tantum dem uti pexit, idemc, cateneros calls alieni fregeret hordi, ec nocturnus divum sacra legeret. There is in this as great diversity as in anything whatever. The confounding of the order and measure of sins is dangerous. Murderers, traitors, and tyrants get too much by it, and it is not reasonable they should flatter their consciences, because another man is idle, lascivious, or not assiduous at his devotion. Every one overrates the offense of his companions, but extenuates his own. Our very instructors themselves rank them sometimes, in my opinion, very ill. As Socrates said that the principal office of wisdom was to distinguish good from evil, we, the best of whom are vicious, ought also to say the same of the science of distinguishing betwixt vice and vice, without which, and that very exactly performed, the virtuous and the wicked will remain confounded and unrecognized. Now, amongst the rest, drunkenness seems to me to be a gross and brutish vice. The soul has greater part in the rest, and there are some vices that have something, if a man may so say, of generous in them. There are vices wherein there is a mixture of knowledge, diligence, valor, prudence, dexterity, and address. This one is totally corporeal and earthly. And the rudest nation this day in Europe is that alone where it is in fashion. Other vices discompose the understanding, this totally overthrows it and renders the body stupid. Cum vini vis penetravit, consequiter gravitas membrorum, prepediunter, crura vacillanti, tardescit lingua, medet mens, nant oculi. Clamor, singultus, gurgia, gliscant. When the power of wine has penetrated us, a heaviness of the limbs follows, the legs of the tottering person are impeded, the tongue grows torpid, the mind is dimmed, the eyes swim. Noise, hiccup, and quarrels arise. 580. The worst state of man is that wherein he loses the knowledge and government of himself. And 'tis said amongst other things upon this subject, that, as the must fermenting in a vessel, works up to the top whatever it has in the bottom, so wine, in those who have drunk beyond measure, vents the most inward secrets. 2 Sapientem. Curas eti arcanum jocoso, concilium redigis lieo. Thou disclosest to the merry Laicus the cares and secret counsel of the wise. 581. Josephus tells us that by giving an ambassador the enemy had sent to him his full dose of liquor, he wormed out his secrets. And yet, Augustus, committing the most inward secrets of his affairs to Lucius Piso, who conquered Thrace, never found him faulty in the least, no more than Tiberius did Cassius, with whom he entrusted his whole counsels. Though we know they were both so given to drink that they have often been fain to carry both the one and the other drunk out of the Senate. Hesterno inflatum venas ut semper, lieo. Their veins full, as usual, of yesterday's wine. 582. And the design of killing Caesar was as safely communicated to Cimber, though he would often be drunk, as to Cassius, who drank nothing but water. 583. We see our Germans, when drunk as the devil, know their post, remember the word, and keep to their ranks. Nec facilis victoria de matidis, et blasis, ac mero ticebantibus. Nor is a victory easily obtained over men so drunk, they can scarce speak or stand. 584. I could not have believed there had been so profound, senseless, and dead a degree of drunkenness had I not read in history that Attalus having, to put a notable affront upon him, invited to supper the same Pausanias, who upon the very same occasion afterwards killed Philip of Macedon, a king who by his excellent qualities gave sufficient testimony of his education in the house and company of Epaminondas. Made him drink to such a pitch that he could after abandon his beauty, as of a hedge strumpet, to the muleteers and servants of the basest office in the house. And I have been further told by a lady whom I highly honor and esteem, that near Bordeaux and about Castres where she lives, a country woman, a widow of chaste repute, perceiving in herself the first symptoms of breeding, innocently told her neighbors that if she had a husband she should think herself with child. But the causes of suspicion every day more and more increasing, and at last growing up to a manifest proof, the poor woman was reduced to the necessity of causing it to be proclaimed in her parish church, that whoever had done that deed and would frankly confess it, she did not only promise to forgive, but moreover to marry him, if he liked the motion. Whereupon a young fellow that served her in the quality of a laborer, encouraged by this proclamation, declared that he had one holiday found her, having taken too much of the bottle, so fast asleep by the chimney and in so indecent a posture, that he could conveniently do his business without waking her. And they yet lived together man and wife. It is true that antiquity has not much decried this vice. The writings even of several philosophers speak very tenderly of it, and even amongst the Stoics there are some who advise folks to give themselves sometimes the liberty to drink, nay, to drunkenness, to refresh the soul. Hoc quoque virtutum quandam certamine, magnum, Socratem palmum promeruis ferent. In this trial of power formerly they relate that the great Socrates deserved the palm 585. That censor and reprover of others, Cato, was reproached that he was a hard drinker. Narrator et prisci Catonis, sep mero caluus virtus. And of old Cato it is said, that his courage was often warmed with wine. 586. Cyrus, that so renowned king, amongst the other qualities by which he claimed to be preferred before his brother Artaxerxes, urged this excellence, that he could drink a great deal more than he. And in the best governed nations this trial of skill in drinking is very much in use. I have heard Silvius, an excellent physician of Paris, say that lest the digestive faculties of the stomach should grow idle, it were not amiss once a month to rouse them by this excess, and to spur them lest they should grow dull and rusty. And one author tells us that the Persians used to consult about their most important affairs after being well warmed with wine. My taste and constitution are greater enemies to this vice than my discourse. For besides that I easily submit my belief to the authority of ancient opinions, I look upon it indeed as an unmanly and stupid vice, but less malicious and hurtful than the others, which, almost all, more directly jostle public society. And if we cannot please ourselves but it must cost us something, as they hold, I find this vice costs a man's conscience less than the others, besides that it is of no difficult preparation, nor hard to be found. A consideration not altogether to be despised. A man well advanced both in dignity and age, amongst three principal commodities that he said remain to him of life, reckon to me this for one, and where would a man more justly find it than amongst the natural conveniences? But he did not take it right, for delicacy and the curious choice of wines is therein to be avoided. If you found your pleasure upon drinking of the best, you condemn yourself to the penance of drinking of the worst. Your taste must be more indifferent and free, so delicate a palate is not required to make a good toper. The Germans drink almost indifferently of all wines with delight, their business is to pour down and not to taste. And it's so much the better for them, their pleasure is so much the more plentiful and nearer at hand. Secondly, to drink, after the French fashion, but at 2 meals, and then very moderately, is to be too sparing of the favors of the god. There is more time and constancy required than so. The ancients spent whole nights in this exercise, and ofttimes added the day following to eke it out, and therefore we are to take greater liberty and stick closer to our work. I have seen a great lord of my time, a man of high enterprise and famous success, that without setting himself to it, and after his ordinary rate of drinking at meals, drank not much less than 5 quarts of wine. And that his going away appeared but too wise and discreet, to the detriment of our affairs. The pleasure we hold in esteem for the course of our lives ought to have a greater share of our time dedicated to it. We should, like shop boys and laborers, refuse no occasion nor omit any opportunity of drinking, and always have it in our minds. Methinks we every day abridge and curtail the use of wine, and that the after-breakfasts, dinner snatches, and collations I used to see in my father's house, when I was a boy, were more usual and frequent then than now. Is it that we pretend to a reformation? Truly, no, but it may be we are more addicted to Venus than our fathers were. They are 2 exercises that thwart and hinder one another in their vigor. Lechery weakens our stomach on the one side. And on the other sobriety renders us more spruce and amorous for the exercise of love. 'Tis wonderful what strange stories I have heard my father tell of the chastity of that age wherein he lived. It was for him to say it, being both by art and nature cut out and finished for the service of ladies. He spoke well and little, ever mixing his language with some illustration out of authors most in use, especially in Spanish, and among the Spanish he whom they called Marcus Aurelius 587 was ordinarily in his mouth. His behavior was gently grave, humble, and very modest. He was very solicitous of neatness and propriety both in his person and clothes, whether on horseback or afoot. He was monstrously punctual in his word. And of a conscience and religion generally tending rather towards superstition than otherwise. For a man of little stature, very strong, well proportioned, and well knit. Of a pleasing countenance inclining to brown, and very adroit in all noble exercises. I have yet in the house to be seen canes poured full of lead, with which they say he exercised his arms for throwing the bar or the stone, or in fencing. And shoes with leaden soles to make him lighter for running or leaping. Of his vaulting he has left little miracles behind him. I have seen him when past 80 laugh at our exercises, and throw himself in his furred gown into the saddle. Make the tour of a table upon his thumbs and scarce ever mount the stairs into his chamber without taking 3 or 4 steps at a time. But as to what I was speaking of before. He said there was scarce one woman of quality of ill fame in the whole province. He would tell of strange confidences, and some of them his own, with virtuous women, free from any manner of suspicion of ill. And for his own part solemnly swore he was a virgin at his marriage. And yet it was after a long practice of arms beyond the mountains, of which wars he left us a journal under his own hand, wherein he has given a precise account from point to point of all passages, both relating to the public and to himself. And he was, moreover, married at a well-advanced maturity, in the year 1528, the 33rd year of his age, upon his way home from Italy. But let us return to our bottles. The incommodities of old age, that stand in need of some refreshment and support, might with reason beget in me a desire of this faculty, it being as it were the last pleasure the course of years deprives us of. The natural heat, say the good fellows, first seats itself in the feet, that concerns infancy, thence it mounts into the middle region, where it makes a long abode and produces, in my opinion, the sole true pleasures of human life. All other pleasures in comparison sleep. Towards the end, like a vapor that still mounts upward, it arrives at the throat, where it makes its final residence, and concludes the progress. I do not, nevertheless, understand how a man can extend the pleasure of drinking beyond thirst, and forge in his imagination an appetite artificial and against nature. My stomach would not proceed so far. It has enough to do to deal with what it takes in for its necessity. My constitution is not to care for drink but as following eating and washing down my meat, and for that reason my last draught is always the greatest. And seeing that in old age we have our palate furred with phlegms or depraved by some other ill constitution, the wine tastes better to us as the pores are cleaner washed and laid more open. At least, I seldom taste the first glass well. Anacharsis wondered that the Greeks drank in greater glasses towards the end of a meal than at the beginning, which was, I suppose, for the same reason the Germans do the same, who then begin the battle of drink. Plato forbids children wine till 18 years of age, and to get drunk till 40. But, after 40, gives them leave to please themselves, and to mix a little liberally in their feasts the influence of Dionysus, that good deity who restores to younger men their gaiety and to old men their youth. Who mollifies the passions of the soul, as iron is softened by fire, and in his lazes allows such merry meetings, provided they have a discreet chief to govern and keep them in order, as good and of great utility. Drunkenness being, he says, a true and certain trial of every one's nature, and, withal, fit to inspire old men with mettle to divert themselves in dancing and music, things of great use, and that they dare not attempt when sober. He, moreover, says that wine is able to supply the soul with temperance and the body with health. Nevertheless, these restrictions, in part borrowed from the Carthaginians, please him, that men forbear excesses in the expeditions of war. That every judge and magistrate abstain from it when about the administrations of his place or the consultations of the public affairs. That the day is not to be employed with it, that being a time due to other occupations, nor the night on which a man intends to get children. 'Tis said that the philosopher Stilpo, when oppressed with age, purposely hastened his end by drinking pure wine. The same thing, but not designed by him, dispatched also the philosopher Arcecilius. But 'tis an old and pleasant question, whether the soul of a wise man can be overcome by the strength of wine. Si munite adhabet vim sapientiae. To what vanity does the good opinion we have of ourselves push us? The most regular and most perfect soul in the world has but too much to do to keep itself upright, and from being overthrown by its own weakness. There is not one of 1,000 that is right and settled so much as 1 minute in a whole life, and that may not very well doubt, whether according to her natural condition she ever can be, but to join constancy to it is her utmost perfection. I mean when nothing should jostle and discompose her, which 1,000 accidents may do. 'Tis to much purpose that the great poet Lucretius keeps such a clatter with his philosophy, when, behold, he goes mad with a love philtre. Is it to be imagined that an apoplexy will not stun Socrates as well as a porter? Some men have forgotten their own names by the violence of a disease, and a slight wound has turned the judgment of others topsy-turvy. Let him be as wise as he will, after all he is but a man, and then that what is there more frail, more miserable, or more nothing? Wisdom does not force our natural dispositions. Suidors attack, e palarem existerat toto corpori, etiam fringi linguam, vocemque aberiri, caligar oculos, sinir auras, succitera artis, demque considere, ex animi terror, vitimus. Sweat and paleness come over the whole body, the tongue is rendered powerless, the voice dies away, the eyes are darkened, there is ringing in the ears, the limbs sink under us by the influence of fear. 588. He must shut his eyes against the blow that threatens him, he must tremble upon the margin of a precipice, like a child. Nature having reserved these like marks of her authority, not to be forced by our reason and the Stoic virtue, to teach man his mortality and our weakness. He turns pale with fear, red with shame, and groans with the colic, if not with desperate outcry, at least with hoarse and broken voice. Humani a esse nihil alienum putet. Let him not think himself exempt from that which is incidental to men in general. 589. The poets, that feign all things at pleasure, dare not acquit their greatest heroes of tears. Sic fader lacrimens, classique emittit habenas. Thus he speaks, weeping, and then sets sail with his fleet. 590. 'Tis sufficient for a man to curb and moderate his inclinations, for totally to suppress them is not in him to do. Even our great Plutarch, that excellent and perfect judge of human actions, when he sees Brutus and Torquatus kill their children, begins to doubt whether virtue could proceed so far, and to question whether these persons had not rather been stimulated by some other passion. 591 All actions exceeding the ordinary bounds are liable to sinister interpretation, forasmuch as our liking no more holds with what is above than with what is below it. Let us leave that other sect, that sets up an express profession of scornful superiority. 592, but when even in that sect, reputed the most quiet and gentle, we hear these rhodamantades of Metrodorus. Occupavi te, fortuna. Accipi, omnesque additus tuas interclusi ut ad me asperare non possis. Fortune, I have got the better of thee, and have made all the avenues so sure thou canst not come at me. 593. When Anaxarchus, by command of Nicocreon the tyrant of Cyprus, was put into a stone mortar, and laid upon with mauls of iron, ceases not to say, strike, batter, break, 'tis not Anaxarchus, 'tis but his sheath that you pound and bray so. When we hear our martyrs cry out to the tyrant from the middle of the flame, this side is roasted enough, fall to and eat, it is enough done, fall to work with the other. When we hear the child in Josephus torn piecemeal with pincers, defying Antiochus, and crying out with a constant and assured voice, Tyrant, thou losest thy labor, I am still at ease. Where is the pain, where are the torments with which thou didst so threaten me? Is this all thou canst do? My constancy torments thee more than thy cruelty does me. O pitiful coward, thou faintest, and I grow stronger. Make me complain, make me bend, make me yield if thou canst, encourage thy guards, cheer up thy executioners, see they faint, and can do no more, arm them, flesh them anew, spur them up. Truly, a man must confess that there is some frenzy, some fury, how holy soever, that at that time possesses those souls. When we come to these stoical sallies, I had rather be mad than voluptuous, a saying of Antisthenes. When Sextius tells us, he had rather be fettered with affliction than pleasure, when Epicurus takes upon him to play with his gout, and, refusing health and ease, defies all torments, and despising the lesser pains. As disdaining to contend with them, he covets and calls out for others sharper, more violent, and more worthy of him. Spumentemp dari, pecora inter inertia, votus optat aprum, aut fulvum descendere monte leonum. And instead of timid beasts, wishes the foaming boar or tawny lion would come from the mountain. 594. Who but must conclude that these are wild sallies pushed on by a courage that has broken loose from its place. Our soul cannot from her own seat reach so high. 'Tis necessary she must leave it, raise herself up, and, taking the bridle in her teeth, transport her man so far that he shall afterwards himself be astonished at what he has done. As, in war, the heat of battle impels generous soldiers to perform things of so infinite danger, as afterwards, recollecting them, they themselves are the first to wonder at. As it also fares with the poets, who are often rapt with admiration of their own writings, and know not where again to find the track through which they performed so fine a career, which also is in them called fury and rapture. And as Plato says, 'tis to no purpose for a sober-minded man to knock at the door of poesy, so Aristotle says, that no excellent soul is exempt from a mixture of madness. And he has reason to call all transports, how commendable soever, that surpass our own judgment and understanding, madness. Forasmuch as wisdom is a regular government of the soul, which is carried on with measure and proportion, and for which she is to herself responsible. Plato argues thus, that the faculty of prophesying is so far above us, that we must be out of ourselves when we meddle with it, and our prudence must either be obstructed by sleep or sickness, or lifted from her place by some celestial rapture. Chapter 3. A custom of the Isle of Saya. Kos. Saya is the form of the name given by Pliny. If to philosophize be, as 'tis defined, to doubt, much more to write at random and play the fool, as I do, ought to be reputed doubting, for it is for novices and freshmen to inquire and to dispute. And for the chairman to moderate and determine. My moderator is the authority of the divine will, that governs us without contradiction, and that is seated above these human and vain contestations. Philip having forcibly entered into Peloponnesus, and some one saying to Damodus that the Lacedaemonians were likely very much to suffer if they did not in time reconcile themselves to his favor, "Why, you pitiful fellow," replied he, "what can they suffer who do not fear to die?" It being also asked of Agis, which way a man might live free. "Why," said he, "by despising death." These, and 1,000 other sayings to the same purpose, distinctly sound of something more than the patient attending the stroke of death when it shall come, for there are several accidents in life far worse to suffer than death itself. Witness the Lacedaemonian boy taken by Antigonus, and sold for a slave, who being by his master commanded to some base employment, "Thou shalt see," says the boy, "whom thou hast bought. It would be a shame for me to serve, being so near the reach of liberty," and having so said, threw himself from the top of the house. Antipater severely threatening the Lacedaemonians, that he might the better incline them to acquiesce in a certain demand of his, "If thou threatenest us with more than death," replied they, "we shall the more willingly die." And to Philip, having written them word that he would frustrate all their enterprises, "What, wilt thou also hinder us from dying?" This is the meaning of the sentence, that the wise man lives as long as he ought, not so long as he can. And that the most obliging present nature has made us, and which takes from us all color of complaint of our condition, is to have delivered into our own custody the keys of life. She has only ordered one door into life, but 100,000 ways out. We may be straitened for earth to live upon, but earth sufficient to die upon can never be wanting, as Boiocalus answered the Romans. 595 Why dost thou complain of this world? It detains thee not, thy own cowardice is the cause, if thou livest in pain. There needs no more to die but to will to die. Ubique mors est, optimi hoc cavit Deus. Erapir vitam nemo non homini potest. At nemo mortem, mil ad hanc additus patent. Death is everywhere, heaven has well provided for that. Any one may deprive us of life, no one can deprive us of death. To death there are 1,000 avenues. 596. Neither is it a recipe for one disease only, death is the infallible cure of all, 'tis a most assured port that is never to be feared, and very often to be sought. It comes all to one, whether a man give himself his end, or stays to receive it by some other means, whether he pays before his day, or stay till his day of payment come, from whensoever it comes, it is still his. In what part soever the thread breaks, there's the end of the clue. The most voluntary death is the finest. Life depends upon the pleasure of others, death upon our own. We ought not to accommodate ourselves to our own humor in anything so much as in this. Reputation is not concerned in such an enterprise, 'tis folly to be concerned by any such apprehension. Living is slavery if the liberty of dying be wanting. The ordinary method of cure is carried on at the expense of life, they torment us with caustics, incisions, and amputations of limbs, they interdict aliment and exhaust our blood, one step farther and we are cured indeed and effectually. Why is not the jugular vein as much at our disposal as the median vein? For a desperate disease a desperate cure. Servius the grammarian, being tormented with the gout, could think of no better remedy than to apply poison to his legs, to deprive them of their sense, let them be gouty at their will, so they were insensible of pain. God gives us leave enough to go when he is pleased to reduce us to such a condition that to live is far worse than to die. 'Tis weakness to truckle under infirmities, but it's madness to nourish them. The Stoics say, that it is living according to nature in a wise man to take his leave of life, even in the height of prosperity, if he do it opportunely. And in a fool to prolong it, though he be miserable, provided he be not indigent of those things which they repute to be according to nature. As I do not offend the law against thieves when I embezzle my own money and cut my own purse. Nor that against incendiaries when I burn my own wood, so am I not under the lash of those made against murderers for having deprived myself of my own life. Hygieia said, that as the condition of life did, so the condition of death ought to depend upon our own choice. And Diogenes meeting the philosopher Speusippus, so blown up with an inveterate dropsy that he was fain to be carried in a litter, and by him saluted with the compliment, I wish you good health. No health to thee, replied the other, who art content to live in such a condition. And in fact, not long after, Speusippus, weary of so languishing a state of life, found a means to die. But this does not pass without admitting a dispute, for many are of opinion that we cannot quit this garrison of the world without the express command of him who has placed us in it. And that it appertains to God who has placed us here, not for ourselves only but for his glory and the service of others, to dismiss us when it shall best please him. And not for us to depart without his license, that we are not born for ourselves only, but for our country also, the laws of which require an account from us upon the score of their own interest, and have an action of manslaughter good against us. And if these fail to take cognizance of the fact, we are punished in the other world as deserters of our duty. Proxima deigned tenent maisti loca, ca sibi lidum, insandis peperare manu, lucemque perosi, proesir animus. Thence the sad ones occupy the next abodes, who, though free from guilt, were by their own hands slain, and, hating light, sought death. 597. There is more constancy in suffering the chain we are tied to than in breaking it, and more pregnant evidence of fortitude in Regulus than in Cato. 'Tis indiscretion and impatience that push us on to these precipices, no accidents can make true virtue turn her back, she seeks and requires evils, pains, and grief, as the things by which she is nourished and supported. The menaces of tyrants, racks, and tortures serve only to animate and rouse her. Juris ut ilex tonsa bipenibus, nigri ferisi frondis in algido, per dama, percens, abipso, ducit ops, animum fero. As in Mount Algidus, the sturdy oak even from the axe itself derives new vigor and life. 598. And as another says, non est, ut putas, virtus, pater, timere vitam, sed malus ingentibus. Abstare, necse vertera, ac retro dare. Father, 'tis no virtue to fear life, but to withstand great misfortunes, nor turn back from them. 599. Or as this. Rebus in adversus facile est contumnere mortem fortius al facit, cum miser esse potest. It is easy in adversity to despise death, but he acts more bravely, who can live wretched. 600. 'Tis cowardice, not virtue, to lie squat in a furrow, under a tomb, to evade the blows of fortune. Virtue never stops nor goes out of her path, for the greatest storm that blows. Si fractus illibator orbis, impavidum ferient ruini. Should the world's axis crack, the ruins will but crush a fearless head. 601. For the most part, the flying from other inconveniences brings us to this, nay, endeavoring to evade death, we often run into its very mouth. Hic, rogo, non furor est, any moriar, mori. Tell me, is it not madness, that one should die for fear of dying? 602. Like those who, from fear of a precipice, throw themselves headlong into it. Multos in summa pericula misfit venturi timor ipsi mali, fortissimus il est, que promptus metuenda pati, si communis instent, et differe potest. The fear of future ills often makes men run into extreme danger. He is truly brave who boldly dares withstand the mischiefs he apprehends, when they confront him and can be deferred. 603. Usque addio, mortis formidine, vitae percipit humanos odium, lucisque videndi, ut sibi consiscent morenti pector let hum oblidi fontem curarum hunc esse timorem. Death to that degree so frightens some men, that causing them to hate both life and light, they kill themselves, miserably forgetting that this same fear is the fountain of their cares. 604. Plato, in his Laws, assigns an ignominious sepulture to him who has deprived his nearest and best friend, namely himself, of life and his destined course, being neither compelled so to do by public judgment, by any sad and inevitable accident of fortune, nor by any insupportable disgrace, but merely pushed on by cowardice and the imbecility of a timorous soul. And the opinion that makes so little of life, is ridiculous, for it is our being, 'tis all we have. Things of a nobler and more elevated being may, indeed, reproach ours. But it is against nature for us to contemn and make little account of ourselves, 'tis a disease particular to man, and not discerned in any other creatures, to hate and despise itself. And it is a vanity of the same stamp to desire to be something else than what we are. The effect of such a desire does not at all touch us, forasmuch as it is contradicted and hindered in itself. He that desires of a man to be made an angel, does nothing for himself, he would be never the better for it, for, being no more, who shall rejoice or be sensible of this benefit for him? Debet enim, misere cui 40, y futurum est, ipsi quoque esse in eo turn tempori, cum male possit accidere. For he to whom misery and pain are to be in the future, must himself then exist, when these ills befall him. 605. Security, indolence, impassibility, the privation of the evils of this life, which we pretend to purchase at the price of dying, are of no manner of advantage to us. That man evades war to very little purpose who can have no fruition of peace. And as little to the purpose does he avoid trouble who cannot enjoy repose. Amongst those of the first of these two opinions, there has been great debate, what occasions are sufficient to justify the meditation of self-murder, which they call a reasonable exit. 606. For though they say that men must often die for trivial causes, seeing those that detain us in life are of no very great weight, yet there is to be some limit. There are fantastic and senseless humors that have prompted not only individual men, but whole nations to destroy themselves, of which I have elsewhere given some examples. And we further read of the Milesian virgins, that by a frantic compact they hanged themselves one after another till the magistrate took order in it, enacting that the bodies of such as should be found so hanged should be drawn by the same halter stark naked through the city. When Dericion tried to persuade Cleomenes to dispatch himself, by reason of the ill posture of his affairs, and, having missed a death of more honor in the battle he had lost, to accept of this the second in honor to it, and not to give the conquerors leisure to make him undergo either an ignominious death or an infamous life, Cleomenes, with a courage truly stoic and Lacedaemonian, rejected his counsel as unmanly and mean. That, said he, is a remedy that can never be wanting, but which a man is never to make use of, whilst there is an inch of hope remaining, telling him, that it was sometimes constancy and valor to live. That he would that even his death should be of use to his country, and would make of it an act of honor and virtue. Dericion, notwithstanding, thought himself in the right, and did his own business. And Cleomenes afterwards did the same, but not till he had first tried the utmost malevolence of fortune. All the inconveniences in the world are not considerable enough that a man should die to evade them. And, besides, there being so many, so sudden and unexpected changes in human things, it is hard rightly to judge when we are at the end of our hope. Sperit et in siva victus gladiator arena, sit licet in festo polis tuba minax. The gladiator conquered in the lists hopes on, though the menacing spectators, turning their thumb, order him to die. 607. All things, says an old adage, are to be hoped for by a man whilst he lives. Aye, but, replies Seneca, why should this rather be always running in a man's head that fortune can do all things for the living man, than this, that fortune has no power over him that knows how to die? Josephus, when engaged in so near and apparent danger, a whole people being violently bent against him, that there was no visible means of escape, nevertheless, being, as he himself says, in this extremity counselled by one of his friends to dispatch himself, it was well for him that he yet maintained himself in hope, for fortune diverted the accident beyond all human expectation, so that he saw himself delivered without any manner of inconvenience. Whereas Brutus and Cassius, on the contrary, threw away the remains of the Roman liberty, of which they were the sole protectors, by the precipitation and temerity wherewith they killed themselves before the due time and a just occasion. Monsieur d'Anguien, at the battle of Sarasales, twice attempted to run himself through, despairing of the fortune of the day, which went indeed very untowardly on that side of the field where he was engaged, and by that precipitation was very near depriving himself of the enjoyment of so brave a victory. I have seen 100 hares escape out of the very teeth of the greyhounds. Aliquis carnifici sua supersts fut. Some have survived their executioners. 608. Multa dies, variusque labor mutabilis nivae retilit in melius. Multos alterna revisans lusit, eti in solido rursus fortuna locavit. Length of days, and the various labor of changeful time, have brought things to a better state, fortune turning, shews a reverse face, and again restores men to prosperity. 609. Pliny says there are but 3 sorts of diseases, to escape which a man has good title to destroy himself, the worst of which is the stone in the bladder, when the urine is suppressed. 610. Seneca says those only which for a long time are discomposing the functions of the soul. And some there have been who, to avoid a worse death, have chosen one to their own liking. Democritus, general of the Aetolians, being brought prisoner to Rome, found means to make his escape by night, but close pursued by his keepers, rather than suffer himself to be retaken, he fell upon his own sword and died. Antinous and Theodotus, their city of Epirus being reduced by the Romans to the last extremity, gave the people counsel universally to kill themselves. But, these preferring to give themselves up to the enemy, the 2 chiefs went to seek the death they desired, rushing furiously upon the enemy, with intention to strike home but not to ward a blow. The island of Gotso being taken some years ago by the Turks, a Sicilian, who had 2 beautiful daughters marriageable, killed them both with his own hand, and their mother, running in to save them, to boot, which having done, Sallying out of the house with a crossbow and harquebus, with 2 shots he killed 2 of the Turks nearest to his door, and drawing his sword, charged furiously in amongst the rest, where he was suddenly enclosed and cut to pieces. By that means delivering his family and himself from slavery and dishonor. The Jewish women, after having circumcised their children, threw them and themselves down a precipice to avoid the cruelty of Antigonus. I have been told of a person of condition in one of our prisons, that his friends, being informed that he would certainly be condemned, to avoid the ignominy of such a death, suborned a priest to tell him that the only means of his deliverance was to recommend himself to such a saint, under such and such vows, and to fast 8 days together without taking any manner of nourishment, what weakness or faintness soever he might find in himself during the time. He followed their advice, and by that means destroyed himself before he was aware, not dreaming of death or any danger in the experiment. Scribonia advising her nephew Libo to kill himself rather than await the stroke of justice, told him that it was to do other people's business to preserve his life, to put it after into the hands of those who within 3 or 4 days would fetch him to execution, and that it was to serve his enemies to keep his blood to gratify their malice. We read in the Bible that Nicanor, the persecutor of the law of God, having sent his soldiers to seize upon the good old man Rhasis, surnamed in honor of his virtue the father of the Jews, the good man, seeing no other remedy, his gates burned down, and the enemies ready to seize him, choosing rather to die nobly than to fall into the hands of his wicked adversaries and suffer himself to be cruelly butchered by them, contrary to the honor of his rank and quality, stabbed himself with his own sword, but the blow, for haste, not having been given home, he ran and threw himself from the top of a wall headlong among them, who separating themselves and making room, he pitched directly upon his head. Notwithstanding which, feeling yet in himself some remains of life, he renewed his courage, and starting up upon his feet all bloody and wounded as he was, and making his way through the crowd to a precipitous rock, there, through one of his wounds, drew out his bowels, which, tearing and pulling to pieces with both his hands, he threw amongst his pursuers, all the while attesting and invoking the divine vengeance upon them for their cruelty and injustice. Of violences offered to the conscience, that against the chastity of woman is, in my opinion, most to be avoided, forasmuch as there is a certain pleasure naturally mixed with it. And for that reason the descent therein cannot be sufficiently perfect and entire, so that the violence seems to be mixed with a little consent of the forced party. The ecclesiastical history has several examples of devout persons who have embraced death to secure them from the outrages prepared by tyrants against their religion and honor. Pelagia and Sophronia, both canonized, the first of these precipitated herself with her mother and sisters into the river to avoid being forced by some soldiers, and the last also killed herself to avoid being ravished by the Emperor Maxentius. It may, peradventure, be an honor to us in future ages, that a learned author of this present time, and a Parisian, takes a great deal of pains to persuade the ladies of our age rather to take any other course than to enter into the horrid meditation of such a despair. I am sorry he had never heard, that he might have inserted it amongst his other stories, the saying of a woman, which was told me at Toulouse, who had passed through the handling of some soldiers. God be praised, said she, that once at least in my life I have had my fill without sin. In truth, these cruelties are very unworthy the French good nature, and also, God be thanked, our air is very well purged of them, since this good advice, 'tis enough that they say, no, in doing it, according to the rule of the good Marot. Un dulx neni, avec un dulx sourire est tant honest. Marot. History is everywhere full of those who by 1,000 ways have exchanged a painful and irksome life for death. Lucius Arruntius killed himself, to fly, he said, both the future and the past. Granius Silvanus and Statius Proximus, after having been pardoned by Nero, killed themselves, either disdaining to live by the favor of so wicked a man, or that they might not be troubled, at some other time, to obtain a second pardon, considering the proclivity of his nature to suspect and credit accusations against worthy men. Spargopizes, son of Queen Tomarus, being a prisoner of war to Cyrus, made use of the first favor Cyrus shewed him, in commanding him to be unbound, to kill himself, having pretended to no other benefit of liberty. but only to be revenged of himself for the disgrace of being taken. Bojas, governor in Ion for King Xerxes, being besieged by the Athenian army under the conduct of Cimon, refused the conditions offered, that he might safe return into Asia with all his wealth. Impatient to survive the loss of a place his master had given him to keep. Wherefore, having defended the city to the last extremity, nothing being left to eat, he first threw all the gold and whatever else the enemy could make booty of into the river Strymon, and then causing a great pile to be set on fire. And the throats of all the women, children, concubines, and servants to be cut, he threw their bodies into the fire, and at last leaped into it himself. Inequality, an Indian lord, so soon as he heard the first whisper of the Portuguese viceroy's determination to dispossess him, without any apparent cause, of his command in Malacca, to transfer it to the king of Campar. He took this resolution with himself. He caused a scaffold, more long than broad, to be erected, supported by columns royally adorned with tapestry and strewed with flowers and abundance of perfumes. All which being prepared, in a robe of cloth of gold, set full of jewels of great value, he came out into the street, and mounted the steps to the scaffold, at one corner of which he had a pile lighted of aromatic wood. Everybody ran to see to what end these unusual preparations were made. When Inequality, with a manly but displeased countenance, set forth how much he had obliged the Portuguese nation, and with how unspotted fidelity he had carried himself in his charge. That having so often, sword in hand, manifested in the behalf of others, that honor was much more dear to him than life. He was not to abandon the concern of it for himself, that fortune denying him all means of opposing the affront designed to be put upon him, his courage at least enjoined him to free himself from the sense of it. And not to serve for a fable to the people, nor for a triumph to men less deserving than himself. Which having said he leaped into the fire. Sextilia, wife of Scorus, and Paxaea, wife of Labeo, to encourage their husbands to avoid the dangers that pressed upon them, wherein they had no other share than conjugal affection, voluntarily sacrificed their own lives to serve them in this extreme necessity for company and example. What they did for their husbands, Cocceius Nerva did for his country, with less utility though with equal affection. This great lawyer, flourishing in health, riches, reputation, and favor with the emperor, had no other cause to kill himself but the sole compassion of the miserable state of the Roman Republic. Nothing can be added to the beauty of the death of the wife of Fulvius, a familiar favorite of Augustus. Augustus, having discovered that he had vented an important secret he had entrusted him withal, one morning that he came to make his court, received him very coldly and looked frowningly upon him. He returned home, full of despair, where he sorrowfully told his wife that, having fallen into this misfortune, he was resolved to kill himself, to which she roundly replied, "'Tis but reason you should. Seeing that having so often experienced the incontinence of my tongue, you could not take warning, but let me kill myself first," and without any more saying ran herself through the body with a sword. Vibius Virius, despairing of the safety of his city besieged by the Romans and of their mercy, in the last deliberation of his city's senate, after many arguments conducing to that end, concluded that the most noble means to escape fortune was by their own hands, telling them that the enemy would have them in honor, and Hannibal would be sensible how many faithful friends he had abandoned. Inviting those who approved of his advice to come to a good supper he had ready at home, where after they had eaten well, they would drink together of what he had prepared. "A beverage," said he, "that will deliver our bodies from torments, our souls from insult, and our eyes and ears from the sense of so many hateful mischiefs, as the conquered suffer from cruel and implacable conquerors. I have," said he, "taken order for fit persons to throw our bodies into a funeral pile before my door so soon as we are dead." Many enough approved this high resolution, but few imitated it. 27 senators followed him, who, after having tried to drown the thought of this fatal determination in wine, ended the feast with the mortal mess. And embracing one another, after they had jointly deplored the misfortune of their country, some retired home to their own houses, others stayed to be burned with Vibius in his funeral pyre. And were all of them so long in dying, the vapor of the wine having prepossessed the veins, and by that means deferred the effect of poison, that some of them were within an hour of seeing the enemy inside the walls of Capua, which was taken the next morning, and of undergoing the miseries they had at so dear a rate endeavoured to avoid. Jubelius Toria, another citizen of the same country, the consul Fulvius returning from the shameful butchery he had made of 225 senators, called him back fiercely by name, and having made him stop, "Give the word," said he, "that somebody may dispatch me after the massacre of so many others, that thou mayest boast to have killed a much more valiant man than thyself." Fulvius, disdaining him as a man out of his wits, and also having received letters from Rome censuring the inhumanity of his execution which tied his hands, Jubelius proceeded, "Since my country has been taken, my friends dead, and having with my own hands slain my wife and children to rescue them from the desolation of this ruin, I am denied to die the death of my fellow citizens, let me borrow from virtue vengeance on this hated life." And therewithal drawing a short sword he carried concealed about him, he ran it through his own bosom, falling down backward, and expiring at the consul's feet. Alexander, laying siege to a city of the Indies, those within, finding themselves very hardly set, put on a vigorous resolution to deprive him of the pleasure of his victory, and accordingly burned themselves in general, together with their city. In despite of his humanity, a new kind of war, where the enemies sought to save them, and they to destroy themselves, doing to make themselves sure of death, all that men do to secure life. Astapa, a city of Spain, finding itself weak in walls and defense to withstand the Romans, the inhabitants made a heap of all their riches and furniture in the public place. And, having ranged upon this heap all the women and children, and piled them round with wood and other combustible matter to take sudden fire, and left 50 of their young men for the execution of that whereon they had resolved, they made a desperate sally, where for want of power to overcome, they caused themselves to be every man slain. The 50, after having massacred every living soul throughout the whole city, and put fire to this pile, threw themselves lastly into it, finishing their generous liberty, rather after an insensible, than after a sorrowful and disgraceful manner. Giving the enemy to understand, that if fortune had been so pleased, they had as well the courage to snatch from them victory as they had to frustrate and render it dreadful, and even mortal to those who, allured by the splendor of the gold melting in this flame, having approached it, a great number were there suffocated and burned, being kept from retiring by the crowd that followed after. The Abidians, being pressed by King Philip, put on the same resolution, but, not having time, they could not put it in effect. The king, who was struck with horror at the rash precipitation of this execution, the treasure and movables that they had condemned to the flames being first seized, drawing off his soldiers, granted them 3 days' time to kill themselves in, that they might do it with more order and at greater ease, which time they filled with blood and slaughter beyond the utmost excess of all hostile cruelty, so that not so much as any one soul was left alive that had power to destroy itself. There are infinite examples of like popular resolutions which seem the more fierce and cruel in proportion as the effect is more universal, and yet are really less so than when singly executed. What arguments and persuasion cannot do with individual men, they can do with all, the ardor of society ravishing particular judgments. The condemned who would live to be executed in the reign of Tiberius, forfeited their goods and were denied the rights of sepulture. Those who, by killing themselves, anticipated it, were interred, and had liberty to dispose of their estates by will. But men sometimes covet death out of hope of a greater good. I desire, says St. Paul, to be with Christ, and, who shall rid me of these bands? Cleombrotus of Ambracia, having read Plato's Phaedo, entered into so great a desire of the life to come that, without any other occasion, he threw himself into the sea. By which it appears how improperly we call this voluntary dissolution, despair, to which the eagerness of hope often inclines us, and, often, a calm and temperate desire proceeding from a mature and deliberate judgment. Jacques du Chastel, Bishop of Soissons, in St. Louis's foreign expedition, seeing the king and whole army upon the point of returning into France, leaving the affairs of religion imperfect, took a resolution rather to go into paradise. Wherefore, having taken solemn leave of his friends, he charged alone, in the sight of every one, into the enemy's army, where he was presently cut to pieces. In a certain kingdom of the new discovered world, upon a day of solemn procession, when the idol they adore is drawn about in public upon a chariot of marvelous greatness. Besides that many are then seen cutting off pieces of their flesh to offer to him, there are a number of others who prostrate themselves upon the place, causing themselves to be crushed and broken to pieces under the weighty wheels. To obtain the veneration of sanctity after death, which is accordingly paid them. The death of the bishop, sword in hand, has more of magnanimity in it, and less of sentiment, the ardor of combat taking away part of the latter. There are some governments who have taken upon them to regulate the justice and opportunity of voluntary death. In former times there was kept in our city of Marseilles a poison prepared out of hemlock, at the public charge, for those who had a mind to hasten their end, having first, before the 600, who were their senate, given account of the reasons and motives of their design, and it was not otherwise lawful, than by leave from the magistrate and upon just occasion to do violence to themselves. 611 The same law was also in use in other places. Sextus Pompeius, in his expedition into Asia, touched at the Isle of Saya in Negropont. It happened whilst he was there, as we have it from one that was with him, that a woman of great quality, having given an account to her citizens why she was resolved to put an end to her life, invited Pompeius to her death, to render it the more honourable, an invitation that he accepted. And having long tried in vain by the power of his eloquence, which was very great, and persuasion, to divert her from that design, he acquiesced in the end in her own will. She had passed the age of 80 in a very happy state, both of body and mind. Being then laid upon her bed, better dressed than ordinary and leaning upon her elbow, the gods, said she, O Sextus Pompeius, and rather those I leave than those I go to seek, reward thee. For that thou hast not disdained to be both the counsellor of my life and the witness of my death. For my part, having always experienced the smiles of fortune, for fear lest the desire of living too long may make me see a contrary face, I am going, by a happy end, to dismiss the remains of my soul, leaving behind 2 daughters of my body and a legion of nephews. Which having said, with some exhortations to her family to live in peace, she divided amongst them her goods, and recommending her domestic gods to her eldest daughter, she boldly took the bowl that contained the poison. And having made her vows and prayers to Mercury to conduct her to some happy abode in the other world, she roundly swallowed the mortal poison. This being done, she entertained the company with the progress of its operation, and how the cold by degrees seized the several parts of her body one after another, till having in the end told them it began to seize upon her heart and bowels. She called her daughters to do the last office and close her eyes. Pliny tells us of a certain Hyperborean nation where, by reason of the sweet temperature of the air, lives rarely ended but by the voluntary surrender of the inhabitants, who, being weary of and satiated with living, had the custom, at a very old age, after having made good cheer, to precipitate themselves into the sea from the top of a certain rock, assigned for that service. Pain and the fear of a worse death seem to me the most excusable incitements. Chapter 4. To-morrow's a new day. I give, as it seems to me, with good reason the palm to Jacques Amiot of all our French writers, not only for the simplicity and purity of his language, wherein he excels all others, nor for his constancy in going through so long a work, nor for the depth of his knowledge, having been able so successfully to smooth and unravel so knotty and intricate an author, for let people tell me what they will, I understand nothing of Greek. But I meet with sense so well united and maintained throughout his whole translation, that certainly he either knew the true fancy of the author, or having, by being long conversant with him, imprinted a vivid and general idea of that of Plutarch in his soul, he has delivered us nothing that either derogates from or contradicts him, but above all, I am the most taken with him for having made so discreet a choice of a book so worthy and of so great utility wherewith to present his country. We ignorant fellows had been lost, had not this book raised us out of the dirt. By this favour of his we dare now speak and write, the ladies are able to read to schoolmasters, 'tis our breviary. If this good man be yet living, I would recommend to him Xenophon, to do as much by that, 'tis a much more easy task than the other, and consequently more proper for his age. And, besides, though I know not how, methinks he does briskly, and clearly enough trip over steps another would have stumbled at, yet nevertheless his style seems to be more his own where he does not encounter those difficulties. And rolls away at his own ease. I was just now reading this passage where Plutarch says of himself, that Rusticus being present at a declamation of his at Rome, there received a packet from the emperor, and deferred to open it till all was done, for which, says he, all the company highly applauded the gravity of this person. 'Tis true, that being upon the subject of curiosity and of that eager passion for news, which makes us with so much indiscretion and impatience leave all to entertain a newcomer, and without any manner of respect or outcry, tear open on a sudden, in what company soever, the letters that are delivered to us, he had reason to applaud the gravity of Rusticus upon this occasion. And might moreover have added to it the commendation of his civility and courtesy, that would not interrupt the current of his declamation. But I doubt whether any one can commend his prudence. For receiving unexpected letters, and especially from an emperor, it might have fallen out that the deferring to read them might have been of great prejudice. The vice opposite to curiosity is negligence, to which I naturally incline, and wherein I have seen some men so extreme that one might have found letters sent them 3 or 4 days before, still sealed up in their pockets. I never open any letters directed to another, not only those entrusted with me, but even such as fortune has guided to my hand. And am angry with myself if my eyes unawares steal any contents of letters of importance he is reading when I stand near a great man. Never was man less inquisitive or less prying into other men's affairs than I. In our father's days, Monsieur de Boutiers had like to have lost Turin from having, while engaged in good company at supper, delayed to read information that was sent him of the treason plotted against that city where he commanded. And this very Plutarch has given me to understand, that Julius Caesar had preserved himself, if, going to the Senate the day he was assassinated by the conspirators, he had read a note which was presented to him by the way. He tells also the story of Archias, the tyrant of Thebes, that the night before the execution of the design Pelopidas had plotted to kill him to restore his country to liberty, he had a full account sent him in writing by another Archias, an Athenian, of the whole conspiracy, and that, this packet having been delivered to him while he sat at supper, he deferred the opening of it, saying, which afterwards turned to a proverb in Greece, business to-morrow. A wise man may, I think, out of respect to another, as not to disturb the company, as Rusticus did, or not to break off another affair of importance in hand, defer to read or hear any new thing that is brought him. But for his own interest or particular pleasure, especially if he be a public minister, that he will not interrupt his dinner or break his sleep is inexcusable. And there was anciently at Rome, the consular place, as they called it, which was the most honorable at the table, as being a place of most liberty, and of more convenient access to those who came in to speak to the person seated there. By which it appears, that being at meat, they did not totally abandon the concern of other affairs and incidents. But when all is said, it is very hard in human actions to give so exact a rule upon moral reasons, that fortune will not therein maintain her own right. Chapter 5. Of Conscience. The Sieur de la Brousse, my brother, and I, travelling one day together during the time of our civil wars, met a gentleman of good sort. He was of the contrary party, though I did not know so much, for he pretended otherwise, and the mischief on't is, that in this sort of war the cards are so shuffled. Your enemy not being distinguished from yourself by any apparent mark either of language or habit, and being nourished under the same law, air, and manners, it is very hard to avoid disorder and confusion. This made me afraid myself of meeting any of our troops in a place where I was not known, that I might not be in fear to tell my name, and peradventure of something worse. As it had befallen me before, where, by such a mistake, I lost both men and horses, and amongst others an Italian gentleman my page, whom I bred with the greatest care and affection, was miserably slain. In whom a youth of great promise and expectation was extinguished. But the gentleman my brother and I met had so desperate, half-dead a fear upon him at meeting with any horse, or passing by any of the towns that held for the king, that I at last discovered it to be alarms of conscience. It seemed to the poor man as if through his visor and the crosses upon his cassock, one would have penetrated into his bosom and read the most secret intentions of his heart, so wonderful is the power of conscience. It makes us betray, accuse, and fight against ourselves, and for want of other witnesses, to give evidence against ourselves. Occultum quasions animo tortor flagellum. The torturer of the soul brandishing a sharp scourge within. 612. This story is in every child's mouth. Bessus the Paeonian, being reproached for wantonly pulling down a nest of young sparrows and killing them, replied, that he had reason to do so, seeing that those little birds never ceased falsely to accuse him of the murder of his father. This parricide had till then been concealed and unknown, but the revenging fury of conscience caused it to be discovered by him himself, who was to suffer for it. Hesiod corrects the saying of Plato, that punishment closely follows sin, it being, as he says, born at the same time with it. Whoever expects punishment already suffers it, and whoever has deserved it expects it. Wickedness contrives torments against itself. Malum concilium consultori pessimum. Ill designs are worse to the contriver. 613. As the wasp stings and hurts another, but most of all itself, for it there loses its sting and its use forever. Vitasque in vulnere ponent. And leave their own lives in the wound. 614. Cantharides have somewhere about them, by a contrariety of nature, a counterpoison against their poison. In like manner, at the same time that men take delight in vice, there springs in the conscience a displeasure that afflicts us sleeping and waking with various tormenting imaginations. Quip ubi esse multi, per somnia si placentes. Aut morbo delirantes, protrax foranter, e saladatio in medium peccata didis. Surely where many, often talking in their sleep, or raving in disease, are said to have betrayed themselves, and to have given publicity to offences long concealed. 615. Apollodorus dreamed that he saw himself flayed by the Scythians and afterwards boiled in a cauldron, and that his heart muttered these words, I am the cause of all these mischiefs that have befallen thee. Epicurus said that no hiding hole could conceal the wicked, since they could never assure themselves of being hid whilst their conscience discovered them to themselves. Prima est haec ultio, quod esse judice nemo nocens absohiter. 'Tis the first punishment of sin that no man absolves himself, or this is the highest revenge, that by its judgment no offender is absolved. 616. As an ill conscience fills us with fear, so a good one gives us greater confidence and assurance. And I can truly say that I have gone through several hazards with a more steady pace in consideration of the secret knowledge I had of my own will and the innocence of my intentions. Conscia mens ut quic sua est. Ita concipit intra pectora pro facto spempmatunc sua. As a man's conscience is, so within hope or fear prevails, suiting to his design. 617. Of this are 1,000 examples, but it will be enough to instance 3 of one and the same person. Scipio, being one day accused before the people of Rome of some crimes of a very high nature, instead of excusing himself or flattering his judges, it will become you well, said he, to sit in judgment upon a head, by whose means you have the power to judge all the world. Another time, all the answer he gave to several impeachments brought against him by a tribune of the people, instead of making his defense, let us go, citizens, said he. Let us go render thanks to the gods for the victory they gave me over the Carthaginians as this day, and advancing himself before towards the temple, he had presently all the assembly and his very accuser himself following at his heels. And Petilius, having been set on by Cato to demand an account of the money that had passed through his hands in the province of Antioch, Scipio being come into the Senate to that purpose, produced a book from under his robe, wherein he told them was an exact account of his receipts and disbursements. But being required to deliver it to the protonotary to be examined, he refused, saying, he would not do himself so great a disgrace, and in the presence of the whole Senate tore the book with his own hands to pieces. I do not believe that the most seared conscience could have counterfeited so great an assurance. He had naturally too high a spirit and was accustomed to too high a fortune, says Titius Livius, to know how to be criminal, and to lower himself to the meanness of defending his innocence. The putting men to the rack is a dangerous invention, and seems to be rather a trial of patience than of truth. Both he who has the fortitude to endure it conceals the truth, and he who has not, for why should pain sooner make me confess what really is, than force me to say what is not? And, on the contrary, if he who is not guilty of that whereof he is accused, has the courage to undergo those torments, why should not he who is guilty have the same, so fair a reward as life being in his prospect? I believe the ground of this invention proceeds from the consideration of the force of conscience, for, to the guilty, it seems to assist the rack to make him confess his fault and to shake his resolution. And, on the other side, that it fortifies the innocent against the torture. But when all is done, 'tis, in plain truth, a trial full of uncertainty and danger. What would not a man say, what would not a man do, to avoid so intolerable torments? Etiam innocens cogit mentiri dolor. Pain will make even the innocent lie. 6:18. Whence it comes to pass, that him whom the judge has racked that he may not die innocent, he makes him die both innocent and racked. 1,000 have charged their own heads by false confessions, amongst whom I place Philotas, considering the circumstances of the trial Alexander put upon him and the progress of his torture. But so it is that some say it is the least evil human weakness could invent, very inhumanly, notwithstanding, and to very little purpose, in my opinion. Many nations less barbarous in this than the Greeks and Romans who call them so, repute it horrible and cruel to torment and pull a man to pieces for a fault of which they are yet in doubt. How can he help your ignorance? Are not you unjust, that, not to kill him without cause, do worse than kill him? And that this is so, do but observe how often men prefer to die without reason than undergo this examination, more painful than execution itself. And that ofttimes by its extremity anticipates execution, and perform it. I know not where I had this story, but it exactly matches the conscience of our justice in this particular. A countrywoman, to a general of a very severe discipline, accused one of his soldiers that he had taken from her children the little soup meat she had left to nourish them withal, the army having consumed all the rest. But of this proof there was none. The general, after having cautioned the woman to take good heed to what she said, for that she would make herself guilty of a false accusation if she told a lie, and she persisting, he presently caused the soldier's belly to be ripped up to clear the truth of the fact, and the woman was found to be right. An instructive sentence. Chapter 6. Use makes perfect. 'Tis not to be expected that argument and instruction, though we never so voluntarily surrender our belief to what is read to us, should be of force to lead us on so far as to action, if we do not, over and above, exercise and form the soul by experience to the course for which we design it. It will, otherwise, doubtless find itself at a loss when it comes to the pinch of the business. This is the reason why those amongst the philosophers who were ambitious to attain to a greater excellence, were not contented to await the severities of fortune in the retirement and repose of their own habitations. Lest he should have surprised them raw and inexpert in the combat, but sallied out to meet her, and purposely threw themselves into the proof of difficulties. Some of them abandoned riches to exercise themselves in a voluntary poverty, others sought out labor and an austerity of life, to inure them to hardships and inconveniences. Others have deprived themselves of their dearest members, as of sight, and of the instruments of generation, lest their too delightful and effeminate service should soften and debauch the stability of their souls. But in dying, which is the greatest work we have to do, practice can give us no assistance at all. A man may by custom fortify himself against pain, shame, necessity, and such like accidents, but as to death, we can experiment it but once, and are all apprentices when we come to it. There have, anciently, been men so excellent managers of their time that they have tried even in death itself to relish and taste it, and who have bent their utmost faculties of mind to discover what this passage is. But they are none of them come back to tell us the news. Nemo expurgatus extat, frigida quern semel est vitae pausa secuta. No one wakes who has once fallen into the cold sleep of death. 619. Julius Cannus, a noble Roman, of singular constancy in virtue, having been condemned to die by that worthless fellow Caligula, besides many marvelous testimonies that he gave of his resolution. As he was just going to receive the stroke of the executioner, was asked by a philosopher, a friend of his, "Well, Cannus, whereabout is your soul now? What is she doing? What are you thinking of? I was thinking, replied the other, to keep myself ready, and the faculties of my mind full settled and fixed, to try if in this short and quick instant of death, I could perceive the motion of the soul when she parts from the body. And whether she has any sentiment at the separation, that I may after come again if I can, to acquaint my friends with it. This man philosophizes not unto death only, but in death itself. What a strange assurance was this, and what bravery of courage, to desire his death should be a lesson to him, and to have leisure to think of other things in so great an affair. Jus hoc animi morientis habebat. This mighty power of mind he had dying, 620. And yet I fancy, there is a certain way of making it familiar to us, and in some sort of making trial what it is. We may gain experience, if not entire and perfect, yet such, at least, as shall not be totally useless to us, and that may render us more confident and more assured. If we cannot overtake it, we may approach it and view it, and if we do not advance so far as the fort, we may at least discover and make ourselves acquainted with the avenues. It is not without reason that we are taught to consider sleep as a resemblance of death, with how great facility do we pass from waking to sleeping, and with how little concern do we lose the knowledge of light and of ourselves. Peradventure, the faculty of sleeping would seem useless and contrary to nature, since it deprives us of all action and sentiment, were it not that by it nature instructs us that she has equally made us to die as to live. And in life presents to us the eternal state she reserves for us after it, to accustom us to it and to take from us the fear of it. But such as have by violent accident fallen into a swoon, and in it have lost all sense, these, methinks, have been very near seeing the true and natural face of death. For as to the moment of the passage, it is not to be feared that it brings with it any pain or displeasure, forasmuch as we can have no feeling without leisure. Our sufferings require time, which in death is so short, and so precipitous, that it must necessarily be insensible. They are the approaches that we are to fear, and these may fall within the limits of experience. Many things seem greater by imagination than they are in effect. I have passed a good part of my life in a perfect and entire health, I say, not only entire, but, moreover, sprightly and wanton. This state, so full of verdure, jollity, and vigor, made the consideration of sickness so formidable to me, that when I came to experience it, I found the attacks faint and easy in comparison with what I had apprehended. Of this I have daily experience. If I am under the shelter of a warm room, in a stormy and tempestuous night, I wonder how people can live abroad, and am afflicted for those who are out in the fields. If I am there myself, I do not wish to be anywhere else. This one thing of being always shut up in a chamber I fancied insupportable, but I was presently inured to be so imprisoned a week, nay a month together, in a very weak, disordered, and sad condition. And I have found that, in the time of my health, I much more pitied the sick, than I think myself to be pitied when I am so, and that the force of my imagination enhances near one half of the essence and reality of the thing. I hope that when I come to die I shall find it the same, and that, after all, it is not worth the pains I take, so much preparation and so much assistance as I call in, to undergo the stroke. But, at all events, we cannot give ourselves too much advantage. In the time of our third or second troubles, I do not well remember which, going one day abroad to take the air, about a league from my own house, which is seated in the very centre of all the bustle and mischief of the late civil wars in France. Thinking myself in all security and so near to my retreat that I stood in need of no better equipage, I had taken a horse that went very easy upon his pace, but was not very strong. Being upon my return home, a sudden occasion falling out to make use of this horse in a kind of service that he was not accustomed to, one of my train, a lusty, tall fellow, mounted upon a strong German horse, that had a very ill mouth. Fresh and vigorous, to play the brave and set on ahead of his fellows, comes thundering full speed in the very track where I was, rushing like a colossus upon the little man and the little horse, with such a career of strength and weight, that he turned us both over and over, topsy-turvy with our heels in the air, so that there lay the horse overthrown and stunned with the fall, and I 10 or 12 paces from him stretched out at length, with my face all battered and broken. My sword which I had had in my hand, above 10 paces beyond that, and my belt broken all to pieces, without motion or sense any more than a stock. 'Twas the only swoon I was ever in till that hour in my life. Those who were with me, after having used all the means they could to bring me to myself, concluding me dead, took me up in their arms, and carried me with very much difficulty home to my house, which was about half a French league from thence. On the way, having been for more than 2 hours given over for a dead man, I began to move and to fetch my breath, for so great abundance of blood was fallen into my stomach, that nature had need to rouse her forces to discharge it. They then raised me upon my feet, where I threw off a whole bucket of clots of blood, as this I did also several times by the way. This gave me so much ease, that I began to recover a little life, but so leisurely and by so small advances, that my first sentiments were much nearer the approaches of death than life. Perci, dubbiosa anchor del suo ritorno. Non essa sicura attonita lament. For the soul, doubtful as to its return, could not compose itself. 621. The remembrance of this accident, which is very well imprinted in my memory, so naturally representing to me the image and idea of death, has in some sort reconciled me to that untoward adventure. When I first began to open my eyes, it was with so perplexed, so weak and dead a sight, that I could yet distinguish nothing but only discern the light. Cum quel ora pre, orchid gli occhi, mezzo trial sono e l'essere desto. As a man that now opens, now shuts his eyes, between sleep and waking. 622. As to the functions of the soul, they advanced with the same pace and measure with those of the body. I saw myself all bloody, my doublet being stained all over with the blood I had vomited. The first thought that came into my mind was that I had a harquebus shot in my head, and indeed, at the time there were a great many fired round about us. Methought my life but just hung upon my lips, and I shut my eyes, to help, methought, to thrust it out, and took a pleasure in languishing and letting myself go. It was an imagination that only superficially floated upon my soul, as tender and weak as all the rest, but really, not only exempt from anything displeasing, but mixed with that sweetness that people feel when they glide into a slumber. I believe it is the very same condition those people are in, whom we see swoon with weakness in the agony of death. We pity them without cause, supposing them agitated with grievous dolours, or that their souls suffer under painful thoughts. It has ever been my belief, contrary to the opinion of many, and particularly of La Boétie, that those whom we see so subdued and stupefied at the approaches of their end, or oppressed with the length of the disease, or by accident of an apoplexy or falling sickness, vi morbi sep coactus anti oculos aliquis nostros, ut fulminis ictu, concidit, edi spumas agit. Ingemit, edi tremit artis, desipit, extintat nervos, torquator, anhelat, inconstanter, et injectando membra fatigat. Often, compelled by the force of disease, some one as thunderstruck falls under our eyes, and foams, groans, and trembles, stretches, twists, breathes irregularly, and in paroxysms wears out his strength. 623. Or hurt in the head, whom we hear to mutter, and by fits to utter grievous groans, though we gather from these signs by which it seems as if they had some remains of consciousness, and that there are movements of the body. I have always believed, I say, both the body and the soul benumbed and asleep. Vivit, edi est vitae nescius ipsi sui. He lives, and does not know that he is alive. 624. And could not believe that in so great a stupefaction of the members and so great a defection of the senses, the soul could maintain any force within to take cognizance of herself, and that, therefore, they had no tormenting reflections to make them consider and be sensible of the misery of their condition, and consequently were not much to be pitied. I can, for my part, think of no state so insupportable and dreadful, as to have the soul vivid and afflicted, without means to declare itself. As one should say of such as are sent to execution with their tongues first cut out, were it not that in this kind of dying, the most silent seems to me the most graceful, if accompanied with a grave and constant countenance. Or if those miserable prisoners, who fall into the hands of the base hangman soldiers of this age, by whom they are tormented with all sorts of inhuman usage to compel them to some excessive and impossible ransom. Kept, in the meantime, in such condition and place, where they have no means of expressing or signifying their thoughts and their misery. The poets have feigned some gods who favor the deliverance of such as suffer under a languishing death. Hunc ego dithi sacrum jussa fero, tec isto corpori salvo. I bidden offer this sacred thing to Pluto, and from that body dismiss thee. 625. Both the interrupted words, and the short and irregular answers one gets from them sometimes, by bawling and keeping a clutter about them. Or the motions which seem to yield some consent to what we would have them do, are no testimony, nevertheless, that they live, an entire life at least. So it happens to us in the yawning of sleep, before it has fully possessed us, to perceive, as in a dream, what is done about us. And to follow the last things that are said with a perplexed and uncertain hearing which seems but to touch upon the borders of the soul. And to make answers to the last words that have been spoken to us, which have more in them of chance than sense. Now seeing I have in effect tried it, I have no doubt but I have hitherto made a right judgment. For first, being in a swoon, I labored to rip open the buttons of my doublet with my nails, for my sword was gone, and yet I felt nothing in my imagination that hurt me, for we have many motions in us that do not proceed from our direction. Semienem esc micant digiti, ferumque retractant. Half-dead fingers grope about, and grasp again the sword. 626. So falling people extend their arms before them by a natural impulse, which prompts our limbs to offices and motions without any commission from our reason. Falsiferos memorant curis abscindera membra. Ut tremir in terra videator ob artibus id quod decidit abscissum, cum mens tamen ac hominis vis mobilitate mali, non quid sentire dolorem. They relate that scythe-bearing chariots mow off limbs, so that they quiver on the ground. And yet the mind of him from whom the limb is taken by the swiftness of the blow feels no pain. 627. My stomach was so oppressed with the coagulated blood, that my hands moved to that part, of their own voluntary motion, as they frequently do to the part that itches, without being directed by our will. There are several animals, and even men, in whom one may perceive the muscles to stir and tremble after they are dead. Every one experimentally knows that there are some members which grow stiff and flag without his leave. Now, those passions which only touch the outward bark of us, cannot be said to be ours. To make them so, there must be a concurrence of the whole man, and the pains which are felt by the hand or the foot while we are sleeping, are none of ours. As I drew near my own house, where the alarm of my fall was already got before me, and my family were come out to meet me, with the hubbub usual in such cases, not only did I make some little answer to some questions which were asked me, but they moreover tell me, that I was sufficiently collected to order them to bring a horse to my wife whom on the road, I saw struggling in tiring herself which is hilly and rugged. This should seem to proceed from a soul its functions. But it was nothing so with me. I knew not what I said or did, and they were nothing but idle thoughts in the clouds, that were stirred up by the senses of the eyes and ears, and proceeded not from me. I knew not for all that, whence I came or whither I went, neither was I capable to weigh and consider what was said to me. These were light effects, that the senses produced of themselves as of custom. What the soul contributed was in a dream, lightly touched, licked and bedewed by the soft impression of the senses. Notwithstanding, my condition was, in truth, very easy and quiet. I had no affliction upon me, either for others or myself. It was an extreme languor and weakness, without any manner of pain. I saw my own house, but knew it not. When they had put me to bed I found an inexpressible sweetness in that repose. For I had been desperately tugged and lugged by those poor people who had taken the pains to carry me upon their arms a very great and a very rough way, and had in so doing all quite tired out themselves, twice or thrice one after another. They offered me several remedies, but I would take none, certainly believing that I was mortally wounded in the head. And, in earnest, it had been a very happy death, for the weakness of my understanding deprived me of the faculty of discerning, and that of my body of the sense of feeling. I was suffering myself to glide away so sweetly and after so soft and easy a manner, that I scarce find any other action less troublesome than that was. But when I came again to myself and to resume my faculties, ut tandem sensus convaluere me. When at length my lost senses again returned. 628. Which was 2 or 3 hours after, I felt myself on a sudden involved in terrible pain, having my limbs battered and ground with my fall, and was so ill for 2 or 3 nights after, that I thought I was once more dying again, but a more painful death, having concluded myself as good as dead before, and to this hour am sensible of the bruises of that terrible shock. I will not here omit, that the last thing I could make them beat into my head, was the memory of this accident, and I had it over and over again repeated to me, whither I was going, from whence I came, and at what time of the day this mischance befell me, before I could comprehend it. As to the manner of my fall, that was concealed from me in favour to him who had been the occasion, and other flim-flams were invented. But a long time after, and the very next day that my memory began to return and to represent to me the state wherein I was, at the instant that I perceived this horse coming full drive upon me, for I had seen him at my heels, and gave myself for gone, but this thought had been so sudden, that fear had had no leisure to introduce itself, it seemed to me like a flash of lightning that had pierced my soul, and that I came from the other world. This long story of so light an accident would appear vain enough, were it not for the knowledge I have gained by it for my own use, for I do really find, that to get acquainted with death, needs no more but nearly to approach it. Every one, as Pliny says, is a good doctrine to himself, provided he be capable of discovering himself near at hand. Here, this is not my doctrine, 'tis my study, and is not the lesson of another, but my own. And if I communicate it, it ought not to be ill taken, for that which is of use to me, may also, peradventure, be useful to another. As to the rest, I spoil nothing, I make use of nothing but my own. And if I play the fool, 'tis at my own expense, and nobody else is concerned in't, for 'tis a folly that will die with me, and that no one is to inherit. We hear but of 2 or 3 of the ancients, who have beaten this path, and yet I cannot say if it was after this manner, knowing no more of them but their names. No one since has followed the track, 'tis a rugged road, more so than it seems, to follow a pace so rambling and uncertain, as that of the soul, to penetrate the dark profundities of its intricate internal windings. To choose and lay hold of so many little nimble motions, 'tis a new and extraordinary undertaking, and that withdraws us from the common and most recommended employments of the world. 'Tis now many years since that my thoughts have had no other aim and level than myself, and that I have only pried into and studied myself, or, if I study any other thing, 'tis to apply it to or rather in myself. And yet I do not think it a fault, if, as others do by other much less profitable sciences, I communicate what I have learned in this, though I am not very well pleased with my own progress. There is no description so difficult, nor doubtless of so great utility, as that of a man's self, and withal, a man must curl his hair and set out and adjust himself, to appear in public. Now I am perpetually tricking myself out, for I am eternally upon my own description. Custom has made all speaking of a man's self vicious, and positively interdicts it, in hatred to the boasting that seems inseparable from the testimony men give of themselves. Invidium ducit culpi fuga. The avoiding a mere fault often leads us into a greater. Or, the escape from a fault leads into a vice. 629. Instead of blowing the child's nose, this is to take his nose off altogether. I think the remedy worse than the disease. But, allowing it to be true that it must of necessity be presumption to entertain people with discourses of one's self, I ought not, pursuing my general design, to forbear an action that publishes this infirmity of mine, nor conceal the fault which I not only practice but profess. Notwithstanding, to speak my thought freely, I think that the custom of condemning wine, because some people will be drunk, is itself to be condemned. A man cannot abuse anything but what is good in itself. And I believe that this rule has only regard to the popular vice. They are bits for calves, with which neither the saints whom we hear speak so highly of themselves, nor the philosophers, nor the divines will be curbed. Neither will I, who am as little the one as the other, if they do not write of it expressly, at all events, when the occasions arise, they don't hesitate to put themselves on the public highway. Of what does Socrates treat more largely than of himself? To what does he more direct and address the discourses of his disciples, than to speak of themselves, not of the lesson in their book, but of the essence and motion of their souls? We confess ourselves religiously to God and our confessor, as our neighbors, do to all the people. But some will answer that we there speak nothing but accusation against ourselves. Why then, we say all. For our very virtue itself is faulty and penetrable. My trade and art is to live. He that forbids me to speak according to my own sense, experience, and practice, may as well enjoin an architect not to speak of building according to his own knowledge, but according to that of his neighbor. According to the knowledge of another, and not according to his own. If it be vainglory for a man to publish his own virtues, why does not Cicero prefer the eloquence of Hortensius, and Hortensius that of Cicero? Peradventure they mean that I should give testimony of myself by works and effects, not barely by words. I chiefly paint my thoughts, a subject void of form and incapable of operative production. 'Tis all that I can do to couch it in this airy body of the voice. The wisest and devoutest men have lived in the greatest care to avoid all apparent effects. Effects would more speak of fortune than of me. They manifest their own office and not mine, but uncertainly and by conjecture, patterns of some one particular virtue. I expose myself entire. 'Tis a body where, at one view, the veins, muscles, and tendons are apparent, every of them in its proper place, here the effects of a cold, there of the heart beating, very dubiously. I do not write my own acts, but myself and my essence. I am of opinion that a man must be very cautious how he values himself, and equally conscientious to give a true report, be it better or worse, impartially. If I thought myself perfectly good and wise, would rattle it out to some purpose. To speak less of one's self than what one really is folly, not modesty, and to take that for current pay which is under a man's value is pusillanimity and cowardice, according to Aristotle. No virtue assists itself with falsehood. Truth is never matter of error. To speak more of one's self than is really true is not always mere presumption, 'tis, moreover, very often folly. To be immeasurably pleased with what one is, and to fall into an indiscreet self-love, is in my opinion the substance of this vice. The most sovereign remedy to cure it, is to do quite contrary to what these people direct who, in forbidding men to speak of themselves, consequently, at the same time, interdict thinking of themselves too. Pride dwells in the thought. The tongue can have but a very little share in it. They fancy that to think of one's self is to be delighted with one's self, to frequent and converse with one's self, to be overindulgent. But this excess springs only in those who take but a superficial view of themselves, and dedicate their main inspection to their affairs. Who call it mere reverie and idleness to occupy one's self with one's self, and the building one's self up a mere building of castles in the air, who look upon themselves as a third person only, a stranger. If any one be in rapture with his own knowledge, looking only on those below him, let him but turn his eye upward towards past ages, and his pride will be abated, when he shall there find so many thousand wits that trample him under foot. If he enter into a flattering presumption of his personal valor, let him but recollect the lives of Scipio, Epaminondas, so many armies, so many nations, that leave him so far behind them. No particular quality can make any man proud, that will at the same time put the many other weak and imperfect ones he has in the other scale, and the nothingness of human condition to make up the weight. Because Socrates had alone digested to purpose the precept of his God, to know himself, and by that study arrived at the perfection of setting himself at naught, he only was reputed worthy the title of a sage. Whosoever shall so know himself, let him boldly speak it out. Chapter 7. Of Recompenses of Honor. They who write the life of Augustus Caesar, 630 observe this in his military discipline, that he was wonderfully liberal of gifts to men of merit, but that as to the true recompenses of honor he was as sparing. Yet he himself had been gratified by his uncle with all the military recompenses before he had ever been in the field. It was a pretty invention, and received into most governments of the world, to institute certain vain and in themselves valueless distinctions to honor and recompense virtue, such as the crowns of laurel, oak, and myrtle. The particular fashion of some garment, the privilege to ride in a coach in the city, or at night with a torch, some peculiar place assigned in public assemblies, the prerogative of certain additional names and titles. Certain distinctions in the bearing of coats of arms, and the like, the use of which, according to the several humors of nations, has been variously received, and yet continues. We in France, as also several of our neighbors, have orders of knighthood that are instituted only for this end. And 'tis, in earnest, a very good and profitable custom to find out an acknowledgment for the worth of rare and excellent men, and to satisfy them with rewards that are not at all chargeable either to prince or people. And that which has always been found by ancient experience, and which we have heretofore observed among ourselves, that men of quality have ever been more jealous of such recompenses than of those wherein there was gain and profit, is not without very good ground and reason. If with the reward, which ought to be simply a recompense of honor, they should mix other commodities and add riches, this mixture, instead of procuring an increase of estimation, would debase and abate it. The order of St. Michael, which has been so long in repute amongst us, had no greater commodity than that it had no communication with any other commodity, which produced this effect. That formerly there was no office or title whatever to which the gentry pretended with so great desire and affection as they did to that. No quality that carried with it more respect and grandeur, valor and worth more willingly embracing and with greater ambition aspiring to a recompense purely its own, and rather glorious than profitable. For, in truth, other gifts have not so great a dignity of usage, by reason they are laid out upon all sorts of occasions. With money a man pays the wages of a servant, the diligence of a courier, dancing, vaulting, speaking, and the meanest offices we receive, nay, and reward vice with it too, as flattery, treachery, and pimping. And therefore, 'tis no wonder if virtue less desires and less willingly receives this common sort of payment, than that which is proper and peculiar to her, throughout generous and noble. Augustus had reason to be more sparing of this than the other, insomuch that honor is a privilege which derives its principal essence from rarity, and so virtue itself. Quae malus est nemo, quas bonus esse potest? To whom no one is ill who can be good, 631. We do not intend it for a commendation when we say that such a one is careful in the education of his children, by reason it is a common act, how just and well done soever. No more than we commend a great tree, where the whole forest is the same. I do not think that any citizen of Sparta glorified himself much upon his valor, it being the universal virtue of the whole nation. And as little upon his fidelity and contempt of riches. There is no recompense becomes virtue, how great soever, that is once passed into a custom, and I know not withal whether we can ever call it great, being common. Seeing, then, that these remunerations of honor have no other value and estimation but only this, that few people enjoy them, 'tis but to be liberal of them to bring them down to nothing. And though there should be now more men found than in former times worthy of our order, the estimation of it nevertheless should not be abetted, nor the honor made cheap, and it may easily happen that more may merit it. For there is no virtue that so easily spreads as that of military valor. There is another virtue, true, perfect, and philosophical, of which I do not speak, and only make use of the word in our common acceptation, much greater than this and more full, which is a force and assurance of the soul. Equally despising all sorts of adverse accidents, equable, uniform, and constant, of which ours is no more than one little ray. Use, education, example, and custom can do all in all to the establishment of that whereof I am speaking, and with great facility render it common, as by the experience of our civil wars is manifest enough. And whoever could at this time unite us all, Catholic and Huguenot, into one body, and set us upon some brave common enterprise, we should again make our ancient military reputation flourish. It is most certain that in times past the recompense of this order had not only a regard to valor, but had a further prospect, it never was the reward of a valiant soldier but of a great captain. The science of obeying was not reputed worthy of so honorable a guerdon. There was therein a more universal military expertness required, and that comprehended the most and the greatest qualities of a military man. Nec enim idem militas et imperatorix art sunt. For the arts of soldiery and generalship are not the same. 632. As also, besides, a condition suitable to such a dignity. But, I say, though more men were worthy than formerly, yet ought it not to be more liberally distributed, and it were better to fall short in not giving it at all to whom it should be due, than for ever to lose, as we have lately done, the fruit of so profitable an invention. No man of spirit will deign to advantage himself with what is in common with many. And such of the present time as have least merited this recompense themselves make the greater show of disdaining it, in order thereby to be ranked with those to whom so much wrong has been done by the unworthy conferring and debasing the distinction which was their particular right. Now, to expect that in obliterating and abolishing this, suddenly to create and bring into credit a like institution, is not a proper attempt for so licentious and so sick a time as this wherein we now are. And it will fall out that the last will from its birth incur the same inconveniences that have ruined the other. 633 The rules for dispensing this new order had need to be extremely clipped and bound under great restrictions, to give it authority. And this tumultuous season is incapable of such a curb. Besides that, before this can be brought into repute, 'tis necessary that the memory of the first, and of the contempt into which it is fallen, be buried in oblivion. This place might naturally enough admit of some discourse upon the consideration of valor, and the difference of this virtue from others. But, Plutarch having so often handled this subject, I should give myself an unnecessary trouble to repeat what he has said. But this is worth considering, that our nation places valor, valence, in the highest degree of virtue, as its very word evidences, being derived from valor, and that, according to our use, when we say a man of high worth a good man. In our court style, 'tis to say a valiant man, after the Roman way. For the general appellation of virtue with them takes etymology from this, force. The proper, sole, and essential profession of, the French noblesse is that of arms, and 'tis likely that the first virtue that discovered itself amongst men and has given to some advantage over others, was that by which the strongest and most valiant have mastered the weaker, and acquired a particular authority and reputation, whence came to it that dignified appellation. Or else, that these nations, being very warlike, gave the preeminence to that of the virtues which was most familiar to them. Just as our passion and the feverish solicitude we have of the chastity of women occasions that to say, a good woman, a woman of worth, a woman of honor and virtue, signifies merely a chaste woman as if, to oblige them to that one duty. We were indifferent as to all the rest, and gave them the reins in all other faults whatever to compound for that one of incontinence. Chapter 8. Of the affection of fathers to their children. To Madame d'Estissac. Madam, if the strangeness and novelty of my subject, which are wont to give value to things, do not save me, I shall never come off with honor from this foolish attempt, but 'tis so fantastic, and carries a face so unlike the common use, that this, peradventure, may make it pass. 'Tis a melancholic humor, and consequently a humor very much an enemy to my natural complexion, engendered by the pensiveness of the solitude into which for some years past I have retired myself. That first put into my head this idle fancy of writing. Wherein, finding myself totally unprovided and empty of other matter, I presented myself to myself for argument and subject. 'Tis the only book in the world of its kind, and of a wild and extravagant design. There is nothing worth remark in this affair but that extravagancy, for in a subject so vain and frivolous, the best workman in the world could not have given it a form fit to recommend it to any manner of esteem. Now, madam, having to draw my own picture to the life, I had omitted one important feature, had I not therein represented the honor I have ever had for you and your merits, which I have purposely chosen to say in the beginning of this chapter, by reason that amongst the many other excellent qualities you are mistress of, that of the tender love you have manifested to your children, is seated in one of the highest places. Whoever knows at what age Monsieur d'Estissac, your husband, left you a widow, the great and honorable matches that have since been offered to you, as many as to any lady of your condition in France, the constancy and steadiness wherewith For so many years, you have sustained so many sharp difficulties, the burden and conduct of affairs, which have persecuted you in every corner of the kingdom, and are not yet weary of tormenting you. And the happy direction you have given to all these, by your sole prudence or good fortune, will easily conclude with me that we have not so vivid an example as yours of maternal affection in our times. I praise God, madam, that it has been so well employed. For the great hopes Monsieur d'Estissac, your son, gives of himself, renders sufficient assurance that when he comes of age you will reap from him all the obedience and gratitude of a very good man. But, forasmuch as by reason of his tender years, he has not been capable of taking notice of those offices of extremest value he has in so great number received from you, I will, if these papers shall one day happen to fall into his hands, when I shall neither have mouth nor speech left to deliver it to him, that he shall receive from me a true account of those things, which shall be more effectually manifested to him by their own effects. By which he will understand that there is not a gentleman in France who stands more indebted to a mother's care. And that he cannot, in the future, give a better nor more certain testimony of his own worth and virtue than by acknowledging you for that excellent mother you are. If there be any law truly natural, that is to say, any instinct that is seen universally and perpetually imprinted in both beasts and men, which is not without controversy, I can say, that in my opinion, next to the care every animal has of its own preservation, and to avoid that which may hurt him, the affection that the begetter bears to his offspring holds the second place in this rank. And seeing that nature appears to have recommended it to us, having regard to the extension and progression of the successive pieces of this machine of hers, 'tis no wonder if, on the contrary, that of children towards their parents is not so great. To which we may add this other Aristotelian consideration, that he who confers a benefit on any one, loves him better than he is beloved by him again, that he to whom is owing, loves better than he who owes. And that every artificer is fonder of his work, than, if that work had sense, it would be of him, by reason that it is dear to us to be, and to be consists in movement and action, therefore every one has in some sort a being in his work. He who confers a benefit exercises a fine and honest action, he who receives it exercises the useful only. Now the useful is much less lovable than the honest. The honest is stable and permanent, supplying him who has done it with a continual gratification. The useful loses itself, easily slides away, and the memory of it is neither so fresh nor so pleasing. Those things are dearest to us that have cost us most, and giving is more chargeable than receiving. Since it has pleased God to endue us with some capacity of reason, to the end we may not, like brutes, be servilely subject and enslaved to the laws common to both, but that we should by judgment and a voluntary liberty apply ourselves to them. We ought, indeed, something to yield to the simple authority of nature, but not suffer ourselves to be tyrannically hurried away and transported by her. Reason alone should have the conduct of our inclinations. I, for my part, have a strange disgust for those propensions that are started in us without the mediation and direction of the judgment, as, upon the subject I am speaking of. I cannot entertain that passion of dandling and caressing infants scarcely born, having as yet neither motion of soul nor shape of body distinguishable, by which they can render themselves amiable. And have not willingly suffered them to be nursed near me. A true and regular affection ought to spring and increase with the knowledge they give us of themselves, and then, if they are worthy of it, the natural propension walking hand in hand with reason, to cherish them with a truly paternal love. And so to judge, also, if they be otherwise, still rendering ourselves to reason, notwithstanding the inclination of nature. 'Tis ofttimes quite otherwise. And, most commonly, we find ourselves more taken with the running up and down, the games, and puerile simplicities of our children, than we do, afterwards, with their most complete actions. As if we had loved them for our sport, like monkeys, and not as men, and some there are, who are very liberal in buying them balls to play withal, who are very close-handed for the least necessary expense when they come to age. Nay, it looks as if the jealousy of seeing them appear in and enjoy the world when we are about to leave it, rendered us more niggardly and stingy towards them. It vexes us that they tread upon our heels, as if to solicit us to go out. If this were to be feared, since the order of things will have it so that they cannot, to speak the truth, be nor live, but at the expense of our being and life, we should never meddle with being fathers at all. For my part, I think it cruelty and injustice not to receive them into the share and society of our goods, and not to make them partakers in the intelligence of our domestic affairs when they are capable. And not to lessen and contract our own expenses to make the more room for theirs, seeing we beget them to that effect. 'Tis unjust that an old fellow, broken and half dead, should alone, in a corner of the chimney, enjoy the money that would suffice for the maintenance and advancement of many children, and suffer them, in the meantime, to lose their best years for want of means to advance themselves in the public service and the knowledge of men. A man by this course drives them to despair, and to seek out by any means, how unjust or dishonorable soever, to provide for their own support, as I have, in my time, seen several young men of good extraction so addicted to stealing, that no correction could cure them of it. I know one of a very good family, to whom, at the request of a brother of his, a very honest and brave gentleman, I once spoke on this account, who made answer, and confessed to me roundly, that he had been put upon this paltry practice by the severity and avarice of his father, but that he was now so accustomed to it he could not leave it off. And, at that very time, he was trapped stealing a lady's rings, having come into her chamber, as she was dressing with several others. He put me in mind of a story I had heard of another gentleman, so perfect and accomplished in this fine trade in his youth, that, after he came to his estate and resolved to give it over, he could not hold his hands, nevertheless. If he passed by a shop where he saw anything he liked, from catching it up, though it put him to the shame of sending afterwards to pay for it. And I have myself seen several so habituated to this quality that even amongst their comrades they could not forbear filching, though with intent to restore what they had taken. I am a Gascon, and yet there is no vice I so little understand as that. I hate it something more by disposition than I condemn it by reason. I do not so much as desire anything of another man's. This province of ours is, in plain truth, a little more decried than the other parts of the kingdom. And yet we have several times seen, in our times, men of good families of other provinces, in the hands of justice, convicted of abominable thefts. I fear this vice is, in some sort, to be attributed to the forementioned vice of the fathers. And if a man should tell me, as a lord of very good understanding once did, that he hoarded up wealth, not to extract any other fruit and use from his parsimony, but to make himself honored and sought after by his relations, and that age having deprived him of all other power, it was the only remaining remedy to maintain his authority in his family, and to keep him from being neglected and despised by all around, in truth, not only old age, but all other imbecility, according to Aristotle, is the promoter of avarice. That is something, but it is physic for a disease that a man should prevent the birth of. A father is very miserable who has no other hold on his children's affection than the need they have of his assistance, if that can be called affection. He must render himself worthy to be respected by his virtue and wisdom, and beloved by his kindness and the sweetness of his manners. Even the very ashes of a rich matter have their value. And we are wont to have the bones and relics of worthy men in regard and reverence. No old age can be so decrepit in a man who has passed his life in honor, but it must be venerable, especially to his children, whose soul he must have trained up to their duty by reason, not by necessity in the need they have of him, nor by harshness and compulsion. Iti erit lunge mea cadem sententia ca imperium credat esse gravius, aut stabilius, vi quat fit, quam illid, quat emicidia adjungitur. He wanders far from the truth, in my opinion, who thinks that government more absolute and durable which is acquired by force than that which is attached to friendship. 634. I condemn all violence in the education of a tender soul that is designed for honor and liberty. There is I know not what of servile in rigor and constraint. And I am of opinion that what is not to be done by reason, prudence, and address, is never to be effected by force. I myself was brought up after that manner. And they tell me that in all my first age I never felt the rod but twice, and then very slightly. I practiced the same method with my children, who all of them died at nurse, except Leonora, my only daughter. And who arrived to the age of 5 years and upward without other correction for her childish faults, her mother's indulgence easily concurring, than words only, and those very gentle. In which kind of proceeding, though my end and expectation should be both frustrated, there are other causes enough to lay the fault on without blaming my discipline, which I know to be natural and just, and I should, in this, have yet been more religious towards the males, as less born to subjection and more free. And I should have made it my business to fill their hearts with ingenuousness and freedom. I have never observed other effects of whipping than to render boys more cowardly, or more wilfully obstinate. Do we desire to be beloved of our children? Will we remove from them all occasion of wishing our death, though no occasion of so horrid a wish can either be just or excusable? Nullum salus rationem habet. No wickedness has reason. 635. Let us reasonably accommodate their lives with what is in our power. In order to this, we should not marry so young that our age shall in a manner be confounded with theirs. For this inconvenience plunges us into many very great difficulties, and especially the gentry of the nation, who are of a condition wherein they have little to do, and who live upon their rents only, for elsewhere. With people who live by their labor, the plurality and company of children is an increase to the common stock. They are so many new tools and instruments wherewith to grow rich. I married at 33 years of age, and concur in the opinion of 35, which is said to be that of Aristotle. Plato will have nobody marry before 30. But he has reason to laugh at those who undertook the work of marriage after 55, and condemns their offspring as unworthy of aliment and life. Thales gave the truest limits, who, young and being importuned by his mother to marry, answered, that it was too soon, and, being grown into years and urged again, that it was too late. A man must deny opportunity to every inopportune action. The ancient Gauls looked upon it as a very horrid thing for a man to have society with a woman before he was 20 years of age. And strictly recommended to the men who designed themselves for war the keeping their virginity till well grown in years, forasmuch as courage is abetted and diverted by intercourse with women. Ma, or congiunto a giovanetta spasa. E lito omai deth figli, era invalito negli affetti di padre et di marito. Now, married to a young wife and happy in children, he was demoralized by his love as father and husband. 636. Muley Hassam, king of Tunis, he whom the Emperor Charles V, restored to his kingdom, reproached the memory of his father Mahomet with the frequentation of women, styling him loose, effeminate, and a getter of children. 637 The Greek history observes of Iccus the Tarentine, of Chryso, Astylus, Diapompos, and others, that to keep their bodies in order for the Olympic games and such like exercises, they denied themselves during that preparation all commerce with Venus. In a certain country of the Spanish Indies men were not permitted to marry till after 40 age, and yet the girls were allowed at 10. 'Tis not time for a gentleman of 30 years old to give place to his son who is 20. He is himself in a condition to serve both in the expeditions of war and in the court of his prince, has need of all his appurtenances, and yet, doubtless, he ought to surrender a share, but not so great an one as to forget himself for others. And for such an one the answer that fathers have ordinarily in their mouths, I will not put off my clothes, before I go to bed, serves well. But a father worn out with age and infirmities, and deprived by weakness and want of health of the common society of men, wrongs himself and his to amass a great heap of treasure. He has lived long enough, if he be wise, to have a mind to strip himself to go to bed, not to his very shirt, I confess, but to that and a good, warm dressing gown. The remaining pomps, of which he has no further use, he ought voluntarily to surrender to those, to whom by the order of nature they belong. 'Tis reason he should refer the use of those things to them, seeing that nature has reduced him to such a state that he cannot enjoy them himself, otherwise there is doubtless malice and envy in the case. The greatest act of the Emperor Charles V was that when, in imitation of some of the ancients of his own quality, confessing it but reason to strip ourselves when our clothes encumber and grow too heavy for us, and to lie down when our legs begin to fail us, he resigned his possessions, grandeur, and power to his son, when he found himself failing in vigor, and steadiness for the conduct of his affairs suitable with the glory he had therein acquired. Solve senescentem mature sanus equum, any pexit ad extremum redendus. Eti ilia ducat. Dismiss the old horse in good time, lest, failing in the lists, the spectators laugh. 638. This fault of not perceiving betimes and of not being sensible of the feebleness and extreme alteration that age naturally brings both upon body and mind, which, in my opinion, is equal, if indeed the soul has not more than half, has lost the reputation of most of the great men in the world. I have known in my time, and been intimately acquainted with persons of great authority, whom one might easily discern marvellously lapsed from the sufficiency I knew they were once endued with, by the reputation they had acquired in their former years, whom I could heartily, for their own sakes, have wished at home at their ease, discharged of their public or military employments, which were now grown too heavy for their shoulders. I have formerly been very familiar in a gentleman's house, a widower and very old, though healthy and cheerful enough. This gentleman had several daughters to marry and a son already of ripe age, which brought upon him many visitors, and a great expense, neither of which well pleased him, not only out of consideration of frugality, but yet more for having, by reason of his age, entered into a course of life far differing from ours. I told him one day a little boldly, as I used to do, that he would do better to give us younger folk room, and to leave his principal house, for he had but that well placed and furnished, to his son, and himself retire to an estate he had hard by, where nobody would trouble his repose, seeing he could not otherwise avoid being importuned by us, the condition of his children considered. He took my advice afterwards, and found an advantage in so doing. I do not mean that a man should so install them as not to reserve to himself a liberty to retract. I, who am now arrived to the age wherein such things are fit to be done, would resign to them the enjoyment of my house and goods, but with a power of revocation if they should give me cause to alter my mind. I would leave to them the use, that being no longer convenient for me, and, of the general authority and power over all, would reserve as much as, I thought good to myself. Having always held that it must needs be a great satisfaction to an aged father himself to put his children into the way of governing his affairs, and to have power during his own life to control their behavior, supplying them with instruction and advice from his own experience, and himself to transfer the ancient honor and order of his house into the hands of those who are to succeed him, and by that means to satisfy himself as to the hopes he may conceive of their future conduct. And in order to this I would not avoid their company, I would observe them near at hand, and partake, according to the condition of my age, of their feasts and jollities. If I did not live absolutely amongst them, which I could not do without annoying them and their friends, by reason of the morosity of my age and the restlessness of my infirmities, and without violating also the rules and order of living I should then have set down to myself, I would, at least, live near them in some retired part of my house, not the best in show, but the most commodious. Nor as I saw some years ago, a Dean of St. Hilary of Poitiers given up to such a solitude, that at the time I came into his chamber it had been 22 years that he had not stepped 1 foot out of it, and yet had all his motions free and easy, and was in good health, saving a cold that fell upon his lungs. He would, hardly once in a week, suffer any one to come in to see him. He always kept himself shut up in his chamber alone, except that a servant brought him, once a day, something to eat, and did then but just come in and go out again. His employment was to walk up and down, and read some book, for he was a bit of a scholar, but, as to the rest, obstinately bent to die in this retirement, as he soon after did. I would endeavor by pleasant conversation to create in my children a warm and unfeigned friendship and goodwill towards me, which in well-descended natures is not hard to do. For if they be furious brutes, of which this age of ours produces thousands, we are then to hate and avoid them as such. I am angry at the custom of forbidding children to call their father by the name of father, and to enjoin them another, as more full of respect and reverence, as if nature had not sufficiently provided for our authority. We call Almighty God Father, and disdain to have our children call us so. I have reformed this error in my family. 639 And 'tis also folly and injustice to deprive children, when grown up, of familiarity with their father, and to carry a scornful and austere countenance toward them, thinking by that to keep them in awe and obedience. For it is a very idle farce that, instead of producing the effect designed, renders fathers distasteful, and, which is worse, ridiculous to their own children. They have youth and vigor in possession, and consequently the breath and favor of the world, and therefore receive these fierce and tyrannical looks, mere scarecrows, of a man without blood either in his heart or veins, with mockery and contempt. Though I could make myself feared, I had yet much rather make myself beloved. There are so many sorts of defects in old age, so much imbecility, and it is so liable to contempt, that the best acquisition a man can make is the kindness and affection of his own family. Command and fear are no longer his weapons. Such an one I have known who, having been very imperious in his youth, when he came to be old, though he might have lived at his full ease, would ever strike, rant, swear, and curse, the most violent householder in France, fretting himself with unnecessary suspicion and vigilance. And all this rumble and clutter but to make his family cheat him the more. Of his barn, his kitchen, cellar, nay, and his very purse too, others had the greatest use and share, whilst he keeps his keys in his pocket much more carefully than his eyes. Whilst he hugs himself with the pitiful frugality of a niggard table, everything goes to rack and ruin in every corner of his house, in play, drink, all sorts of profusion, making sport in their junkets with his vain anger and fruitless parsimony. Every one is a sentinel against him, and if, by accident, any wretched fellow that serves him is of another humour, and will not join with the rest, he is presently rendered suspected to him, a bait that old age very easily bites out of itself. How often has this gentleman boasted to me in how great awe he kept his family, and how exact an obedience and reverence they paid him. How clearly he saw into his own affairs. Al solos nescit omnia. He alone is ignorant of all that is passing. 640. I do not know any one that can muster more parts, both natural and acquired, proper to maintain dominion, than he, yet he is fallen from it like a child. For this reason it is that I have picked out him, amongst several others that I know of the same humour, for the greatest example. It were matter for a question in the schools, whether he is better thus or otherwise. In his presence, all submit to and bow to him, and give so much way to his vanity that nobody ever resists him. He has his fill of assents, of seeming fear, submission, and respect. Does he turn away a servant? He packs up his bundle, and is gone. But 'tis no further than just out of his sight. The steps of old age are so slow, the senses so troubled, that he will live and do his old office in the same house a year together without being perceived. And after a fit interval of time, letters are pretended to come from a great way off, very humble, suppliant, and full of promises of amendment, by virtue of which he is again received into favour. Does Monsieur make any bargain, or prepare any dispatch that does not please? 'Tis suppressed, and causes afterwards forged to excuse the want of execution in the one or answer in the other. No letters being first brought to him, he never sees any but those that shall seem fit for his knowledge. If by accident they fall first into his own hand, being used to trust somebody to read them to him, he reads extempore what he thinks fit, and often makes such a one ask him pardon who abuses and rails at him in his letter. In short, he sees nothing, but by an image prepared and designed beforehand and the most satisfactory they can invent, not to rouse nor waken his ill humour and choler. I have seen, under various aspects, enough of these modes of domestic government, long enduring, constant, to the like effect. Women are ever more addicted to cross their husbands, they lay hold with both hands on all occasions to contradict and oppose them, the first excuse serves for a plenary justification. I have seen one who robbed her husband wholesale, that, as she told her confessor, she might distribute the more liberal alms. Let who will trust to that religious dispensation. No management of affairs seems to them of sufficient dignity, if proceeding from the husband's assent, they must usurp it either by insolence or cunning, and always injuriously, or else it has not the grace and authority they desire. When, as in the case I am speaking of, 'tis against a poor old man and for the children, then they make use of this title to serve their passion with glory, and, as for a common service, easily cabal, and combine against his government and dominion. If they be males grown up in full and flourishing health, they presently corrupt, either by force or favor, steward, receivers, and all the rout. Such as have neither wife nor son do not so easily fall into this misfortune, but withal more cruelly and unworthily. Cato the elder in his time said, so many servants, so many enemies. Consider, then, whether according to the vast difference between the purity of the age he lived in and the corruption of this of ours, he does not seem to shew us that wife, son, and servant, are so many enemies to us. 'Tis well for old age that it is always accompanied by want of observation, ignorance, and a proneness to being deceived. For should we see how we are used and would not acquiesce, what would become of us? Especially in such an age as this, where the very judges who are to determine our controversies are usually partisans to the young, and interested in the cause. In case the discovery of this cheating escape me, I cannot at least fail to discern that I am very fit to be cheated. And can a man ever enough exalt the value of a friend, in comparison with these civil ties? The very image of it which I see in beasts, so pure and uncorrupted, how religiously do I respect it. If others deceive me, yet do I not, at least, deceive myself in thinking I am able to defend myself from them, or in cudgelling my brains to make myself so. I protect myself from such treasons in my own bosom, not by an unquiet and tumultuous curiosity, but rather by diversion and resolution. When I hear talk of any one's condition, I never trouble myself to think of him. I presently turn my eyes upon myself to see in what condition I am. Whatever concerns another relates to me, the accident that has befallen him gives me caution, and rouses me to turn my defense that way. We every day and every hour say things of another that we might properly say of ourselves, could we but apply our observation to our own concerns, as well as extend it to others. And several authors have in this manner prejudiced their own cause by running headlong upon those they attack, and darting those shafts against their enemies, that are more properly, and with greater advantage, to be turned upon themselves. The late Mareschal de Montluc having lost his son, who died in the island of Madeira, in truth a very worthy gentleman and of great expectation, did to me, amongst his other regrets, very much insist upon what a sorrow and heart-breaking it was that he had never made himself familiar with him. And by that humour of paternal gravity and grimace to have lost the opportunity of having an insight into and of well knowing his son, as also of letting him know the extreme affection he had for him, and the worthy opinion he had of his virtue. That poor boy, said he, never saw in me other than a stern and disdainful countenance, and is gone in a belief that I neither knew how to love him nor esteem him according to his desert. For whom did I reserve the discovery of that singular affection I had for him in my soul? Was it not he himself, who ought to have had all the pleasure of it, and all the obligation? I constrained and racked myself to put on, and maintain this vain disguise, and have by that means deprived myself of the pleasure of his conversation, and, I doubt, in some measure, his affection, which could not but be very cold to me, having never other from me than austerity, nor felt other than a tyrannical manner of proceeding. 641. I find this complaint to be rational and rightly apprehended, for, as I myself know by too certain experience, there is no so sweet consolation in the loss of friends as the conscience of having had no reserve or secret for them, and to have had with them a perfect and entire communication. O my friend, 642, am I the better for being sensible of this, or am I the worse? I am, doubtless, much the better. I am consoled and honored, in the sorrow for his death. Is it not a pious and a pleasing office of my life to be always upon my friends' obsequies? Can there be any joy equal to this privation? I open myself to my family, as much as I can, and very willingly let them know the state of my opinion and goodwill towards them, as I do to everybody else. I make haste to bring out and present myself to them. For I will not have them mistaken in me, in anything. Amongst other particular customs of our ancient Gauls, this, as Caesar reports, 643 was one, that the sons never presented themselves before their fathers, nor durst ever appear in their company in public, till they began to bear arms. As if they would intimate by this, that it was also time for their fathers to receive them into their familiarity and acquaintance. I have observed yet another sort of indiscretion in fathers of my time, that, not contented with having deprived their children, during their own long lives, of the share they naturally ought to have had in their fortunes, they afterwards leave to their wives the same authority over their estates, and liberty to dispose of them according to their own fancy. And I have known a certain lord, one of the principal officers of the crown, who, having in reversion above 50,000 crowns yearly revenue, died necessitous and overwhelmed with debt at above 50 years of age. His mother in her extremest decrepitude being yet in possession of all his property by the will of his father, who had, for his part, lived till near 80 years old. This appears to me by no means reasonable. And therefore I think it of very little advantage to a man, whose affairs are well enough, to seek a wife who encumbers his estate with a very great fortune. There is no sort of foreign debt that brings more ruin to families than this. My predecessors have ever been aware of that danger and provided against it, and so have I. But those who dissuade us from rich wives, for fear they should be less tractable and kind, are out in their advice to make a man lose a real commodity for so frivolous a conjecture. It costs an unreasonable woman no more to pass over one reason than another. They cherish themselves most where they are most wrong. Injustice allures them, as the honor of their virtuous actions does the good. And the more riches they bring with them, they are so much the more good-natured, as women, who are handsome, are all the more inclined and proud to be chaste. 'Tis reasonable to leave the administration of affairs to the mothers, till the children are old enough, according to law, to manage them. But the father has brought them up very ill, if he cannot hope that, when they come to maturity, they will have more wisdom and ability in the management of affairs than his wife, considering the ordinary weakness of the sex. It were, notwithstanding, to say the truth, more against nature to make the mothers depend upon the discretion of their children. They ought to be plentifully provided for, to maintain themselves according to their quality and age, by reason that necessity and indigence are much more unbecoming and insupportable to them than to men. The son should rather be cut short than the mother. In general, the most judicious distribution of our goods, when we come to die, is, in my opinion, to let them be distributed according to the custom of the country. The laws have considered the matter better than we know how to do, and 'tis wiser to let them fail in their appointment, than rashly to run the hazard of miscarrying in ours. Nor are the goods properly ours, since, by civil prescription and without us, they are all destined to certain successors. And although we have some liberty beyond that, yet I think we ought not, without great and manifest cause, to take away that from one which his fortune has allotted him, and to which the public equity gives him title. And that it is against reason to abuse this liberty, in making it serve our own frivolous and private fancies. My destiny has been kind to me in not presenting me with occasions to tempt me and divert my affection from the common and legitimate institution. I see many with whom 'tis time lost to employ a long exercise of good offices. A word ill taken obliterates 10 years' merit. He is happy who is in a position to oil their goodwill at this last passage. The last action carries it, not the best and most frequent offices, but the most recent and present do the work. These are people that play with their wills as with apples or rods, to gratify or chastise every action of those who pretend to an interest in their care. 'Tis a thing of too great weight and consequence to be so tumbled and tossed and altered every moment, and wherein the wise determine once for all, having above all things regard to reason and the public observance. We lay these masculine substitutions too much to heart, proposing a ridiculous eternity to our names. We are, moreover, too superstitious in vain conjectures as to the future, that we derive from the words and actions of children. Peradventure they might have done me an injustice, in dispossessing me of my right, for having been the most dull and heavy, the most slow and unwilling at my book, not of all my brothers only, but of all the boys in the whole province, whether about learning my lesson, or about any bodily exercise. 'Tis a folly to make an election out of the ordinary course upon the credit of these divinations wherein we are so often deceived. If the ordinary rule of descent were to be violated, and the destinies corrected in the choice they have made of our heirs, one might more plausibly do it upon the account of some remarkable and enormous personal deformity. A permanent and incorrigible defect, and in the opinion of us French, who are great admirers of beauty, an important prejudice. The pleasant dialogue betwixt Plato's legislator and his citizens will be an ornament to this place. What, said they, feeling themselves about to die, may we not dispose of our own to whom we please? God! What cruelty that it shall not be lawful for us, according as we have been served and attended in our sickness, in our old age, in our affairs, to give more or less to those whom we have found most diligent about us, at our own fancy and discretion. To which the legislator answers thus: My friends, who are now, without question, very soon to die, it is hard for you in the condition you are, either to know yourselves, or what is yours, according to the Delphic inscription. I, who make the laws, am of opinion, that you neither are yourselves your own, nor is that yours of which you are possessed. Both your goods and you belong to your families, as well those past as those to come. But, further, both your family and goods much more appertain to the public. Wherefore, lest any flatterer in your old age or in your sickness, or any passion of your own, should unseasonably prevail with you to make an unjust will, I shall take care to prevent that inconvenience. But, having respect both to the universal interests of the city and that of your particular family, I shall establish laws, and make it by good reasons appear, that private convenience ought to give place to the common benefit. Go then cheerfully where human necessity calls you. It is for me, who regard no more the one thing than the other, and who, as much as in me lies, am provident of the public interest, to have a care as to what you leave behind you. To return to my subject, it appears to me that women are very rarely born, to whom the prerogative over men, the maternal and natural excepted, is in any sort due, unless it be for the punishment of such as in some amorous fever have voluntarily submitted themselves to them, but that in no way concerns the old ones, of whom we are now speaking. This consideration it is which has made us so willingly to enact and give force to that law, which was never yet seen by any one, by which women are excluded the succession to our crown, and there is hardly a government in the world where it is not pleaded, as it is here, by the probability of reason that authorizes it. Though fortune has given it more credit in some places than in others. 'Tis dangerous to leave the disposal of our succession to their judgment, according to the choice they shall make of children, which is often fantastic and unjust. For the irregular appetites and depraved tastes they have during the time of their being with child, they have at all other times in the mind. We commonly see them fond of the most weak, rickety, and deformed children. Or of those, if they have such, as are still hanging at the breast. For, not having sufficient force of reason to choose and embrace that which is most worthy, they the more willingly suffer themselves to be carried away, where the impressions of nature are most alone. Like animals that know their young no longer than they give them suck. As to the rest, it is easy by experience to be discerned that this natural affection to which we give so great authority has but very weak roots. For a very little profit, we every day tear their own children out of the mother's arms, and make them take ours in their room, we make them abandon their own to some pitiful nurse, to whom we disdain to commit ours, or to some she-goat. Forbidding them, not only to give them suck, what danger soever they run thereby, but, moreover, to take any manner of care of them, that they may wholly be occupied with the care of and attendance upon ours. And we see in most of them an adulterate affection, more vehement than the natural, begotten by custom toward the foster children, and a greater solicitude for the preservation of those they have taken charge of, than of their own. And that which I was saying of goats was upon this account, that it is ordinary all about where I live, to see the countrywomen, when they want milk of their own for their children, to call goats to their assistance. And I have at this hour 2 men servants that never sucked women's milk more than 8 days after they were born. These goats are immediately taught to come to suckle the little children, know their voices when they cry, and come running to them. If any other than this foster child be presented to them, they refuse to let it suck, and the child in like manner will refuse to suck another goat. I saw one the other day from whom they had taken away the goat that used to nourish it, by reason the father had only borrowed it of a neighbor, the child would not touch any other they could bring, and died, doubtless of hunger. Beasts as easily alter and corrupt their natural affection as we. I believe that in what Herodotus relates of a certain district of Libya, there are many mistakes. He says that the women are there in common. But that the child, so soon as it can go, finds him out in the crowd for his father, to whom he is first led by his natural inclination. Now, to consider this simple reason for loving our children, that we have begot them, therefore calling them our second selves, it appears, methinks, that there is another kind of production proceeding from us. That is of no less recommendation, for that which we engender by the soul, the issue of our understanding, courage, and abilities, springs from nobler parts than those of the body. And that are much more our own, we are both father and mother in this generation. These cost us a great deal more and bring us more honor, if they have anything of good in them. For the value of our other children is much more theirs than ours, the share we have in them is very little. But of these all the beauty, all the grace and value, are ours, and also they more vividly represent us than the others. Plato adds, that these are immortal children that immortalize and deify their fathers, as Lycurgus, Solon, Minos. Now, histories being full of examples of the common affection of fathers to their children, it seems not altogether improper to introduce some few of this other kind. Heliodorus, that good bishop of Tricca, rather chose to lose the dignity, profit, and devotion of so venerable a prelacy, than to lose his daughter, a daughter that continues to this day very graceful and comely. But, peradventure, a little too curiously and wantonly tricked, and too amorous for an ecclesiastical and sacerdotal daughter. There was one Labienus at Rome, a man of great worth and authority, and amongst other qualities excellent in all sorts of literature, who was, as I take it, the son of that great Labienus, the chief of Caesar's captains in the wars of Gaul. And who, afterwards, siding with Pompey the Great, so valiantly maintained his cause, till he was by Caesar defeated in Spain. This Labienus, of whom I am now speaking, had several enemies, envious of his good qualities, and, 'tis likely, the courtiers and minions of the emperors of his time who were very angry at his freedom and the paternal humor which he yet retained against tyranny, with which it is to be supposed he had tinctured his books and writings. His adversaries prosecuted several pieces he had published before the magistrates at Rome, and prevailed so far against him, as to have them condemned to the fire. It was in him that this new example of punishment was begun, which was afterwards continued against others at Rome, to punish even writing and studies with death. There would not be means and matter enough of cruelty, did we not mix with them things that nature has exempted from all sense and suffering, as reputation and the products of the mind. And did we not communicate corporal punishments to the teachings and monuments of the Muses? Now, Labienus could not suffer this loss, nor survive these his so dear issue, and therefore caused himself to be conveyed and shut up alive in the monument of his ancestors, where he made shift to kill and bury himself at once. 'Tis hard to shew a more vehement paternal affection than this. Cassius Severus, a man of great eloquence and his very intimate friend, seeing his books burned, cried out that by the same sentence they should as well condemn him to the fire too, seeing that he carried in his memory all that they contained. The like accident befell Cremutius Cordus, who being accused of having in his books commended Brutus and Cassius, that dirty, servile, and corrupt senate, worthy a worse master than Tiberius, condemned his writings to the flame. He was willing to bear them company, and killed himself with fasting. The good Lucan, being condemned by that rascal Nero, at the last gasp of his life, when the greater part of his blood was already spent through the veins of his arms, which he had caused his physician to open to make him die. And when the cold had seized upon all his extremities, and began to approach his vital parts, the last thing he had in his memory was some of the verses of his Battle of Phasalia, which he recited, dying with them in his mouth. What was this, but taking a tender and paternal leave of his children, in imitation of the valedictions and embraces, wherewith we part from ours, when we come to die, and an effect of that natural inclination that suggests to our remembrance in this extremity those things which were dearest to us during the time of our life? Can we believe that Epicurus who, as he says himself, dying of the intolerable pain of the stone, had all his consolation in the beauty of the doctrine he left behind him, could have received the same satisfaction from many children? Though never so well conditioned and brought up, had he had them, as he did from the production of so many rich writings? Or that, had it been in his choice to have left behind him a deformed and untoward child or a foolish and ridiculous book, he, or any other man of his understanding, would not rather have chosen to have run the first misfortune than the other. It had been, for example, peradventure, an impiety in St. Augustine, if, on the one hand, it had been proposed to him to bury his writings, from which religion has received so great fruit, or on the other to bury his children, had he had them, had he not rather chosen to bury his children? And I know not whether I had not much rather have begot a very beautiful one, through society with the Muses, than by lying with my wife. To this, such as it is, what I give absolutely and irrevocably, as men do to their bodily children. That little I have done for it, is no more at my own disposal, it may know many things that are gone from me, and from me hold that which I have not retained, and which, as well as a stranger, I should borrow thence, should I stand in need. If I am wiser than my book, it is richer than I. There are few men addicted to poetry, who would not be much prouder to be the father to the Aeneid than to the handsomest youth of Rome. And who would not much better bear the loss of the one than of the other. For according to Aristotle, the poet, of all artificers, is the fondest of his work. 'Tis hard to believe that Epaminondas, who boasted that in lieu of all posterity he left 2 daughters behind him that would one day do their father honor, meaning the 2 victories he obtained over the Lacedaemonians, would willingly have consented to exchange these for the most beautiful creatures of all Greece. Or that Alexander or Caesar ever wished to be deprived of the grandeur of their glorious exploits in war, for the convenience of children and heirs, how perfect and accomplished soever. Nay, I make a great question, whether Phidias or any other excellent sculptor would be so solicitous of the preservation and continuance of his natural children, as he would be of a rare statue, which with long labor and study he had perfected according to art. And to those furious and irregular passions that have sometimes inflamed fathers towards their own daughters, and mothers towards their own sons, the like is also found in this other sort of parentage, witness what is related of Pygmalion who, having made the statue of a woman of singular beauty, fell so passionately in love with this work of his, that the gods in favor of his passion inspired it with life. Tentatum molescit eber, positoque rigor, subsidit digitis. The ivory grows soft under his touch and yields to his fingers. 644. Chapter 9. Of the arms of the Parthians. 'Tis an ill custom and unmanly that the gentlemen of our time have got, not to put on arms but just upon the point of the most extreme necessity, and to lay them by again, so soon as ever there is any show of the danger being over. Hence many disorders arise, for every one bustling and running to his arms just when he should go to charge, has his cuirass to buckle on when his companions are already put to rout. Our ancestors were wont to give their head-piece, lance and gauntlets to be carried, but never put off the other pieces so long as there was any work to be done. Our troops are now cumbered and rendered unsightly with the clutter of baggage and servants who cannot be from their masters, by reason they carry their arms. Titus Livius speaking of our nation. Intolerantissima laboris corpora vix arma humoris gerabant. Bodies most impatient of labor could scarce endure to wear their arms on their shoulders. 645. Many nations do yet, and did anciently, go to war without defensive arms, or with such, at least, as were of very little proof. Tegmina quaes capitum, raptus de subera cortex. To whom the coverings of the heads were the bark of the cork tree. 646. Alexander, the most adventurous captain that ever was, very seldom wore armor, and such amongst us as slight it, do not by that much harm to the main concern. For if we see some killed for want of it, there are few less whom the lumber of arms helps to destroy, either by being overburthened, crushed, and cramped with their weight, by a rude shock, or otherwise. For, in plain truth, to observe the weight and thickness of the armor we have now in use, it seems as if we only sought to defend ourselves, and are rather loaded than secured by it. We have enough to do to support its weight, being so manacled and immured, as if we were only to contend with our own arms, and as if we had not the same obligation to defend them, that they have to defend us. Tacitus gives a pleasant description of the men-at-arms among our ancient Gauls, who were so armed as only to be able to stand, without power to harm or to be harmed, or to rise again if once struck down. Lucullus, seeing certain soldiers of the Medes, who formed the van of Tigranes' army, heavily armed and very uneasy, as if in prisons of iron, thence conceived hopes with great ease to defeat them, and by them began his charge and victory. And now that our musketeers are in credit, I believe some invention will be found out to immure us for our safety, and to draw us to the war in castles, such as those the ancients loaded their elephants withal. This humor is far differing from that of the younger Scipio, who sharply reprehended his soldiers for having planted caltrops under water, in a ditch by which those of the town he held besieged might sally out upon him. Saying, that those who assaulted should think of attacking, and not to fear, suspecting, with good reason, that this stop they had put to the enemies, would make themselves less vigilant upon their guard. He said also to a young man, who showed him a fine buckler he had, that he was very proud of, "It is a very fine buckler indeed, but a Roman soldier ought to repose greater confidence in his right hand than in his left. Now 'tis nothing but the not being used to wear it that makes the weight of our armor so intolerable. L'Usburgo indosso Havano, eti l'elmo in testa, du di questi guerrier, de quali io canto. Nanate o di poi ch entraro in questa stanza, gl Haviano my messi de canto. Che facile a portar cum la vesta era lor, perci in uso el Havian tanto. Two of the warriors, of whom I sing, had on their backs their cuirass and on their heads their casque, and never had night or day once laid them by, whilst here they were. Those arms, by long practice, were grown as light to bear as a garment. 647. The Emperor Caracalla was wont to march on foot, completely armed, at the head of his army. The Roman infantry always carried not only a morion, a sword, and a shield, for as to arms, says Cicero, they were so accustomed to have them always on, that they were no more trouble to them than their own limbs. Arma enim membra militis esse dicunt. But, moreover, 15 days' provision, together with a certain number of stakes, wherewith to fortify their camp, 60 pounds in weight. And Marius' soldiers, laden at the same rate, were inured to march in order of battle 5 leagues in 5 hours, and sometimes, upon any urgent occasion, 6. Their military discipline was much ruder than ours, and accordingly produced much greater effects. The younger Scipio, reforming his army in Spain, ordered his soldiers to eat standing, and nothing that was driest. The jeer that was given a Lacedaemonian soldier is marvellously pat to this purpose, who, in an expedition of war, was reproached for having been seen under the roof of a house. They were so inured to hardship that, let the weather be what it would, it was a shame to be seen under any other cover than the roof of heaven. We should not march our people very far at that rate. As to what remains, Marcellinus, a man bred up in the Roman wars, curiously observes the manner of the Parthians arming themselves, and the rather, for being so different from that of the Romans. They had, says he, armor so woven as to have all the scales fall over one another like so many little feathers, which did nothing hinder the motion of the body, and yet were of such resistance, that our darts hitting upon them, would rebound. These were the coats of mail our forefathers were so constantly wont to use. And in another place, they had, says he, strong and able horses, covered with thick tanned hides of leather, and were themselves armed cap a pie with great plates of iron, so artificially ordered, that in all parts of the limbs, which required bending, they lent themselves to the motion. One would have said, that they had been men of iron. Having armor for the head so neatly fitted, and so naturally representing the form of a face, that they were nowhere vulnerable, save at 2 little round holes, that gave them a little light, corresponding with their eyes, and certain small chinks about their nostrils, through which they, with great difficulty, breathed. Flexilis inductus animator lamina membris, horribilis visu. Credas simulacra moveri feria, cognitoque viros spirare metallo. Par vestidus equus, ferrata fronte minanter, ferritasque movent, securi vulneris, armos. Plates of steel are placed over the body, so flexible that, dreadful to be seen, you would think these not living men, but moving images. The horses are similarly armed, and, secured from wounds, move their iron shoulders. 648. 'Tis a description drawing very near resembling the equipage of the men-at-arms in France, with their barred horses. Plutarch says, that Demetrius caused 2 complete suits of armor to be made for himself and for Alcimus, a captain of the greatest note and authority about him, of 60 pounds weight each, whereas the ordinary suits weighed but half as much. Chapter 10. Of Books. I make no doubt but that I often happen to speak of things that are much better and more truly handled by those who are masters of the trade. You have here purely an essay of my natural parts, and not of those acquired, and whoever shall catch me tripping in ignorance, will not in any sort get the better of me. For I should be very unwilling to become responsible to another for my writings, who am not so to myself, nor satisfied with them. Whoever goes in quest of knowledge, let him fish for it where it is to be found, there is nothing I so little profess. These are fancies of my own, by which I do not pretend to discover things but to lay open myself. They may, peradventure, one day be known to me, or have formerly been, according as fortune has been able to bring me in place where they have been explained, but I have utterly forgotten it. And if I am a man of some reading, I am a man of no retention, so that I can promise no certainty, more than to make known to what point the knowledge I now have has risen. Therefore, let none lay stress upon the matter I write, but upon my method in writing it. Let them observe, in what I borrow, if I have known how to choose what is proper to raise or help the invention, which is always my own. For I make others say for me, not before but after me, what, either for want of language or want of sense, I cannot myself so well express. I do not number my borrowings, I weigh them. And had I designed to raise their value by number, I had made them twice as many. They are all, or within a very few, so famed and ancient authors, that they seem, methinks, themselves sufficiently to tell who they are, without giving me the trouble. In reasons, comparisons, and arguments, if I transplant any into my own soil, and confound them amongst my own, I purposely conceal the author, to awe the temerity of those precipitate censors who fall upon all sorts of writings. Particularly the late ones, of men yet living. And in the vulgar tongue which puts every one into a capacity of criticizing and which seem to convict the conception and design as vulgar also. I will have them give Plutarch a fillip on my nose, and rail against Seneca when they think they rail at me. I must shelter my own weakness under these great reputations. I shall love any one that can unplume me, that is, by clearness of understanding and judgment, and by the sole distinction of the force and beauty of the discourse. For I who, for want of memory, am at every turn at a loss to pick them out of their national livery, am yet wise enough to know, by the measure of my own abilities, that my soil is incapable of producing any of those rich flowers that I there find growing. And that all the fruits of my own growth are not worth any one of them. For this, indeed, I hold myself responsible, if I get in my own way. If there be any vanity and defect in my writings which I do not of myself perceive nor can discern, when pointed out to me by another. For many faults escape our eye, but the infirmity of judgment consists in not being able to discern them, when by another laid open to us. Knowledge and truth may be in us without judgment, and judgment also without them. But the confession of ignorance is one of the finest and surest testimonies of judgment that I know. I have no other officer to put my writings in rank and file, but only fortune. As things come into my head, I heap them one upon another. Sometimes they advance in whole bodies, sometimes in single file. I would that every one should see my natural and ordinary pace, irregular as it is, I suffer myself to jog on at my own rate. Neither are these subjects which a man is not permitted to be ignorant in, or casually and at a venture, to discourse of. I could wish to have a more perfect knowledge of things, but I will not buy it so dear as it costs. My design is to pass over easily, and not laboriously, the remainder of my life. There is nothing that I will cudgel my brains about, no, not even knowledge, of what value soever. I seek, in the reading of books, only to please myself by an honest diversion, or, if I study, 'tis for no other science than what treats of the knowledge of myself, and instructs me how to die and how to live well. Has meus ad metas sedet opertet equus. My horse must work according to my step. 649. I do not bite my nails about the difficulties I meet with in my reading, after a charge or two, I give them over. Should I insist upon them, I should both lose myself and time, for I have an impatient understanding, that must be satisfied at first. What I do not discern at once is by persistence rendered more obscure. I do nothing without gaiety. Continuation in a too obstinate endeavor, darkens, stupefies, and tires my judgment. My sight is confounded and dissipated with poring, I must withdraw it, and refer my discovery to new attempts. Just as, to judge rightly of the luster of scarlet, we are taught to pass the eye lightly over it, and again to run it over its several sudden and reiterated glances. If one book do not please me, I take another. And I never meddle with any, but at such times as I am weary of doing nothing. I care not much for new ones, because the old seem fuller and stronger. Neither do I converse much with Greek authors, because my judgment cannot do its work with imperfect intelligence of the material. Amongst books that are simply pleasant, of the moderns, Boccaccio's Decameron, Rabelais, and the Basha of Johannes Secundus, if those may be ranged under the title, are worth reading for amusement. As to the Amadis, and such kind of stuff, they had not the credit of arresting even my childhood. And I will, moreover, say, whether boldly or rashly, that this old, heavy soul of mine is now no longer tickled with Ariosto, no, nor with the worthy Ovid. His facility and inventions, with which I was formerly so ravished, are now of no more relish, and I can hardly have the patience to read them. I speak my opinion freely of all things, even of those that, perhaps, exceed my capacity, and that I do not conceive to be, in any wise, under my jurisdiction. And, accordingly, the judgment I deliver, is to show the measure of my own sight, and not of the things I make so bold to criticize. When I find myself disgusted with Plato's Axiochus, as with a work, with due respect to such an author be it spoken, without force. My judgment does not believe itself, it is not so arrogant as to oppose the authority of so many other famous judgments of antiquity, which it considers as its tutors and masters, and with whom it is rather content to err. In such a case, it condemns itself either to stop at the outward bark, not being able to penetrate to the heart, or to consider it by sorty false light. It is content with only securing itself from trouble and disorder. As to its own weakness, it frankly acknowledges and confesses it. It thinks it gives a just interpretation to the appearances by its conceptions presented to it, but they are weak and imperfect. Most of the fables of Aesop have diverse senses and meanings, of which the mythologists chose some one that quadrates well to the fable, but, for the most part, 'tis but the first face that presents itself and is superficial only. There yet remain others more vivid, essential, and profound, into which they have not been able to penetrate, and just so, 'tis with me. But, to pursue the business of this essay, I have always thought that, in poesy, Virgil, Lucretius, Catullus, and Horace by many degrees excel the rest. And signally, Virgil in his Georgics, which I look upon as the most accomplished piece in poetry. And in comparison of which a man may easily discern that there are some places in his Aeneads, to which the author would have given a little more of the file, had he had leisure, and the 5th book of his Aeneads seems to me the most perfect. I also love Lucan, and willingly read him, not so much for his style, as for his own worth, and the truth and solidity of his opinions and judgments. As for good Terence, the refined elegance and grace of the Latin tongue, I find him admirable in his vivid representation of our manners and the movements of the soul. Our actions throw me at every turn upon him. And I cannot read him so often that I do not still discover some new grace and beauty. Such as lived near Virgil's time complain that some should compare Lucretius to him. I am of opinion that the comparison is, in truth, very unequal, a belief that, nevertheless, I have much ado to assure myself in, when I come upon some excellent passage in Lucretius. But if they were so angry at this comparison, what would they say to the brutish and barbarous stupidity of those who, nowadays, compare him with Ariosto? Would not Ariosto himself say, O seclum incipiens eti infacidum. O stupid and tasteless age 650. I think the ancients had more reason to be angry with those who compared Plautus with Terence, though much nearer the mark, than Lucretius with Virgil. It makes much for the estimation and preference of Terence, that the father of Roman eloquence has him so often, and alone of his class, in his mouth, and the opinion that the best judge of Roman poets 651 has passed upon his companion. I have often observed that those of our times, who take upon them to write comedies, in imitation of the Italians, who are happy enough in that way of writing, take 3 or 4 plots of those of Plautus or Terence to make one of their own, and crowd 5 or 6 of Boccaccio's novels into one single comedy. That which makes them so load themselves with matter is the diffidence they have of being able to support themselves with their own strength. They must find out something to lean to. And not having of their own stuff wherewith to entertain us, they bring in the story to supply the defect of language. It is quite otherwise with my author. The elegance and perfection of his way of speaking makes us lose the appetite of his plot. His refined grace and elegance of diction everywhere occupy us, he is so pleasant throughout. Liquidus, puroque similimus amni. Liquid, and likest the pure river. 652. And so possesses the soul with his graces that we forget those of his fable. This same consideration carries me further. I observe that the best of the ancient poets have avoided affectation in the hunting after, not only fantastic Spanish and Petrarchic elevations, but even the softer and more gentle touches, which are the ornament of all succeeding poesy. And yet there is no good judgment that will condemn this in the ancients, and that does not incomparably more admire the equal polish, and that perpetual sweetness and flourishing beauty of Catullus's epigrams, than all the stings with which Martial arms the tales of his. This is by the same reason that I gave before, and as Martial says of himself. Minus illi ingenio laborandum fiut, in cujus locum materia successorat. He had the less for his wit to do that the subject itself supplied what was necessary. 653. The first, without being moved, or without getting angry, make themselves sufficiently felt, they have matter enough of laughter throughout, they need not tickle themselves, the others have need of foreign assistance. As they have the less wit they must have the more body, they mount on horseback, because they are not able to stand on their own legs. As in our balls, those mean fellows who teach to dance, not being able to represent the presence and dignity of our noblesse, are fain to put themselves forward with dangerous jumping, and other strange motions and tumblers' tricks. And the ladies are less put to it in dance, where there are various capes, changes, and quick motions of body, than in some other of a more sedate kind, where they are only to move a natural pace, and to represent their ordinary grace and presence. And so I have seen good drolls, when in their own everyday clothes, and with the same face they always wear, give us all the pleasure of their art, when their apprentices, not yet arrived at such a pitch of perfection, are fain to meal their faces, put themselves into ridiculous disguises, and make 100 grotesque faces to give us whereat to laugh. This conception of mine is nowhere more demonstrable than in comparing the Aeneid with Orlando Furioso, of which we see the first, by dint of wing, flying in a brave and lofty place, and always following his point, the latter, fluttering and hopping from tail to tail, as from branch to branch, not daring to trust his wings but in very short flights, and perching at every turn, lest his breath and strength should fail. Excursusque breves tentat. And he attempts short excursions. 654. These, then, as to this sort of subjects, are the authors that best please me. As to what concerns my other reading, that mixes a little more profit with the pleasure, and whence I learn how to marshal my opinions and conditions, the books that serve me to this purpose are Plutarch, since he has been translated into French, and Seneca. Both of these have this notable convenience suited to my humor, that the knowledge I there seek is discoursed in loose pieces, that do not require from me any trouble of reading long, of which I am incapable. Such are the minor works of the first and the epistles of the latter, which are the best and most profiting of all their writings. 'Tis no great attempt to take one of them in hand, and I give over at pleasure. For they have no sequence or dependence upon one another. These authors, for the most part, concur in useful and true opinions. And there is this parallel betwixt them, that fortune brought them into the world about the same century, they were both tutors to 2 Roman emperors, both sought out from foreign countries, both rich and both great men. Their instruction is the cream of philosophy, and delivered after a plain and pertinent manner. Plutarch is more uniform and constant. Seneca more various and waving. The last toiled and bent his whole strength to fortify virtue against weakness, fear, and vicious appetites, the other seems more to slight their power, and to disdain to alter his pace and to stand upon his guard. Plutarch's opinions are Platonic, gentle, and accommodated to civil society, those of the other are stoical and epicurean, more remote from the common use, but, in my opinion, more individually commodious and more firm. Seneca seems to lean a little to the tyranny of the emperors of his time, and only seems, for I take it for certain that he speaks against his judgment when he condemns the action of the generous murderers of Caesar. Plutarch is frank throughout, Seneca abounds with brisk touches and sallies, Plutarch with things that warm and move you more, this contents and pays you better, he guides us, the other pushes us on. As to Cicero, his works that are most useful to my design are they that treat of manners and rules of our life. But boldly to confess the truth, for since one has passed the barriers of impudence, there is no bridle, his way of writing appears to me negligent and uninviting, for his prefaces, definitions, divisions, and etymologies take up the greatest part of his work, whatever there is of life and marrow is smothered and lost in the long preparation. When I have spent an hour in reading him, which is a great deal for me, and try to recollect what I have thence extracted of juice and substance, for the most part one find nothing but wind. For he is not yet come to the arguments that serve to his purpose, and to the reasons that properly help to form the knot I seek. For me, who only desire to become more wise, not more learned or eloquent, these logical and Aristotelian dispositions of parts are of no use. I would have a man begin with the main proposition. I know well enough what death and pleasure are. Let no man give himself the trouble to anatomize them to me. I look for good and solid reasons, at the first dash, to instruct me how to stand their shock, for which purpose neither grammatical subtleties nor the quaint contexture of words and argumentations are of any use at all. I am for discourses that give the first charge into the heart of the redoubt, his languish about the subject. They are proper for the schools, for the bar, and for the pulpit, where we have leisure to nod, and may awake, a quarter of an hour after, time enough to find again the thread of the discourse. It is necessary to speak after this manner to judges, whom a man has a design to gain over, right or wrong, to children and common people, to whom a man must say all, and see what will come of it. I would not have an author make it his business to render me attentive, or that he should cry out 50 times "Oh yes," as the heralds do. The Romans, in their religious exercises, began with hoc age as we in ours do with sessum corda. These are so many words lost to me, I come already fully prepared from my chamber. I need no allurement, no invitation, no sauce, I eat the meat raw, so that, instead of whetting my appetite by these preparatives, they tire and pall it. Will the license of the time excuse my sacrilegious boldness if I censure the dialogism of Plato himself as also dull and heavy, too much stifling the matter, and lament so much time lost by a man, who had so many better things to say, in so many long and needless preliminary interlocutions? My ignorance will better excuse me in that I understand not Greek so well as to discern the beauty of his language. I generally choose books that use sciences, not such as only lead to them. The two first, and Pliny, and their like, have nothing of this hoc age, they will have to do with men already instructed, or if they have, 'tis a substantial hoc age, and that has a body by itself. I also delight in reading the epistles to Atticus, not only because they contain a great deal of the history and affairs of his time, but much more because I therein discover much of his own private humors. For I have a singular curiosity, as I have said elsewhere, to pry into the souls and the natural and true opinions of the authors, with whom I converse. A man may indeed judge of their parts, but not of their manners nor of themselves, by the writings they exhibit upon the theatre of the world. I have 1,000 times lamented the loss of the treatise Brutus wrote upon virtue, for it is well to learn the theory from those who best know the practice. But seeing the matter preached and the preacher are different things, I would as willingly see Brutus in Plutarch, as in a book of his own. I would rather choose to be certainly informed of the conference he had in his tent with some particular friends of his the night before a battle, than of the harangue he made the next day to his army. And of what he did in his closet in his chamber, than what he did in the public square and in the Senate. As to Cicero, I am of the common opinion that, learning excepted, he had no great natural excellence. He was a good citizen, of an affable nature, as all fat, heavy men, such as he was, usually are, but given to ease, and had, in truth, a mighty share of vanity and ambition. Neither do I know how to excuse him for thinking his poetry fit to be published. 'Tis no great imperfection to make ill verses, but it is an imperfection not to be able to judge how unworthy his verses were of the glory of his name. For what concerns his eloquence, that is totally out of all comparison, and I believe it will never be equalled. The younger Cicero, who resembled his father in nothing but in name, whilst commanding in Asia, had several strangers one day at his table, and, amongst the rest, Cestius seated at the lower end, as men often intrude to the open tables of the great. Cicero asked one of his people who that man was, who presently told him his name, but he, as one who had his thoughts taken up with something else, and who had forgotten the answer made him, asking 3 or 4 times, over and over again, the same question, the fellow, to deliver himself from so many answers and to make him know him by some particular circumstance. "'Tis that Cestius," said he, "of whom it was told you, that he makes no great account of your father's eloquence in comparison of his own." At which Cicero, being suddenly nettled, commanded poor Cestius presently to be seized, and caused him to be very well whipped in his own presence, a very discourteous entertainer. Yet even amongst those, who, all things considered, have reputed his eloquence incomparable, there have been some, who have not stuck to observe some faults in it, as that great Brutus his friend, for example, who said, "'Twas a broken and feeble eloquence, fiactum et illumbum." The orators also, nearest to the age wherein he lived, reprehended in him the care he had of a certain long cadence in his periods, and particularly took notice of these words, esse videator, which he there so often makes use of. For my part, I more approve of a shorter style, and that comes more roundly off. He does, though, sometimes shuffle his parts more briskly together, but 'tis very seldom. I have myself taken notice of this one passage. Ego vero me minus dio sine malum, quam esse sinem, antiquam essem. I had rather be old a brief time, than be old before old age. 655. The historians are my right ball, for they are pleasant and easy, and where man, in general, the knowledge of whom I hunt after, appears more vividly and entire than anywhere else. 656. The variety and truth of his internal qualities. In gross and piecemeal, the diversity of means by which he is united and knit, and the accidents that threaten him. Now those that write lives, by reason they insist more upon counsels than events, more upon what sallies from within, than upon what happens without, are the most proper for my reading, and, therefore, above all others, Plutarch is the man for me. I am very sorry we have not a dozen Lertiae 657 or that he was not further extended, for I am equally curious to know the lives and fortunes of these great instructors of the world, as to know the diversities of their doctrines and opinions. In this kind of study of histories, a man must tumble over, without distinction, all sorts of authors, old and new, French or foreign, there to know the things of which they variously treat. But Caesar, in my opinion, particularly deserves to be studied, not for the knowledge of the history only, but for himself, so great an excellence and perfection he has above all the rest, though Sallust be one of the number. In earnest, I read this author with more reverence and respect than is usually allowed to human writings. One while considering him in his person, by his actions and miraculous greatness, and another in the purity and inimitable polish of his language, wherein he not only excels all other historians, as Cicero confesses, but, peradventure, even Cicero himself. Speaking of his enemies with so much sincerity in his judgment, that, the false colours with which he strives to palliate his evil cause, and the ordure of his pestilent ambition accepted, I think there is no fault to be objected against him. Saving this, that he speaks too sparingly of himself, seeing so many great things could not have been performed under his conduct, but that his own personal acts must necessarily have had a greater share in them than he attributes to them. I love historians, whether of the simple sort, or of the higher order. The simple, who have nothing of their own to mix with it, and who only make it their business to collect all that comes to their knowledge, and faithfully to record all things, without choice or discrimination. Leave to us the entire judgment of discerning the truth. Such, for example, amongst others, is honest Froissart, who has proceeded in his undertaking with so frank a plainness that, having committed an error, he is not ashamed to confess and correct it in the place where the finger has been laid. And who represents to us even the variety of rumors that were then spread abroad, and the different reports that were made to him. 'Tis the naked and informed matter of history, and of which every one may make his profit, according to his understanding. The more excellent sort of historians have judgment to pick out what is most worthy to be known. And, of two reports, to examine which is the most likely to be true, from the condition of princes and their humours, they conclude their counsels, and attribute to them words proper for the occasion. Such have title to assume the authority of regulating our belief to what they themselves believe, but certainly, this privilege belongs to very few. For the middle sort of historians, of which the most part are, they spoil all. They will chew our meat for us, they take upon them to judge of, and consequently, to incline the history to their own fancy, for if the judgment lean to one side, a man cannot avoid resting and writhing his narrative to that bias. They undertake to select things worthy to be known, and yet often conceal from us such a word, such a private action, as would much better instruct us. Omit, as incredible, such things as they do not understand, and peradventure some, because they cannot express good French or Latin. Let them display their eloquence and intelligence, and judge according to their own fancy, but let them, withal, leave us something to judge of after them, and neither alter nor disguise, by their abridgments and at their own choice. Anything of the substance of the matter, but deliver it to us pure and entire in all its dimensions. For the most part, and especially in these latter ages, persons are culled out for this work from amongst the common people, upon the sole consideration of well-speaking, as if we were to learn grammar from them. And the men so chosen have fair reason, being hired for no other end and pretending to nothing but babble, not to be very solicitous of any part but that, and so, with a fine jingle of words, prepare us a pretty contexture of reports they pick up in the streets. The only good histories are those that have been written themselves who held command in the affairs whereof they write, or who participated in the conduct of them, or, at least, who have had the conduct of others of the same nature. Such are almost all the Greek and Roman histories, for, several eyewitnesses having written of the same subject, in the time when grandeur and learning commonly met in the same person, if there happened to be an error, it must of necessity be a very slight one, and upon a very doubtful incident. What can a man expect from a physician who writes of war, or from a mere scholar, treating of the designs of princes? If we could take notice how scrupulous the Romans were in this, there would need but this example: Asinius Pollio found in the histories of Caesar himself something misreported, a mistake occasioned either by reason he could not have his eye in all parts of his army at once and had given credit to some individual persons who had not delivered him a very true account, or else, for not having had too perfect notice given him by his lieutenants of what they had done in his absence. 658 By which we may see, whether the Inquisition after truth be not very delicate, when a man cannot believe the report of a battle from the knowledge of him who there commanded, nor from the soldiers who were engaged in it, unless, after the method of a judicial inquiry, the witnesses be confronted and objections considered upon the proof of the least detail of every incident. In good earnest the knowledge we have of our own affairs, is much more obscure, but that has been sufficiently handled by Bodin, and according to my own sentiment. 659 A little to aid the weakness of my memory, so extreme that it has happened to me more than once, to take books again into my hand as new and unseen, that I had carefully read over a few years before, and scribbled with my notes. I have adopted a custom of late, to note at the end of every book, that is, of those I never intend to read again, the time when I made an end on't, and the judgment I had made of it, to the end that this might, at least, represent to me the character and general idea I had conceived of the author in reading it. And I will here transcribe some of those annotations. I wrote this, some 10 years ago, in my Guicciardini, of what language soever my books speak to me in, I always speak to them in my own. He is a diligent historiographer, from whom, in my opinion, a man may learn the truth of the affairs of his time, as exactly as from any other. In the most of which he was himself also a personal actor, and in honorable command. There is no appearance that he disguised anything, either upon the account of hatred, favor, or vanity. Of which the free censures he passes upon the great ones, and particularly those by whom he was advanced and employed in commands of great trust and honor, as Pope Clement VII, give ample testimony. As to that part which he thinks himself the best at, namely, his digressions and discourses, he has indeed some very good, and enriched with fine features. But he is too fond of them, for, to leave nothing unsaid, having a subject so full, ample, almost infinite, he degenerates into pedantry and smacks a little of scholastic prattle. I have also observed this in him, that of so many souls and so many effects, so many motives and so many counsels as he judges, he never attributes any one to virtue, religion, or conscience. As if all these were utterly extinct in the world, and of all the actions, how brave soever in outward show they appear in themselves, he always refers the cause and motive to some vicious occasion or some prospect of profit. It is impossible to imagine but that, amongst such an infinite number of actions as he makes mention of, there must be some one produced by the way of honest reason. No corruption could so universally have infected men that some one would not escape the contagion which makes me suspect that his own taste was vicious, whence it might happen that he judged other men by himself. In my Philip de Comines there is this written, you will here find the language sweet and delightful, of a natural simplicity, the narration pure, with the good faith of the author conspicuous therein. Free from vanity, when speaking of himself, and from affection or envy, when speaking of others, his discourses and exhortations rather accompanied with zeal and truth, than with any exquisite sufficiency. And, throughout, authority and gravity, which bespeak him a man of good extraction, and brought up in great affairs. Upon the memoirs of Monsieur du Bellay I find this, 'tis always pleasant to read things written by those that have experienced how they ought to be carried on. But withal, it cannot be denied but there is a manifest decadence in these two lords 660 from the freedom and liberty of writing that shine in the elder historians, such as the Sire de Joinville, the familiar companion of St. Louis, Eginhard, Chancellor to Charlemagne, and of later date, Philip de Comines. What we have here is rather an apology for King Francis, against the Emperor Charles V, than history. I will not believe that they have falsified anything, as to matter of fact. But they make a common practice of twisting the judgment of events, very often contrary to reason, to our advantage, and of omitting whatsoever is ticklish to be handled in the life of their master. Witness the proceedings of Messrs. de Montmorency and de Byron, which are here omitted, nay, so much as the very name of Madame d'Estampes is not here to be found. Secret actions an historian may conceal. But to pass over in silence what all the world knows and things that have drawn after them public and such high consequences, is an inexcusable defect. In fine, whoever has a mind to have a perfect knowledge of King Francis and the events of his reign, let him seek it elsewhere, if my advice may prevail. The only profit a man can reap from these memoirs is in the special narrative of battles and other exploits of war wherein these gentlemen were personally engaged. In some words and private actions of the princes of their time, and in the treaties and negotiations carried on by the Seigneur de Lagny, where there are everywhere things worthy to be known, and discourses above the vulgar strain. Chapter 11. Of Cruelty. I fancy virtue to be something else, and something more noble, than good nature, and the mere propension to goodness, that we are born into the world withal. Well-disposed and well-descended souls pursue, indeed, the same methods, and represent in their actions the same face that virtue itself does, but the word virtue imports, I know not what. More great and active than merely for a man to suffer himself, by a happy disposition, to be gently and quietly drawn to the rule of reason. He who, by a natural sweetness and facility, should despise injuries received, would doubtless do a very fine and laudable thing. But he who, provoked and nettled to the quick by an offense, should fortify himself with the arms of reason against the furious appetite of revenge, and after a great conflict, master his own passion, would certainly do a great deal more. The first would do well, the latter virtuously, one action might be called goodness, and the other virtue, for methinks, the very name of virtue presupposes difficulty and contention, and cannot be exercised without an opponent. 'Tis for this reason, perhaps, that we call God good, mighty, liberal and just, but we do not call him virtuous, being that all his operations are natural and without endeavor. 661 It has been the opinion of many philosophers, not only Stoics, but Epicureans, and this edition, 662. I borrow from the vulgar opinion, which is false, notwithstanding the witty conceit of Arcesilaus in answer to one, who, being reproached that many scholars went from his school to the Epicurean, but never any from thence to his school, said in answer, I believe it indeed. Numbers of capons being made out of cocks, but never any cocks out of capons, 663-4, in truth, the Epicurean sect is not at all inferior to the Stoic in steadiness, and the rigor of opinions and precepts. And a certain Stoic, showing more honesty than those disputants, who, in order to quarrel with Epicurus, and to throw the game into their hands, make him say what he never thought, putting a wrong construction upon his words, clothing his sentences by the strict rules of grammar, with another meaning, and a different opinion from that which they knew he entertained in his mind and in his morals, the Stoic, I say, declared that he abandoned the Epicurean sect. Upon this among other considerations, that he thought their road too lofty and inaccessible. 664. These philosophers say that it is not enough to have the soul seated in a good place, of a good temper, and well disposed to virtue. It is not enough to have our resolutions and our reasoning fixed above all the power of fortune, but that we are, moreover, to seek occasions wherein to put them to the proof, they would seek pain, necessity, and contempt to contend with them and to keep the soul in breath. Multum sibi agicit virtus lacicita. Virtue is much strengthened by combats or, virtue attacked adds to its own force 665. 'Tis one of the reasons why Epaminondas, who was yet of a third sect 666 refused the riches fortune presented to him by very lawful means. Because, said he, I am to contend with poverty, in which extreme he maintained himself to the last. Socrates put himself, methinks, upon a ruder trial, keeping for his exercise a confounded scolding wife, which was fighting at sharps. Metellus having, of all the Roman senators, alone attempted, by the power of virtue, to withstand the violence of Saturninus, tribune of the people at Rome, who would, by all means, cause an unjust law to pass in favor of the commons, and, by so doing, having incurred the capital penalties that Saturninus had established against the dissentient, entertained those who, in this extremity, led him to execution with words to this effect, that it was a thing too easy and too base to do ill. And that to do well where there was no danger was a common thing, but that to do well where there was danger was the proper office of a man of virtue. These words of Metellus very clearly represent to us what I would make out, viz. That virtue refuses facility for a companion, and that the easy, smooth, and descending way by which the regular steps of a sweet disposition of nature are conducted is not that of a true virtue, she requires a rough and stormy passage. She will have either exotic difficulties to wrestle with, like that of Metellus, by means whereof fortune delights to interrupt the speed of her career, or internal difficulties that the inordinate appetites and imperfections of our condition introduce to disturb her. I am come thus far at my ease, but here it comes into my head that the soul of Socrates, the most perfect that ever came to my knowledge, should by this rule be of very little recommendation. For I cannot conceive in that person any the least motion of a vicious inclination, I cannot imagine there could be any difficulty or constraint in the course of his virtue, I know his reason to be so powerful and sovereign over him that she would never have suffered a vicious appetite so much as to spring in him. To a virtue so elevated as his, I have nothing to oppose. Methinks I see him march, with a victorious and triumphant pace, in pomp and at his ease, without opposition or disturbance. If virtue cannot shine bright, but by the conflict of contrary appetites, shall we then say that she cannot subsist without the assistance of vice, and that it is from her that she derives her reputation and honor? What then, also, would become of that brave and generous Epicurean pleasure, which makes account that it nourishes virtue tenderly in her lap, and there makes it play in wanton, giving it for toys to play withal, shame, fevers, poverty, death, and torments? If I presuppose that a perfect virtue manifests itself in contending, in patient enduring of pain, and undergoing the uttermost extremity of the gout, without being moved in her seat. If I give her troubles and difficulty for her necessary objects, what will become of a virtue elevated to such a degree, as not only to despise pain, but, moreover, to rejoice in it, and to be tickled with the throes of a sharp colic? Such as the Epicureans have established, and of which many of them, by their actions, have given most manifest proofs. As have several others, who I find to have surpassed in effects even the very rules of their discipline. Witness the younger Cato, when I see him die, and tearing out his own bowels. I am not satisfied simply to believe that he had then his soul totally exempt from all trouble and horror. I cannot think that he only maintained himself in the steadiness that the Stoical rules prescribed him. Temperate, without emotion, and imperturbed. There was, methinks, something in the virtue of this man too sprightly and fresh to stop there. I believe that, without doubt, he felt a pleasure and delight in so noble an action, and was more pleased in it than in any other of his life. Sic abiet avita, ut causa moriendi nactum esse gauderet. He quitted life rejoicing that a reason for dying had arisen. 667. I believe it so thoroughly that I question whether he would have been content to have been deprived of the occasion of so brave an exploit. And if the goodness that made him embrace the public concern more than his own, withheld me not, I should easily fall into an opinion that he thought himself obliged to fortune for having put his virtue upon so brave a trial, and for having favored that thief 668 in treading underfoot the ancient liberty of his country. Methinks I read in this action I know not what exaltation in his soul, and an extraordinary and manly emotion of pleasure, when he looked upon the generosity and height of his enterprise. Deliberate mort ferocior. The more courageous from the deliberation to die. 669. Not stimulated with any hope of glory, as the popular and effeminate judgments of some have concluded, for that consideration was too mean and low to possess so generous, so haughty, and so determined a heart as his. But for the very beauty of the thing in itself, which he who had the handling of the springs discerned more clearly and in its perfection than we are able to do. Philosophy has obliged me in determining that so brave an action had been indecently placed in any other life than that of Cato, and that it only appertained to his to end so. Notwithstanding, and according to reason, he commanded his son and the senators who accompanied him to take another course in their affairs. Catoni, quum incredibilum natura tribuisit gravitatem, inc ipsi perpetua constantia roberavissit. Semperc in proposito concilio permansit, moriendum podius, quam tyranni voltus auspiciendis, erat. Cato, whom nature had given incredible dignity, which he had fortified by perpetual constancy, ever remaining of his predetermined opinion, preferred to die rather than to look on the countenance of a tyrant. 670. Every death ought to hold proportion with the life before it. We do not become others for dying. I always interpret the death by the life preceding. And if any one tell me of a death strong and constant in appearance, annexed to a feeble life, I conclude it produced by some feeble cause, and suitable to the life before. The easiness then of his death and the facility of dying he had acquired by the vigor of his soul, shall we say that it ought to abate anything of the luster of his virtue? And who, that has his brain never so little tinctured with the true philosophy, can be content to imagine Socrates only free from fear and passion in the accident of his prison, fetters, and condemnation? And that will not discover in him not only firmness and constancy, which was his ordinary condition, but, moreover, I know not what new satisfaction, and a frolic cheerfulness in his last words and actions. In the start he gave with the pleasure of scratching his leg when his irons were taken off, does he not discover an equal serenity and joy in his soul for being freed from past inconveniences, and at the same time to enter into the knowledge of the things to come? Cato shall pardon me, if he please, his death indeed is more tragical and more lingering, but yet this is, I know not how, methinks, finer. Aristippus, to one that was lamenting this death, the gods grant me such an one, said he. A man discerns in the soul of these two great men and their imitators, for I very much doubt whether there were ever their equals, so perfect a habitude to virtue, that it was turned to a complexion. It is no longer a laborious virtue, nor the precepts of reason, to maintain which the soul is so racked, but the very essence of their soul, its natural and ordinary habit. They have rendered it such by a long practice of philosophical precepts having lit upon a rich and fine nature, the vicious passions that spring in us can find no entrance into them. The force and vigor of their soul stifle and extinguish irregular desires, so soon as they begin to move. Now, that it is not more noble, by a high and divine resolution, to hinder the birth of temptations, and to be so formed to virtue, that the very seeds of vice are rooted out, than to hinder by main force their progress. And, having suffered ourselves to be surprised with the first motions of the passions, to arm ourselves and to stand firm to oppose their progress, and overcome them. And that this second effect is not also much more generous than to be simply endowed with a facile and affable nature, of itself disaffected to debauchery and vice, I do not think can be doubted. For this third and last sort of virtue seems to render a man innocent, but not virtuous. Free from doing ill, but not apt enough to do well, considering also, that this condition is so near neighbor to imperfection and cowardice, that I know not very well how to separate the confines and distinguish them. The very names of goodness and innocence are, for this reason, in some sort grown into contempt. I very well know that several virtues, as chastity, sobriety, and temperance, may come to a man through personal defects. Constancy in danger, if it must be so called, the contempt of death, and patience in misfortunes, may ofttimes be found in men for want of well judging of such accidents, and not apprehending them for such as they are. Want of apprehension and stupidity sometimes counterfeit virtuous effects, as I have often seen it happen, that men have been commended for what really merited blame. An Italian lord once said this, in my presence, to the disadvantage of his own nation, that the subtlety of the Italians, and the vivacity of their conceptions were so great, and they foresaw the dangers and accidents that might befall them so far off, that it was not to be thought strange, if they were often, in war, observed to provide for their safety, even before they had discovered the peril. That we French and the Spaniards, who were not so cunning, went on further, and that we must be made to see and feel the danger before we would take the alarm, but that even then we could not stick to it. But the Germans and Swiss, more gross and heavy, had not the sense to look about them, even when the blows were falling about their ears. Peradventure, he only talked so for mirth's sake. And yet it is most certain that in war raw soldiers rush into dangers with more precipitancy than after they have been cudgelled. The original has a scaldex, scalded. Haud ignaris. Quantum nova gloria in armis, e preduls decus, primo certamine possit. Not ignorant how much power the fresh glory of arms and sweetest honor possess in the first contest. 671. For this reason it is that, when we judge of a particular action, we are to consider the circumstances, and the whole man by whom it is performed, before we give it a name. To instance in myself, I have sometimes known my friends call that prudence in me, which was merely fortune, and repute that courage and patience, which was judgment and opinion. And attribute to me one title for another, sometimes to my advantage and sometimes otherwise. As to the rest, I am so far from being arrived at the first and most perfect degree of excellence, where virtue is turned into habit, that even of the second I have made no great proofs. I have not been very solicitous to curb the desires by which I have been importuned. My virtue is a virtue, or rather an innocence, casual and accidental. If I had been born of a more irregular complexion, I am afraid I should have made scurvy work. For I never observed any great stability in my soul to resist passions, if they were never so little vehement. I know not how to nourish quarrels and debates in my own bosom, and, consequently, owe myself no great thanks that I am free from several vices. Si vitius mediocribus et mea paucis Mendoza est natura, alioqui recta. Volo si egregio in spersos reprehendas corpori naivos. If my nature be disfigured only with slight and few vices, and is otherwise just, it is as if you should blame moles on a fair body. 672. I owe it rather to my fortune than my reason. She has caused me to be descended of a race famous for integrity and of a very good father. I know not whether or no he has infused into me part of his humors, or whether domestic examples and the good education of my infancy have insensibly assisted in the work, or, if I was otherwise born so. Seu Libra. Seu me Scorpius et spicit formidulosus, pars violentur natalis or, seu tyrannus hesperv Capricornus undi. Whether the balance or dread Scorpio, more potent over my natal hour, aspects me, or Capricorn, supreme over the Hesperian sea. 673. But so it is, that I have naturally a horror for most vices. The answer of Antisthenes to him who asked him, which was the best apprenticeship, to unlearn evil, seems to point at this. I have them in horror, I say, with a detestation so natural, and so much my own, that the same instinct and impression I brought of them with me from my nurse, I yet retain, and no temptation whatever has had the power to make me alter it. Not so much as my own discourses, which in some things lashing out of the common road might seem easily to license me to actions that my natural inclination makes me hate. I will say a prodigious thing, but I will say it, however, I find myself in many things more under reputation by my manners than by my opinion, and my concupiscence less debauched than my reason. Aristippus instituted opinions so bold in favor of pleasure and riches as set all the philosophers against him, but as to his manners, Dionysius the tyrant, having presented 3 beautiful women before him, to take his choice. He made answer, that he would choose them all, and that Paris got himself into trouble for having preferred one before the other 2, but, having taken them home to his house, he sent them back untouched. His servant finding himself overladen upon the way, with the money he carried after him, he ordered him to pour out and throw away that which troubled him. And Epicurus, whose doctrines were so irreligious and effeminate, was in his life very laborious and devout. He wrote to a friend of his that he lived only upon biscuit and water, entreating him to send him a little cheese, to lie by him against he had a mind to make a feast. Must it be true, that to be a perfect good man, we must be so by an occult, natural, and universal propriety, without law, reason, or example? The debauches wherein I have been engaged, have not been, I thank God, of the worst sort, and I have condemned them in myself, for my judgment was never infected by them, on the contrary, I accuse them more severely in myself than in any other. But that is all, for, as to the rest, I oppose too little resistance and suffer myself to incline too much to the other side of the balance, excepting that I moderate them, and prevent them from mixing with other vices, which for the most part will cling together. If a man have not a care, I have contracted and curtailed mine, to make them as single and as simple as I can. Nec ultra errorum fovio. Nor do I cherish error further, or, nor carry wrong further. 674. For as to the opinion of the Stoics, who say, that the wise man when he works by all the virtues together, though one be most apparent, according to the nature of the action. And herein the similitude of a human body might serve them somewhat, for the action of anger cannot work, unless all the humors assist it, though choler predominate. If they will thence draw a like consequence, that when the wicked man does wickedly, he does it by all the vices together, I do not believe it to be so, or else I understand them not, for I by effect find the contrary. These are sharp, unsubstantial subtleties, with which philosophy sometimes amuses itself. I follow some vices, but I fly others as much as a saint would do. The Peripatetics also disown this indissoluble connection. And Aristotle is of opinion that a prudent and just man may be intemperate and inconsistent. Socrates confessed to some who had discovered a certain inclination to vice in his physiognomy, that it was, in truth, his natural propension, but that he had by discipline corrected it. And such as were familiar with the philosopher Stilpo said, that being born with addiction to wine and women, he had by study rendered himself very abstinent both from the one and the other. What I have in me of good, I have, quite contrary, by the chance of my birth, and hold it not either by law, precept, or any other instruction. The innocence that is in me is a simple one, little vigor and no art. Amongst other vices, I mortally hate cruelty, both by nature and judgment, as the very extreme of all vices, nay, with so much tenderness that I cannot see a chicken's neck pulled off without trouble. And cannot without impatience endure the cry of a hare in my dog's teeth, though the chase be a violent pleasure. Such as have sensuality to encounter, freely make use of this argument, to shew that it is altogether vicious and unreasonable. That when it is at the height, it masters us to that degree that a man's reason can have no access, and instance our own experience in the act of love. Quum jam presagit gaudia corpus, atkin eo est Venus, ut muliebria consurat arva. Wherein they conceive that the pleasure so transports us, that our reason cannot perform its office, whilst we are in such ecstasy and rapture. I know very well it may be otherwise, and that a man may sometimes, if he will, gain this point over himself to sway his soul, even in the critical moment, to think of something else, but then he must ply it to that bent. I know that a man may triumph over the utmost effort of this pleasure. I have experienced it in myself, and have not found Venus so imperious a goddess, as many, and much more virtuous men than I, declare. I do not consider it a miracle, as the Queen of Navarre does in one of the tales of her Heptameron 675, which is a very pretty book of its kind, nor for a thing of extreme difficulty, to pass whole nights. Where a man has all the convenience and liberty he can desire, with a long-coveted mistress, and yet be true to the pledge first given to satisfy himself with kisses and such-like endearments, without pressing any further. I conceive that the example of the pleasure of the chase would be more proper. Wherein though the pleasure be less, there is the higher excitement of unexpected joy, giving no time for the reason, taken by surprise, to prepare itself for the encounter, when after a long quest the beast starts up on a sudden in a place where, peradventure, we least expected it. The shock and the ardor of the shouts and cries of the hunters so strike us, that it would be hard for those who love this lesser chase, to turn their thoughts upon the instant another way. And the poets make Diana triumph over the torch and shafts of Cupid. Quas non malerum, quas amor curas habet, haec inter obliviscitur. Who, amongst such delights would not remove out of his thoughts the anxious cares of love? 676. To return to what I was saying before, I am tenderly compassionate of others' afflictions, and should readily cry for company, if, upon any occasion whatever, I could cry at all. Nothing tempts my tears but tears, and not only those that are real and true, but whatever they are, feigned or painted. I do not much lament the dead, and should envy them rather, but I very much lament the dying. The savages do not so much offend me, in roasting and eating the bodies of the dead, as they do who torment and persecute the living. Nay, I cannot look so much as upon the ordinary executions of justice, how reasonable soever, with a steady eye. Some one having to give testimony of Julius Caesar's clemency, he was, says he, mild in his revenges. Having compelled the pirates to yield by whom he had before been taken prisoner and put to ransom. Forasmuch as he had threatened them with the cross, he indeed condemned them to it, but it was after they had been first strangled. He punished his secretary Philemon, who had attempted to poison him, with no greater severity than mere death. Without naming that Latin author, 677, who thus dares to allege as a testimony of mercy the killing only of those by whom we have been offended. It is easy to guess that he was struck with the horrid and inhuman examples of cruelty practiced by the Roman tyrants. For my part, even in justice itself, all that exceeds a simple death appears to me pure cruelty. Especially in us who ought, having regard to their souls, to dismiss them in a good and calm condition, which cannot be, when we have agitated them by insufferable torments. Not long since, a soldier who was a prisoner, perceiving from a tower where he was shut up, that the people began to assemble to the place of execution, and that the carpenters were busy erecting a scaffold. He presently concluded that the preparation was for him, and therefore entered into a resolution to kill himself, but could find no instrument to assist him in his design except an old rusty cart nail that fortune presented to him. With this he first gave himself 2 great wounds about his throat, but finding these would not do, he presently afterwards gave himself a 3rd in the belly, where he left the nail sticking up to the head. The first of his keepers who came in found him in this condition, yet alive, but sunk down and exhausted by his wounds. To make use of time, therefore, before he should die, they made haste to read his sentence. Which having done, and he hearing that he was only condemned to be beheaded, he seemed to take new courage, accepted wine which he had before refused, and thanked his judges for the unhoped-for mildness of their sentence, saying, that he had taken a resolution to dispatch himself for fear of a more severe and insupportable death, having entertained an opinion, by the preparations he had seen in the place, that they were resolved to torment him with some horrible execution, and seemed to be delivered from death in having it changed from what he apprehended. I should advise that those examples of severity by which 'tis designed to retain the people in their duty, might be exercised upon the dead bodies of criminals. For to see them deprived of sepulture, to see them boiled and divided into quarters, would almost work as much upon the vulgar, as the pain they make the living endure. Though that in effect be little or nothing, as God himself says, who kill the body, and after that have no more that they can do. 678 And the poets singularly dwell upon the horrors of this picture, as something worse than death. Hugh. Reliquias semiustas regis, denudatus ossibus, per turam sani delabutas pud divexerir. Alas! That the half-burnt remains of the king, exposing his bones, should be foully dragged along the ground besmeared with gore. 679. I happened to come by one day accidentally at Rome, just as they were upon executing Catina, a notorious robber. He was strangled without any emotion of the spectators, but when they came to cut him in quarters, the hangman gave not a blow that the people did not follow with a doleful cry and exclamation, as if every one had lent his sense of feeling to the miserable carcass. Those inhuman excesses ought to be exercised upon the bark, and not upon the quick. Artaxerxes, in almost a like case, moderated the severity of the ancient laws of Persia, ordaining that the nobility who had committed a fault, instead of being whipped, as they were used to be, should be stripped only and their clothes whipped for them. And that whereas they were wont to tear off their hair, they should only take off their high-crowned tiara. 680 The so devout Egyptians thought they sufficiently satisfied the divine justice by sacrificing hogs in effigy and representation. A bold invention to pay God so essential a substance in picture only and in show. I live in a time wherein we abound in incredible examples of this vice, through the license of our civil wars. And we see nothing in ancient histories more extreme than what we have proof of every day, but I cannot, any the more, get used to it. I could hardly persuade myself, before I saw it with my eyes, that there could be found souls so cruel and fell, who, for the sole pleasure of murder, would commit it, would hack and lop off the limbs of others, sharpen their wits to invent unusual torments and new kinds of death, without hatred, without profit, and for no other end but only to enjoy the pleasant spectacle of the gestures and motions, the lamentable groans and cries of a man dying in anguish. For this is the utmost point to which cruelty can arrive. Ut homo hominum, non iratus, non timens, tantum spectaturis, occidat. That a man should kill a man, not being angry, not in fear, only for the sake of the spectacle. 681. For my own part, I cannot without grief see so much as an innocent beast pursued and killed that has no defense, and from which we have received no offense at all. And that which frequently happens, that the stag we hunt, finding himself weak and out of breath, and seeing no other remedy, surrenders himself to us who pursue him, imploring mercy by his tears. Questuc cruentus, ac imploranti similis. Who, bleeding, by his tears seems to crave mercy. 682. Has ever been to me a very unpleasing sight, and I hardly ever take a beast alive that I do not presently turn out again. Pythagoras bought them of fishermen and fowlers to do the same. Primoque acide ferrerum, incalluis puto maculatum sanguine ferrum. I think 'twas slaughter of wild beasts that first stained the steel of man with blood. 683. Those natures that are sanguinary towards beasts discover a natural proneness to cruelty. After they had accustomed themselves at Rome to spectacles of the slaughter of animals, they proceeded to those of the slaughter of men, of gladiators. Nature has herself, I fear, imprinted in man a kind of instinct to inhumanity. Nobody takes pleasure in seeing beasts play with and caress one another, but every one is delighted with seeing them dismember, and tear one another to pieces. And that I may not be laughed at for the sympathy I have with them, theology itself enjoins us some favor in their behalf. And considering that one and the same Master has lodged us together in this palace for his service, and that they, as well as we, are of his family, it has reason to enjoin us some affection and regard to them. Pythagoras borrowed the metempsychosis from the Egyptians, but it has since been received by several nations, and particularly by our Druids. Mort carent anime, semperque, priori relict sed, novus domibus vivant, habitant recepte. Souls never die, but, having left their former seat, live and are received into new homes. 684. The religion of our ancient Gauls maintained that souls, being eternal, never ceased to remove and shift their places from one body to another. Mixing moreover with this fancy some consideration of divine justice. For according to the deportments of the soul, whilst it had been in Alexander, they said that God assigned it another body to inhabit, more or less painful, and proper for its condition. Muta ferrarem cogit vincula pati. Truculentos ingerit ursus, pretenesque lupis. Falaces vulpibus addit, ac ubi per varios annos, per mil figuras egit, lethio purgatos flumine, tandem rursus ad humani revocat primordia formae. He makes them where the silent chains of brutes, the bloodthirsty souls he encloses in bears. The thieves in wolves, the deceivers in foxes. Where, after successive years and 1,000 forms, man had spent his life, and after purgation in Lethe's flood, at last he restores them to the primordial human shapes. 685. If it had been valiant, he lodged it in the body of a lion. If voluptuous, in that of a hog, if timorous, in that of a hart or hare. If malicious, in that of a fox, and so of the rest, till having purified it by this chastisement, it again entered into the body of some other man. Ipsi ego nam memini, Trojani, tempori belli panthoids euphorbus eram. For I myself remember that, in the days of the Trojan War, I was Euphorbus, son of Pantheus. 686. As to the relationship betwixt us and beasts, I do not much admit of it. Nor of that which several nations, and those among the most ancient and most noble, have practiced, who have not only received brutes into their society in companionship, but have given them a rank infinitely above themselves. Esteeming them one while familiars and favorites of the gods, and having them in more than human reverence and respect. Others acknowledged no other god or divinity than they. Bellux a barbaries propter beneficium consecrati. Beasts, out of opinion of some benefit received by them, were consecrated by barbarians. 687. Crocodilon adurat pars haec. Illa pavit sacrum serpentibus ibn, effigies sacri hic nitet aurea circopitheci, hic pissum flumins, illic opida tota canum venerantur. This place adores the crocodile, another dreads the ibis, feeder on serpents. Here shines the golden image of the sacred ape, here men venerate the fish of the river, their whole towns worship a dog. 688. And the very interpretation that Plutarch gives to this error, which is very well conceived, is advantageous to them, for he says that it was not the cat or the ox, for example, that the Egyptians adored, but that they, in those beasts, adored some image of the divine faculties. In this, patience and utility, in that, vivacity, or, as with our neighbors the Burgundians and all the Germans, impatience to see themselves shut up. By which they represented liberty, which they loved and adored above all other godlike attributes, and so of the rest. But when, amongst the more moderate opinions, I meet with arguments that endeavor to demonstrate the near resemblance betwixt us and animals, how large a share they have in our greatest privileges, and with how much probability they compare us together, truly I abate a great deal of our presumption, and willingly resign that imaginary sovereignty that is attributed to us over other creatures. But supposing all this were not true, there is nevertheless a certain respect, a general duty of humanity, not only to beasts that have life and sense, but even to trees, and plants. We owe justice to men, and graciousness and benignity to other creatures that are capable of it. There is a certain commerce and mutual obligation betwixt them and us. Nor shall I be afraid to confess the tenderness of my nature so childish, that I cannot well refuse to play with my dog, when he the most unseasonably importunes me to do so. The Turks have alms and hospitals for beasts. The Romans had public care to the nourishment of geese, by whose vigilance their capital had been preserved. The Athenians made a decree that the mules and moyls which had served at the building of the temple called Hecatompedon should be free and suffered to pasture at their own choice, without hindrance. The Agrigentines had a common use solemnly to inter the beasts they had a kindness for, as horses of some rare quality, dogs, and useful birds, and even those that had only been kept to divert their children. And the magnificence that was ordinary with them in all other things, also particularly appeared in the sumptuosity and numbers of monuments erected to this end, and which remained in their beauty several ages after. The Egyptians buried wolves, bears, crocodiles, dogs, and cats in sacred places, embalmed their bodies, and put on mourning at their death. Cimon gave an honorable sepulture to the mares with which he had 3 times gained the prize of the course at the Olympic Games. The ancient Xanthippus caused his dog to be interred on an eminence near the sea, which has ever since retained the name, and Plutarch says that he had a scruple about selling for a small profit to the slaughterer an ox that had been long in his service.